Peace, everyone. How's everyone doing? God bless you, and welcome to the stream. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if everything sounds good. We just give me one moment because I'm still getting my stuff together. I was about to talk German to you guys. Yeah, let me just get my stuff together. We're obviously going to have our special guest today, which is who's going to help us in this stream, who is the one and only Baba Shuiab. We're just waiting for him to confirm when he's ready. But as you guys know, it's been definitely an interesting week for our community, to say the least. We had, give me one moment, guys. Sweet. Okay. Cool. Okay. So we had an interesting week. I was featured on our brother Grayson's channel. We had a discussion. We were expressing to him our concerns about like the difference between the religion of submission, or the religion of Islam, if we're going to say in Arabic, and the cult of Islam, which is something that we don't want to be a part of, or nobody wants to be part of that. So without going into too much details, yesterday Baba Shuiab knocked it out of the park. He did an amazing job. If you guys didn't catch it, you guys should go check it out. It is on Grayson's channel, and it is on his channel as well. So go check out, see how much information was given. You can see how Baba did a good job in expressing the message of the Quran without having to attack anyone, really, just expressing what God said in a way that is very pleasant. Now, but this is where it brings us today. So if you guys notice, I haven't seen a stream where after the stream was done on Grayson's channel, where they hide. Let me see if I can pull it. Because, we triggered a lot of people, unfortunately, because those people don't want to take the time and investigate for themselves. Like they just, obviously, it's just because it's a cult. They just quickly want to deny what we're saying and just carry on, kind of thing, right? And insult us and all that nice stuff. But I just wanted you guys to take a look at something with me here. So I would like to there we go. So this is, let me add this to the stage. Can you guys see this? Cool. Okay, but let me be able to talk. So you can see on the right here, clearly there's they have like the chat running, right? So even after the stream was done with Imam Wissam yesterday, they kept the chat. And then with Baba as well, right? They also decided to keep the chat, right? Because the chat was a little bit more subtle in this way, right? But when it comes to my chat, because of the way they acted, they've disabled the chat here. So nobody would see how much hate and how much crazy stuff people are writing. And honestly, Grayson is such a kind person. Like he's so in tune with the people and the people around him. And he's actually like extremely patient, because I myself, like if someone was talking the stuff that they were saying, I would have got a little upset. And there was a point where he got upset. But anywhere you go, anywhere, like any other stream, they always kept the chat, for historical records, but not when it came down to ours, right? Or mine, at least. But that is what happened, right? No, it wasn't bugged. You can turn it off. So after this stream, if I want, I can just hide the chat so nobody could see what was written. But they all typed liar, liar. They all insulted me. They all went through a thing. So this is where we are now. All you guys said that it's easy to refute us, and it's easy, and all the stuff that we're saying is nonsense, and the Quran disproves us, and all of the emotional rhetoric that you guys want to throw at us. Well, welcome to the stream, where you guys can come up and obviously debate us in regards to what is the truth, right? So the concept is not to put each other down. The concept is to get down to what is the truth when it comes down to worshiping and serving our Lord, and how we're supposed to do our rituals, and to avoid any type of idolatry or association. So welcome everybody to the stream. I'm about to post a link, and Baba Shuiab will join when he is ready. But let's get the show started, guys. Just one one request for everybody. Let's keep the stream for the people who want to actually challenge the position. I understand a lot of our people who follow us and want to engage with us. It's always amazing. If you guys are coming up, just keep it really short, because I don't want to spend like 30 minutes, 40 minutes with somebody who's just agreeing with me, right? I want somebody who wants to sit and actually have a discussion or a debate in the regards of our position and all the good stuff that we do. So without further ado, here we go. I'm just going to get this link here up for you guys so we can get the show running. Boom. Sure. Okay. So we're going to click here. And then when you said, I'm going to take, did you break something in the house yesterday? When Imam said, take what the Prophet gave you, did you break? No, but like they always say the same things over and over again, right? They always keep repeating the exact same things. And I don't know why they just don't want to accept the fact that they're saying some stuff that is against the Quran. So they, honestly, for them, we were talking about this earlier, right? Let me see, that is pinned. So you guys are able to join now. We were talking about this earlier in our Quran discussion. So we have a daily Quran discussion or a study group for the Quran that happens daily at 8 a.m. Eastern time. You guys can change the time to match your time zone, but it is on our Telegram, which I'm going to put on the screen here, right? So the Telegram is Our Lord is God. We have a daily Quran study if you guys want to come. It's hosted by my brother Musa. And yeah, we take a few verses, we discuss them. But part of the discussion, one of the discussions, we don't really like sit and discuss Sunnism and stuff in the Quran discussion. But one thing did come up, which is interesting, because like for them, when they're talking to us, the only verse that the Quran to them is obey God and obey the messenger. Like they just want to take you to the hadith. And when you're in the hadith, then they talk whatever they want to talk. But the Quran to them is literally like the only verse that they ever use in their discussions is obey God and obey the messenger. Okay, but what about all the rest of the Quran that we're trying to talk to you about? Nope, obey God and obey the messenger. That's it. That's the only context we need. Like what are you talking about, bro? The Quran has a lot of verses, right? So appreciate you guys coming. And I used to be a Sunni. It's easier to be a Quranist because you disregard the hadith. Yeah, that's the thing. God didn't make our religion difficult. Our religion is quite easy. So so concepts, questions like these, how do you pray, or the other stuff that they throw at us, like they think that the Quran is missing, when God clearly states that the Quran is full. Peace, brother. I see somebody in the back channel there, Ammar. Can you please connect your microphone first, and then can you just turn your camera on a little bit? You're more than welcome to keep your camera on, but if you want to turn it off, that's fine as well. But I just need to see that you're not gonna do certain. Okay, cool. I see. All right. Well, peace and blessings, brother. How you doing? Hello? I can't hear you, Ammar. Yeah. Ammar, I can't hear you.
Hello.
Perfect. How you doing?
Peace be upon you.
Peace be upon you. How's it going?
Fine. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I don't have I'm not opposing you, but I have a few questions real quick because you said you want to give an opportunity for those that have an opposing view.
Right.
So, yeah. First of all, thank you for your content. I really appreciate it. And yeah, my question is about the punishment for theft, I think. Because I'm not sure if the qata is about cutting or is it about stopping. What's your opinion?
For me, it's cutting. So I understand how people want to say that it's stopping, but the word that is used to stop somebody is different. Qata, there's no return. So if you're saying that it's just stopping somebody from a grasp or something, that means that if they repent, that they can get back to it. But then the word there wouldn't be qata. So that's where the word is a little bit more towards cutting off the hand. But obviously, the default position of the religion is ra'fa, right? So we have to show mercy in the religion when it comes down to these types of punishments. So when it comes down to lashing in chapter 24, God clearly states that do not take any ra'fa, mercy, upon the people, like from the religion of God, when you're exerting or doing the punishment of the lashing or the flogging. But that wasn't said when it came down to the cutting of the hand. So you do have the ability to not enforce that cutting, and you can, and based upon the person who's leading the society, they can set the standard on when somebody loses a hand. So for me, it's more so either if somebody's habitually stealing, but at the same time, I would apply it to the people in government positions that extort people for a bunch of money, or steal taxpayers' money, or pension funds, or school funds, and people who do Ponzi schemes where they're not capable of paying back the damage. They're going to lose a limb because of all the harm they did for people.
Yeah, I agree with the last part. Yeah, especially if you're in a government position and you steal from millions of people. Yeah, like I think it's yeah, fair to have that punishment.
Right.
This is a bit outside the Quran, but what do you think
But
is the best,
here's the thing. So I do understand some people are saying to cut off their reach and whatnot. If that's their interpretation, I'm not gonna sit and argue. I'm not gonna sit and argue in that regards, right? So if the person is in power and he says that's what he wants to do, I won't agree with that interpretation. But if that's what they're gonna apply, they're gonna apply, because I could see how the text can allude to something like that. But based upon the whole context of the Quran, it's pretty clear that you cut the limb.
I see. So the other question is, what do you think is the best way of government? Do you think it should be decentralized? Do you think it should be on a voluntary basis? Do you think it should be a democracy? I personally believe it should be a voluntary exchange. You sign a contract, for example, in certain community, and then you get kicked out. It's not like right now, if you're in a certain country, there is a monopoly, and this monopoly, no matter how bad they do, you're stuck with that option. Do you understand
I'm not sure what's the question that you're talking about?
the form of government / organization in society?
What about the government? Sorry, it's a little difficult to hear you.
Yeah, I'll try to change my mic. Basically, it's what will be, I wouldn't say ideal, but yeah, the best way. Is it like monarchy? Is it like
Oh,
voluntary?
the best way of like a society or
Yeah,
a community?
yeah. I
Yeah.
personally, my opinion is, I will tell you my opinion first, is to have a society based on voluntary agreements. So it's not that you're born into a country and each government, no matter how corrupt and how much you disagree with them, you're in a society, you sign a contract with like a certain community. For example, in your city, there's like multiple groups. You choose one, you sign a contract with them, and then you live according to their laws. And if you break it, you face like certain consequences. Or you can be by yourself.
Well, I think it would be difficult to keep a society in check if everybody has their own kind of rule of law where they have contracts and agreements on how people are dealt with based upon the different things that occur. For me, so for me, the way that I approach the best type of government is a hierarchy. So you do have to have somebody in charge, which is usually the person who's going to be technically the imam or the leader, and that person is picked based upon his virtue, and God kind of brings out the leadership, he himself, and the people recognize leadership. Of course, there's going to be the enemy and the animosities and all of that issues that arise, but then we also have in the book, it's telling us about consultation and to have the shura, as they say in Arabic, right? So so for me, like, the leader would have to consult with his people, and when the consultation is like when he gets everybody's opinion, then he would go with what he sees as best. That's why he's the leader. So like you have the example of Prophet Muhammad. God is saying like talk to them in regards to the matter, but then God is saying that if you, O Prophet, like if you're the one who, like, when you decided the matter, then tawakkal ala Allah, like just relying on God. And then you have the same thing with Queen Sheba. So Queen of Sheba, she talked to the people around her, And the people around her, their opinion was we're a strong people. We shouldn't be scared. And she's like, no, I'm gonna send a messenger and see what is the result. So it's not always the majority, and it shouldn't be a divided community. It should be a single community. Yes, some religious communities have their own ways of approaching things, but I say the best form of government is a single person on top who is who's worthy. I mean, God conscious. He has his taqwa, and he is also considerate of God's verses. But just yeah. So do you have any other questions, my brother? Because we do have people in the.
Yeah, I will. This is my last remark before I leave.
Go ahead.
So I don't disagree with you, but one more thing to add is I think again it should be like if someone is very bad, like right now, if you live in a certain country, especially in the Arab world, the president will stay there. For example, Sisi, no matter how bad he does, he cannot like he will stay there by force. But
That's wrong.
I mean, in the short term, yes, but in the long term, yeah, he will go away definitely. But in the next 2 years, I don't see him going anywhere.
God
He's
knows, but they're not
yeah,
judging
exactly.
by what God. That man is a criminal. That man would be considered in the Quran a taghut, right? So
Yes, I agree with you, but my point is that when you have uh, a voluntary system where people at the bottom choose, not choose like sign a contract, they have the option to leave. Then it's like when you go to a company to buy food, if they serve you bad food, you will go to their competitor. I think it should be something where options exist.
mhm.
I think that's it for me.
Well, I can appreciate your sentiment, but these are concepts that we can only apply really when we're at that position. So this is all just theory at this point, and you can't really see what is the best way to handle on how to be a society or what form of governing bodies supposed to be on a society until we actually get to those levels. So, but it's nice uh, to theorize in these concepts. But yeah, so but I do appreciate your time, brother. We do have people in
Yeah,
back channel. So
that's it. I wish you all peace and yeah, have a nice night or evening or
you
whatever.
as well. Peace,
Thank you.
brother. Peace. And ladies and gentlemen, our favorite correctional officer, the correctional officer, has made it on stage. So welcome, Baba.
Yeah, peace to you, brother. Thank you for the intro, and salam to all the viewers watching us. Thank you all for coming. We decided to do a tag team today. So, well, let them come on board. I'm all out for them now. I'm okay. I'm here.
Right.
So thank you
And like,
for the platform, Mohammed. I appreciate that.
no, of course, brother. Actually, you're the one who's blessing the platform with your presence. So thank you for the honor, and God is blessing us by sending you here. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So
Well,
what did I miss?
so far you didn't miss much. We just had the first caller who I believe adheres to the Quran alone. But I did mention about how the like a short synopsis or a summary of what happened with Grayson's channel or the Grayson streams. But I also mentioned that there was a lot of talkers in the chat, but we'll see if they show up because they like to throw rocks from far, but they never actually show up to engage in any discussion. So we'll see if anyone shows up today.
But realistically, when I watched the playback, all I saw in the comment section was just Grayson. Just ask him how does he pray.
Right.
Just ask
Right.
him how does he pray. That's all they were asking. You understand?
Well,
So, do they have anything new to ask us?
I don't think so because even if you answer that question 100 times, they don't. We were discussing in a Quran study a little earlier. The Quran to them is literally one verse: obey God and obey the messenger. They just want to pull you to the hadith, and that's the whole reason why the Quran was sent was obey God and obey the messenger. So you go into the hadith.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, that's why we established this, program today. So let them come here,
Right.
and then let's see if they actually have a standing point with that claim.
Right.
Because many a times, by the way, thank you. Shout outs to all those who watching. Thank you for coming. I appreciate that because I wasn't paying attention to the comment section, but I can see some of the people asking, "Where's Baba Shrine?" I'm here. Sorry for the delay, by the way. I decided with my brother Mohammed that we should actually set up a stream like this. You understand? so that when we are both simultaneously on maybe different platforms, people think when they throw a question at us, we might not be able to answer them or respond to them. So I just want people to understand that it is not as if we are scared of your questions or anything. We can actually, deliberate with you, discuss with you, dialogue with you, debate with you. But sometimes it's just nonsensical. It's just not worth it trying to answer the same question 1,000 times. And this is why sometimes we just want to ignore some of their questions. But yes, so that's why we have a stream like this today. So let them come. We are ready.
All right. Yeah, no, absolutely. So there is somebody in the back channel here with the name of Mohsin. Mohsin, can you just turn your camera on just so that we don't get any surprises, please? Sweet. All right. Okay. So I'm going to bring you up. If you want to turn it off, you can turn it off. Peace, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Walaikum
salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Sure.
Yes.
So I'm not a you can say I'm a tradition. I'm going to defend the traditional Islamic thing, the hadith, although I don't believe that they are historically true. I think most of it are propaganda, but I am going to defend it because when you start to question the tradition, it is a rabbit hole, and you end up questioning a lot of Islamic stuff, questioning the body of the religion, the tradition. So although I don't believe in most of the stuff, and I read a lot of about hadith criticism, and I can convince people, traditional hadith believer, mushrik, about the propaganda about the hadith, and how they wrote it down, who wrote it down. But I'm still believe that the tradition needs to be preserved. When we when we cut off the 90% of Islam, we're going to left with nothing. So that is my position, although I agree with you most of the time, because most of the traditionalists, the mushrik, as the brother Shuiab called them, they cannot argue with the hadith rejector. Or I used to be a hadith rejector. I'm still deep down I'm a hadith rejector. I don't believe in, but but there are a historical truth in the hadith. Hadith was written down in the time of in the first, second or third century. We have evidence of there was a oral tradition of hadith. So although I agree with you, I'm sympathetic to you. I believe with you most of the stuff were propaganda, but still we need to preserve it. Although the people who they defend the hadith, they don't actually take the 90% hadith. They actually pick and choose. If you read the formula, the sciences of hadith, picking and choosing hadith, you will find that 90% you can reject it out of hand. You don't have to check the sanad, and you just have to in the basis of matan, the text, you can actually reject the hadith. Like if you read Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik, his usul for accepting and rejecting hadith, it has to be massively transmitted. It has to be sound with reason, and etc etc, and there are other key point in the basis on the basis you can actually reject hadith. So it is not actually that you don't need to call yourself hadith rejector. You can still play in their game, you be among them, and still question that their tradition. That is my first remarks. Although I have a question, a few question in regarding the question, the Quranic ayat. So there are very specific Quranic ayat that talk about don't make forget the reference, and you know a better reference than I do, because you have read the Quran cover to cover. So there are specific hadith.
Just a second, brother Mohsin.
Yeah,
Just
please,
a second.
please. Please.
I just want to be specific on your point, because you're going on a rampage of points. So I just want to chime in a bit. Sometimes you just need to understand our position. We don't call ourselves hadith rejectors. They are calling us hadith rejectors. We don't call ourselves quranists. They are calling us quranists. You understand?
Yeah.
So sometimes
Mm.
it's just we just turn the tables around to in a I would say in a jovial aspect by using the term against them when we are also dealing with them. So you understand? Because if they call us Quranists, we don't call ourselves like that. But hypothetically, for the sake of argument, when you see us using the word hadith rejector or Quranist, it's just that we are taking their own slogan against us to just throw it back at them in a logical sense, right? So, what is their definition of a Quranist? If they give us that definition, we turn it back and throw it and say, okay, the Prophet also stick to the Quran alone, right? They will say, yeah. So if he was stuck with the Quran alone, does that make him a Quranist? Now they are confused. Again, let's go back. Hadith rejector. Did the Prophet know of any book called Sahih Bukhari or Sahih Muslim or Jami al-Tirmidhi or is it Sunan Abi Dawood or Sunan al-Nasai? Does he know of any of these books? They will say no. So can we also call him Hadith rejector? You understand? So
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
it's a logical game they are playing. It's a game of semantic they are playing here. So that's why when I was on Grayson Brooks' program, I broke down the instance of what is meant by the hadith. And the Quran is the al-hadith. Even their hadith books testify that the Quran is the al-hadith, the ahsan al-hadith, the azdaku min Allah haditha. Woman azdaku min Allah haditha. Who is more truthful than God in hadith? Isn't it God's book is the best hadith? It says in the azdakal hadith kitabullah, right?
Yeah.
So if in Hazdaq
Yes.
al-Hadith Kitabullah, why are we wasting our times with the book of men who never met the Prophet in question here? Okay, so let me make it easy before you ask your question. Sometimes you have to play the role of a fool to fool the fool who thinks he's fooling you. So in a nutshell, I'm
Exactly.
just giving you the summary of
Yeah.
what I just spoke about earlier. You understand? So
Yeah,
sometimes
exactly.
you have to play the role of a fool to fool the fool who thinks he's fooling you. That's the game we are playing with these guys against us. So what I'm telling you is, if I'm a rich man and I have buffet and I have all kinds of food in my house, do you expect the rich man to go for the food from the garbage or from the trash? Do you expect that?
No.
Thank you.
No.
But does it mean any poor person or a wretched person out there or a homeless person out there cannot go to the garbage to find food?
Yeah. Exactly.
Thank you. So now let's bring this analogy into Islam. So we are in the position of rich men who have good food. We have been given good food from God, the best food actually. And we are content with it. And you are expecting me to leave this best food, the buffet and whatever have you, and go to the trash looking for a burger?
No.
Thank you. So this is our stance. So if you agree with this stance, then I don't think we should be trying to bargain our way, negotiate or compromise and say, okay, I need we can, you know what, we can rely on some history or some. No, we don't need that. If you think there's something sensible in the hadith and you think we can implement, we can use, fine, but it's not binding. This is what I want people to understand. It's not binding on us. So that's all I want to say. So you can move ahead with the question.
Sorry, can I
So
just
there is a okay.
one second,
Please.
Mohsin. I want to add to Baba's point. The reason why I put hadith rejector in some of my titles is just because of how the search algorithms work. So when I look at my analytics on my channel, I see that the most people that are wondering what this movement is about or what the truth is, they usually search the word hadith rejector or hadith rejectors. So this is where, like, you'll see the most of my contents is the one where I actually use it in the title. Those are the ones that are most viewed. So that I don't put it in a sense where I'm labeling myself a hadith rejector, unless if I want to upset the Sunni, I would say it that way. But yeah, as Baba Shuiab said, we do believe in the hadith, which is the best of hadith, which is the Quran.
the problem is when they say about when they call you a hadith rejector, they are not talking about what we are rejecting. We are rejecting the stories about monkeys uh,
Right.
stoning
But
each other.
Mohsin,
We are rejecting the hadith that contradict the Quran.
brother,
They are not talking about
brother,
that.
relax. One second, one second.
When they call,
But brother,
yeah, please.
one second. We understand this concept, but what we have to do is be honest in front of God. So we know what they mean by hadith, but we have to say the truth. The hadith does not mean their books. They are the ones who's. It's like saying Sunni equals Muslim. No, Muslim is a different thing than Sunnism. But we have to be honest to the word. So when we say hadith rejector, it's because it's wrong, because we cannot deny the hadith. We deny their books. Yes, their hadith, sure. But we can't just say hadith rejector and make a blanket term and put it on ourselves, because that's not what God called us, and we cannot reject the Quran. So, but yeah, so with your question.
My question, agree to disagree. I hate to disagree with you, because I'm in that tradition, and when I label myself, and when I even question the hadith, they start to the spider sense start to tinkle, because there used to be a hadith rejector in South Asia. His name was Ghulam Parvez, and whenever we question their hadith, they said, "Oh, you are Parvezi. Oh, you are," because they are in the indoctrination. In they're one of the hadith, they talk about 72 sect. So whenever we improvise, we trying to improve the deen, they think that we are innovator, and when we are innovating and we are creating a different sect. So in South Asian context, whenever we question hadith, they call us Parvezi. So there is a label to it. So that's why I tiptoe around rejecting and accepting hadith. I don't directly reject all the book of hadith, but I play around with them according to their rule. So this is my approach to to tackling this problem. And even a new Muslim, I said that don't believe in this storybooks. Anyways, agree to disagree, but I have a specific question, because there is a Quranic verse, and I don't remember the reference, but there is a Quranic verse about that they talk about don't make noise when the prophet is there. Then don't something about very specific voice about historical event, about don't making noise in the house of the prophet, something like that. So can you explain that hadith, that Quranic ayah, what he's
Wait a
talking
second.
about?
Wait a second. Are you referring to Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 2, where it says, "O you who believe, do not raise your voices above the voice of the prophet"?
Exactly. Can you
Okay.
explain that in the Quranic terminology, in the
Oh,
Quranic text?
well, Mohammed, do you want to put it on the screen, the verse, or you
Yeah,
can
just
just
give me 1 second.
put it on the screen then? Yeah, so that's the verse on the screen where it's saying, "Ya ayyuhallazina amanu la tarfa'u aswatakum fawqa sawtin nabi." It says, "O you who believe, do not raise your voices above the voice of the prophet." Then it
Yeah,
says, "Nor shall
this
you
was.
shout at him," meaning, just like it says, "Wala tajhar bi salatika, wala tukhafid biha, wabtagi bayna zalika sabila." That is chapter 17, verse 110. The word tajhar, wala, meaning do not be loud. So now it's saying here, nor be loud at him or shout at him in speech, as some of you shout at others, or you are loud towards others, lest you void your deeds while you do not perceive. Okay, so what is it that you need clarity on this verse?
So it is talking about prophet, and which prophet is this no verse is talking about, which because prophet is no longer with us. So what is this what is this verse is talking about? Who is this prophet? Because in order to understand this verse, you need to understand, need to have the hadith, the tafsir, one of the hadith book, in order to understand the context of this.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You came here asking us a question to clarify a verse. Then you
Yeah.
you are already acting prejudgmental, assuming you already have a conclusion to the answer before even asking the question.
No, I'm just
So
playing the devil's advocate.
No. Wait. I mean, it'd be safer and easier instead of trying to lead us to the answer. Just tell us the position that you're on.
No, I have no position. I'm here to understand what is this verse talking about. What is the meaning of this?
You just literally said we cannot understand the verse without the tafsir.
According to the traditionalists, we cannot understand it. But I want to see the quranist perspective as a quranist myself, and because I'm confused regarding this verse. Can you?
Okay, thank you.
I'm not defending the mushrik. I'm not defending the mushrikun.
Thank you. Okay, God revealed the Quran to us so that we might use reason. We may use our reasoning, right, to understand the Quran. First of all, he's talking about the prophet. The prophet is no more alive. The Quran deals with the past, present, and future. So it has a timeline to some of the messages you deal with in the Quran. So in order to bring clarity to this verse, Brother Mohammed, can you put chapter 33, verse 53? So you see this verse on the screen now. We are going to come back to 49 too, but let's break this down for you. It is saying, "Oh, you who believe, do not enter the houses of the prophet unless you have permission for a meal, without waiting in patience." So now, brother, help me, Mohsin. Is this verse referring to us, or is it referring to the believers at the time of Muhammad?
This is referring to the believer of the time of the prophet. I think it is referring to them.
Thank you. So now let's go back again to chapter 49, verse 2. So here again, it mentions the prophet. But we don't have the prophet right. In our timeline now, he doesn't exist anymore. But this story we are reading is a lesson to show us that the position God has given the prophet whilst he was alive in front of the believers. And remember, his duty as a prophet, he was not sent as a prophet to mankind, but he was sent as a messenger to mankind. Do you want me to explain that?
Please.
Okay. In Quran chapter 7, verse 158, he himself says, Ya ayyuhan nas, inni rasulullahi ilaykum jami'an. Chapter 7, verse 158. He says, "O you mankind, I am a messenger of God to you all." And every sectarian watching us right now, you can admit that a prophethood duty is not the same as the messengership duty. They are never the same. They are two different duties. However, one person can be given both duties, which Prophet Muhammad did have both. But now when we are talking about his position to us right now, God only tells us in the Quran, obey God and obey the messenger. You will never find a verse where it says obey God and obey the prophet, because God knows the book is to be there for the future generations also. So you will never find a verse in the Quran where it says atiwullah wa atiwun nabi. It doesn't exist. So now, are you going to agree with me that 49 verse 2 was referring to the believers at the time of the prophet? Brother Mohammed, can you put that on?
Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you. So if you agree, tell me what breakdown again do you need? Then I can take you further.
I think what I understand is that the verse is talking about when you are in mosque, you should lower your voice whenever there is Quran recitation. because the messenger is actually the one who is reciting the Quranic ayah, the whoever is giving the tilawat of the Quran, of the message. So we need to lower our voice whenever the Quran is being recited. So I think this is the verse is talking about. I think that is my understanding.
So you think. So your understanding is based on assumption. You think, right? So you don't know.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so then let God explain the verses, because God says, وَنَزَّلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ تِبْيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ, right? Mohammed, if you put the verse for us, 1689, God says he has revealed a book to the prophet as a clarification for all things. So, Brother Mohsin, if you agree with the Quran being the clarification of all things for the Muslims, not for everybody, because not everybody will agree. So the submitters, we agree that the Quran is a clarification for all things, right?
Right.
So, Brother Mohsin, do you
Yeah.
also agree? Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
So if we agree, why is there room for I think? So why not ask God for the answer?
No. This is not my question. I don't think the verse is confusing at all. I'm making a case for
the reason
another
why I
person.
brought this verse is to eliminate doubt in your head. You were saying you think. Chapter 49, verse 2
Yeah.
was talking about something. That's what you said. You say you think.
Sorry, I don't mean to interject, but Mohsin, you also made a point that still does not go to anything to do with tradition, because the assumption that you made was about the Quran being recited in the mosque. You have to lower your voice, but
Yeah.
to cancel your point, God says if the Quran is being recited, to listen. So there's no talking when the Quran is recited. So it's not about lowering your voice when the Quran is recited. There's a deeper lesson to the verse. That Baba is trying to show you what the answer is, but you have to what the assumption that you need to have is that the answer is in the book. If you can't find it yet, it means you need to dive deeper and look further until God reveals it to you. So don't just take the easy way out and say that it's explained somewhere else. So sorry, Baba, go ahead.
Yeah, so that is the point I was bringing to his attention. So Mohsin, look, when dealing with the Quran, please don't give too much room to assumption. Rather let the verses speak to you, right? So when you ask questions, please, you have to you pay attention to the answer God has to give you, because remember, Quran is the book of guidance. No other book God gave you for guidance. He gave you this for guidance. And when I say no other book, I'm talking about after the Quran, not before the Quran. After the Quran, there is no other book God gave you for guidance. So if you're seeking for guidance, because which I believe why you are here to ask us a question, right?
Yeah.
So then if you are seeking for guidance, let's stick to the Quran and get the answers you need.
Exactly.
Do you agree?
For about another, I have also another question and what I understand what is Quran, and what is when they say what is the core Kalamic theology. What I understand is the Quran is revealed to give a specific instruction to mankind, whole of mankind, in a specific giving the lifetime life of the prophet. So it gives you.
Is that what you understand?
There is Quran with meaning, and the recitation is preserved. So when they say the verse of the Quran, the meaning of the Quran is preserved, and when they say that the recitation is also preserved, so that is very dubious. That is not proven. But when they say Quran is preserved, they are talking about the meaning of the Quran is preserved. So it gives you specific guidance in specific occasion. So that is my
Mohsin, are you
little
asking
understanding.
a question or you are making a point?
No, I'm making a point. That's how I understand the Quran.
All right,
Okay.
but okay,
This is my
see, you just so you know, the confusion is you said I'm going to ask you a question and then you taught us something.
No. So I give my understanding. So I'm learning
okay.
New things.
But I feel like we're moving on from the point of this verse that you asked about.
Mm-hmm.
If you want, Baba Shuiab can tell you why this verse is in the Quran, which he already signified to you, but I
Did-
think it's to give other people a shot at this point, like other people room for them to also
Yeah.
ask the
question.
Yeah.
So yeah. So this was my original point to to trying to defend the traditionalist, although I don't agree with them. But
That makes no
instead
sense.
of
No, right?
rejecting all of them, you can play around with them. You don't need to reject all of their storybook. Even the storybook, it has
Look,
historical truth in it.
right. Okay, but brother, just so
Please.
you know, just to answer that point that you keep saying, in religion, there's ways for you to adapt to your environment, but you never compromise.
Yeah, I agree with
When
you.
you're saying that I need to compromise and accept this tradition, even if there's nobody around you, then at that point you technically have a point of failure. But brother, there is the crowd is pretty big in the back channel, so we do have to move ahead.
Okay.
And
Okay.
thank you for coming up. Okay.
Jazakallah. Jazakallah.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, brother. All right, next in the list, you already have your camera on. Artur, Turk. You ready? Just give me a heads up or just... All right, sweet. Peace, brother. Can't hear you, man. Yeah, your mic's not working. Baba, can you hear him?
I cannot. His mic is not working. I cannot hear him.
No. You might need to... so look, brother, click setting in StreamYard. Go to settings and then you go to audio and make sure you have the right mic selected. It might be on the wrong mic. Still nothing. Man, it's muted somehow.
Or if in case he has a headset to be...
Dreamer,
to...
you guys should have me now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're good.
Got it?
Peace.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How y'all doing?
All right.
Good.
Good. How you doing?
Thank you, bro.
Very well, very well. Thank you very much. I've been following both you guys for a little while now. 14 years, conversion, reversion, however you want to put it in Islam. And,
Let's go with acceptance.
Sorry? Oh, okay.
Let's go with acceptance.
Okay, I like acceptance. We'll go with that. Probably spent, the first few years was the honeymoon, because I actually, when I converted, I was actually I was, born and raised in New York, Catholic. Took me to about 9 years old to realize something was off. Was lost, science growing up, everything, confusion, who knows, drugs. Oh my God, just, messed up life, really, really lost. And about 38, I kind of hit what I would call the ultimate bottom, but it really wasn't a bottom. It was really on the way up. But prayed to God. I was like, oh my God, I'm living in a trailer behind a used car lot. This is my life now at the time. I'm like, I need some guidance. I need to get back with God, straighten it out, whatever, find a religion, the right one. I need some regimented something. And so I prayed. I was like, God, show me the truth of your word on the earth. That's what I want, because I like consistency. When things don't match up, I'm like, 2 + 2 is not equaling 4. Gotta go. So anyway, long story short, I within a week, the trailer I lived in, the used car lot rented out rooms, and people would come and go from those rooms, weekly rentals. In comes this brother who also accepted Islam some time ago from Georgia, named James. And he came down, and actually the guy who ran the car lot was a Muslim. I remember when I first moved in there, he was practicing Ramadan. It was Ramadan. But he was a shady dude, like used car salesman, so I was not interested in anything he was into. You know what I mean? His character wasn't good for me. But this other guy, different story. So anyway, where he came down, and I was talking to him one time. We became friends over, next few weeks. I didn't realize Allah had answered my prayer, but he was a Muslim, and he was like going to the beach. And I was like, what are you going to check out some girls, whatever, small talk. And he's like, no, I have a fiance in Kenya. I was like, wow, you got a fiance in Kenya, and you're going to stay good to her, right? You know, I was like, wow, okay, that's some character. So all of a sudden I'm like, well, why would a dude like this with a character should be a Muslim, you know? So we got to talking. I find out now, I've been, what I knew about Islam, you prayed 5 times a day and ran around a box. That's what I knew. Good fighters. That's about it, you know. He's like, oh, Mary's in the Quran, Jesus in the Quran, all this stuff. I was like, wow, this is almost like what I've been thinking. Everything he's telling me about the Quran and Islam is like my own theories of, you know, getting rid of the stuff that I didn't make sense about Christianity that I knew kind of conceptually. And then, you know, kind of fit like a glove. Within 3 days, I went to the masjid. I was like, wow, the women pray. Because I started going back to some other churches, and one of the deacons said, yeah, this is a good place to pick up girls. I was like, wow, really? The church is a good place to pick up girls. I was like, that's good to know. You know, I was like, what do you guys do? I don't understand what's going on here. So I go, I see the sisters covered. The sisters are in the, you know what I mean? And I'm like, wow, face on the floor. I'm going, you know, I'm used to pews, you know, cushy little kneeling things, chairs, and no one's putting their face on the ground. You know, the queen, the king, all they don't put their faces on the ground for nobody. So, you know, this is where it all bled down into, and I'm realizing this, and it like hit me like a ton of bricks. And so I took Shahada. You know, I went to the one masjid in St. Petersburg here in Florida, then took Shahada. And, you know, so I was on honeymoon. I'll get to the point and the questions, and I'm sorry because people take a lot of time. So I was like, first few years I was on my honeymoon. I was like, these guys are on the truth, the haqq, you know, everything, whatever you say goes, no problem. You know, I even asked one of the brothers, how can I understand the Quran? The brother says, you can't. Wow. Okay. So I, you know, not knowing nothing at the time, I took it for what it was. As time went on, a few years, whatever, the honeymoon wore off, and I started to notice the same incongruencies that were in what I knew as Christianity, in Islam. And I'm like, oh man, great. So what's up? So started my, you know, discovery. So now 14 years later, here we are. And, you know, I guess I could come to my question, just to give you guys a background about me and what I've been through. So I've spent the last 2018, I found David Wood and his Islamicize Me series, which is really just actually probably a good thing in general, because it's really rails mostly against hadith and the, you know, traditional views of Islam overall, and misunderstandings about the Quran. But it fired me up, everything that he, you know, he's just that type of person, you know, really polarizing. So I was like, war. And, you know, so I spent, you know, pretty much till now debating, learning, questioning, understanding how little I actually knew of a lot of things, which brings me to, you know, I've done what I would feel is the deepest level of study I can. I don't know the Arabic, but I do check the transliteration to identify the words. And then I look up the words and the usages compared to other spots in the Quran, things like that. So I do as much as I can. Okay. Having said that, there's a verse, and I want to talk about, if we would please, thank you so much for your time. Verse Al-Ma'idah 5:31 and 32. You guys already, you're ready. MashaAllah. So here's my assumptions about it coming to this, and they are, I don't know. I have no idea. I've listened to, there's a Dr. Haney who's like a Quran. I'm sure you guys imagine you know who he is. And he uses the Abrahamic locution to define some of the terms and usages. Okay. So if we take this, for me, I come to a story like this, not knowing anything. All right. Just being a simple dude, rational guy, trying to reason through the understanding. Okay.
Sorry, but I don't mean to interrupt you, but how long have you been watching Hani Achan for?
Not long. Not, I don't really watch, because even his work, there's incongruencies in. So I don't know enough to question him. So I'm not going to let him teach me. I'm just going to stick to Allah and his verses.
Yeah, it's just, I just wanted to know how it's related to the verse. That's why. So I needed to know.
That's coming up. Sorry. That's coming. Because his explanation of the verses, I believe, is the one that makes sense to me. So here we go. So basically, and I haven't read this, so I don't know what this translation alludes to. My understanding of it's a story about Cain and Abel. Cain kills Abel. Okay. God sends a crow to show him how to hide the body, or show him that bodies are supposed to be buried, or whatever the case in the tradition. Okay. And then, but the main point about it is neither whether a crow sent them, the progression here. Okay. So we have a situation that happens at the time of Adam, which is when, who knows, millions, tens of thousands of years ago, way before Moses. And from my understanding, unless you guys know something that I don't. Okay. So God, because of that, made a stipulation for the Jews because Cain killed Abel. This, in my, in anybody's rational mind, with just that, there could be things that I don't know. And if you could, I'll leave you guys at that. Salam alaikum. Thank you so much. And I'll just sit here and be quiet and let you finish, and you guys can.
Artur, I just wanted to correct something really quick. The children of Israel are not the Jews. So part of the children of Israel are Jews, but children of Israel is much more than just Jews. So he said that God has placed the law on the Jews because of Cain and Abel, right?
The children of Israel, but it would be, Israel was a Jew, right?
Right, but see,
Moses.
No. He was not a Jew, nor was Moses a Jew. But for me, I learned from the correctional officer, so I just had to correct that technicality.
Okay, let's Brother Artur, let's help you break it down, right? Okay. The verse is literally on the screen. It doesn't say Jews there. It says the children of Israel. The children of Israel are submitters to God. They don't belong to Judaism. They don't belong to Christianity. So the children of Israel, that is a clan, that is a tribe. That is the Asbat. They are tribal nations. That's children of Israel. Then we have what we call Judaism, which is a religion. They will claim it's not a religion. By definition, it's a religion, right? Then we have Christianity, which is another religion by definition, but they will claim it's not a religion. It is a religion. But when we come to children of Israel, we are talking about the descendants coming from Israel, which we can allocate as Jacob. When you read Quran chapter 12, based on his sons, the 12 sons he had. So coming back to the verse you are talking about, when we go above, Mohammed, you can go up. I want to show him something. Verse 31. Okay, let's see. Start from 27. Let's go up 27. I want to show him something. When he says, recite the news of the two sons of Adam, I want to ask you a logical question right now. Are we the children of Adam or not?
Yeah, I believe the Quran actually says that.
Thank you. So we are also the children of Adam.
Yes, sir.
So even though it doesn't give you a timeline, don't pre-assume based on what Christians are telling you or Jews are telling you. Just assume you just stumble on the Quran and you have no idea about any other book out there.
Yeah, this is just from the Quran, though. I've never heard anything about this in Christianity or Judaism.
Thank you. So now it says the two sons of Adam. Does it say the only two sons of Adam? The verse doesn't say the only two sons of Adam. It says, recite the news of the two sons of Adam. Whilst we right now, we are even the children of Adam. God called us Bani Adam. Yes. So out of the children of Adam, God spoke about the two having this to transpire. Remember, children of Israel are also the children of Adam. Are you getting my point here?
No, I do. I understand.
So out of the children of Adam,
that's the key.
When time evolves, then we go back to, when we go forward, we go to the children of Israel again. Then we go to the children of Abraham. It keeps going like just generations of the generation. So
it makes sense because even even in the story with Mary, a lot of people go crazy about sister of Aaron. You know what I mean? Like I get it's from the line. The line of Adam could be Aaron. You know what I mean? Right. So what we're saying has consistency And it makes sense.
Thank you. So let me tell you where the confusion is. When people read the Quran and straightforward, they just want to implement what the Bible says on the Quran. This is where problem starts. You understand?
Problem, but yeah.
So this is where the confusion. So let's eliminate that issue out there, that doubt. The Quran is here as a guidance
100%.
for mankind,
right?
And it is a book which has no doubt. So when you're approaching the book, eliminate the doubt in the head and approach the book as a neutral person. So now, when he's telling you about the two sons of Adam, remember, Adam was there before Israel existed. So time evolves based on generations after generations. So if we have the children of Adam, then there is a time when we have the children of Israel. But remember, children of Israel, they are coming from Israel. Israel also goes back in time. It comes from the children of Adam. So always, if God wants to give you example, he gives you example of people before you. Are you getting the logic here?
Sure, yeah, of course.
He uses people who existed before you to use as an analogy, example, to give it to you as a precedent for you to also follow that footstep. So these verses we are just reading, chapter 5, verse 27 up to 31, it doesn't mean it is the same timeline, but you have to learn from your predecessors. That's why he used the sons of Adam just to give the idea to children of Israel that, hey, learn from this. Are you getting the point? So
sure, no, I understand where you're coming from. I brought up Dr. Haney.
Okay.
And his claim, according to, he's supposedly a high-level Arabic speaker, knowledgeable person, very well educated. Supposedly, I don't know. Like I'm saying, but now he's come up with an understanding that makes a lot of sense. But I don't know if it's, the ramifications, if he's right, the ramifications are that during the hadith time or after the prophet, the Muslims literally altered in a major way some of the definitions, not the words, but the meanings of the words through however method, which is quite possible to do, but I don't know how likely it is, because you're using pretty common words like sons, so it's like, that's probably a word that's used a lot in the Quran. So if it was wrong and it wasn't the word son, then there would be another word for son or something, right? It seems like, but anyway, his interpretation, and it really makes so much sense that it's hard to get around it. But I like what you've said. I'm not saying anybody's right. I'm just trying to understand it the best way that I can. And it might take some time. So please excuse my ignorance. But he says that Khabir and Kabir are, it's basically what happened was the real story is that it was a Jewish priest that sentenced a man to death under Jewish law. Okay, saying, okay, you're sentenced to death under Jewish law. And Allah sent not a crow, like an average person, not a scholar. And he wasn't searching in the ground. He says, whatever you see, that's the scripture. Searching in the scripture to show him the error of his way. See? And then because of that, he said, oh, have I not been like this average person trying to look in God's word completely for the right thing to do? And then Allah says, because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel, if you were to kill one person. That makes sense, but it doesn't have to be correct. So because what you
okay.
Also,
sorry, one second. Sorry, Artur. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no problem.
He made a claim, and then you said it makes sense. How is somebody not looking in the scripture or not dedicating his judgment from the scripture goes into that if somebody kills somebody, then it's like he killed the whole world?
Because that was a Jewish scholar or a Beni Israel scholar. That's what he's saying, because it was a high level guy, Sanhedrin, whatever the case. Okay. And so he said, basically, if you as a people religiously kill another person, as you might as well kill the whole world. So basically, I think, and again, it doesn't have to be, literally the whole world. It's giving you, degrees, like, okay, you're here, but do this again, and you might as well hang it up. There's no coming back from it, right? So I don't know if it's a literal thing or whatever the case may be. And I'm paraphrasing his.
I understood the point, but okay, I just want to show you a verse real quick in regards to how it could be an actual crow, and we don't need to sit and talk about how gharib, or ghurab or gharib, which comes from gharaba, can mean like somebody who is lowly in life, because I don't see that connection in the Arabic. It's very difficult to make a connection like that. But let's assume that it's an actual physical crow that was showing Cain on how to bury his brother, right? Because God does show us
lowly in life. I don't know if he's saying it's a low
or someone who isn't educated,
educated religiously.
Yeah. Right. Again, I don't see the connection in the word there, but God does have a verse in the Quran where he says, indeed, God does not shame to cite an example as much as a mosquito and what is beyond it. And as for those who believe, hence they will know that it is the truth from their Lord. But as for those who disbelieve, thus they will say, what does God intend by this example? Right? He sends many astray thereby and guides many thereby. But he only sends those who are immoral astray and thereby.
Right.
So in that instance, when this is 2:26. So when the child killed the other child, or he killed his brother, God sent a crow, and he witnessed the crow burying the brother. In that small moment, God put that crow there so that the man would feel regret. So he would see that the crow was caring more about his brother than he himself was caring for his own brother, his own blood. So that was an example that was struck in front of him, so that he would reach that conclusion. Before, that man was pretty much misguided because of the murder that he committed. So it is easy to jump into the Quran and take things very metaphysically, right? So it's a lot of people do this for some reason with the Arabic. They start playing around with the Arabic to take metaphysical meanings from the verses, and then they disconnect away from the literal. It's very literal in what's saying. And again, I'm not claiming that Cain was always like deluded for the rest of his life, but it shows in that moment he was given an image for him to fulfill something. Baba, you have something to add?
Yeah, let me add something. One thing you need to ask, honey, when you listen to somebody making a point, you have to use what they are saying to ask them a question. So one thing you need to ask, can the crow actually teach or show a person how to do something or not? Literally, can it show a human being or teach you how to do
I don't
something?
know. That's not his claim. Maybe you misunderstood. You know, Hanny's saying there is no crow.
Right.
I'm saying, can the crow actually do that?
Oh, can a crow inspire man in some way?
Yes.
Oh my God. Allah uses nature.
Mohammed, I have one example here. Let me just put a short video. It will take it out of the screen. So I'm putting the short video. It's just a short video. I just want to show you something.
Okay, so just take over.
So let me put the video here. It's a crow. I just want to show you something that people can also learn from a crow. This is a crow. Now check what is happening.
Yeah, I've seen they use water displacement theory to get items. I've watched a lot of crows. Crows are really smart. Animals are super intelligent. Yep. No surprises here. No surprises here. Genius. Amazing. SubhanAllah. They are dedicated and determined. That's awesome. That's awesome. SubhanAllah.
Now, I have a lot of videos I can play, but that's not the point. What I wanted you to understand is, when you are dealing with the Quranic verse, first of all, you need to analyze it literally and see, can it make sense? Can it actually transpire? Can it actually be like that? First, if it can, what is your issue with trying to bring in certain meanings or external meanings which even not even the Prophet Muhammad himself can come up with that idea?
To be honest with you, without you saying, without the Beni Israel being like sister of Aaron or something like that. Like it's a terminology that's a common thing in Semitic language or in the Quran or whatever the case may be. It's just that I don't understand it, with which I'm willing to accept that I don't understand a lot of things. But without that key fact, for me, the verses don't make sense. So you could say crow, you could say this, you could say crows are smart. I agree with all that. But my point is that without that Beni Israel being my misunderstanding about Beni Israel, with that changing, I can see a path that story verse Quran, it makes sense. 2 + 2 = 4, 4 + 4 = 8, and you can keep on going and feel safe. Without the Beni Israel, though, that being the truth, and I'm not, my soul, my heart isn't set on it, but definitely it's a huge, I would say you brought me 50% closer to that being, to me.
Okay. Brother Artur, let's summarize this because we have given you more than 20 minutes. But let me just give one verse before you go. Now, when you're dealing with the Quran, this is what God does. Brother Mohammed, can you put chapter 2, verse 26 on the page? I just want to show him something before you go.
The mosquito.
Thank you. So let's go. Now, in this verse, God says, indeed, God does not shame to cite an example as much as a mosquito. And what is beyond it? Please, maybe you should use this verse to give it to Honey. Let him break down this verse again. He might tell you it's not a mosquito again. So let him break down this verse. You see, after he breaks down this verse, please come back to our next stream.
Matalana is the same. See, I'm gonna have, this is a great. I'm so happy I found this translation because everything's right there. It's awesome. So
thank you.
I mean, listen, I'm nowhere near you guys are levels above me. I don't want to take all your time. You guys will do it again. I'll go do some more research, learn some more things, take what you said to heart. Pray, contemplate, and I'll go to the great Quran and and I thank you so much for having me on, and God bless you guys. Salam alaikum. You're doing great work. I really appreciate it. Muhammad,
thank you, man.
I love seeing you and everything. I love seeing you in Mecca. I didn't like seeing Mecca. You showing me Mecca, it was really bad, but I love seeing you there and everything you do. You guys are true warriors for the Quran, and mashallah, and jazakallah khair.
Thank you.
Artur, before you go, I think just the two summaries. Adam had a bunch of children, and they had children. Right. And from one of those seeds, one of those like branches of Adam, one of them came Israel. And then Israel had also a bunch of like his family tree. So Adam had his family tree. One of his like lower generations is Israel, and Israel has his family tree. And now here, God is talking about a mosquito. Is a crow bigger than a mosquito? Because God has no problem using what's smaller or above a mosquito. So a crow is definitely a little bigger. So God has no problem using a mosquito, a crow, an actual crow.
Right. No problem. I don't have a problem with that. Inspirations, we find that in nature, the trees, just our thoughts, the angels, with the shaitan wiswisa, but the malaika wiswisa too. You know what I'm saying? So, and the Quran wiswisa, if you really want, I don't know if that's a good term to use, but it speaks to us. These things are trying to guide us, one away from the good and other things towards the good. So, I mean, I have no problem with what you're saying about mosquitoes or Allah's, nature, anything like that. No problem. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll talk again, inshallah.
Inshallah.
God bless.
God bless
you guys.
Peace.
All right. Next we have, it seems like Shah. Shah, can you turn on your mic or your camera just for a second?
Mohammed, before you go, just like I told you, it would be nice to, as soon as the person comes, we can give him max 15 minutes to make his point.
Yep.
It is only when the point is interesting we can give further 5 minutes or so that the people in the queue can actually.
Yeah, because it is full. So so you have 15 minutes to lay your position, or if you want to take less than that, but it would be like fair for us to get through everybody. So Shah, are you there? Can you just give me something? So I'm going to give you like 10 more seconds. If I don't hear from you, I'm going to go to the next person in the list. All right. I don't have a cam. All right. I will put you on and let's go.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, salam,
Yes.
brother.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah, so I'll just jump straight to the question. So there is a verse in chapter 4, verse 59, where it's mentioned, refer to Allah and His Messenger. Right? So you guys believe that Quran is the only message. So which means Quran is the book of Allah. So what does this mean? What does this verse mean when they say refer to Allah and His Messenger?
Thank you. Mohammed, you can put the verse on the screen. Brother, have you ever read the chapter in full?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
So you don't even read the Quran?
I do, but not the translation.
Okay. Are you aware of what we call context?
Yes.
In Arabic, the word is siyak al-kalam, or siyak. Is a siyak al-kalam, the context of a speech or something. So if you are aware of that, you always have to connect verses to get the understanding. But now let me say that, let me presume that you are already in the view of the sectarians, right? So you agree with them that Quran cannot be understood without the asbabul nuzul or tafasirs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to help you right now to understand subject and context. So now we start from, so Mohammed, let's say go up a bit. Let's start from some few verses above. So let's say we start from, okay, come down a bit. Let's maybe start from 57, just not to take too much time. So we start from 57. It says, as for those who believed and did good deeds, we will admit them into the gardens beneath which rivers flow eternally therein forever. They will have purified mates therein, and we will admit them to a shaded shelter. Indeed, God commands you to return loyalties to their people, and when you judge among the people, to judge with justice. Indeed, God admonishes you with comfort. Indeed, God is hearing and seeing. Now, then it goes. It's talking to the believers now, again. O you who have believed, obey God and obey the messenger. So, brother Shah,
Yeah.
do you agree the word messenger is not the same as the word prophet?
Okay.
You agree?
Yeah.
Can you give me your definition of a messenger?
Messenger is someone who brings revelation.
Okay, maybe yes, we can say revelation or a message in a simple form, not in the sense of religion. Just give me a simple form, a definition of a messenger.
Someone who brings a message. I guess that's the best explanation I have.
Okay, who delivers a message?
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Now, so let's go back in the context of the Quran, because even in the Quran it says, "Wama ala rasuli illa balagu mubin." Chapter 64, verse 12, chapter 50, verse 90, 92, chapter 24, verse 54. It gives you all these verses where you can understand that what the duty of the messenger is, right? Okay. So now the duty of a messenger is to deliver a message, because he has a notification to give out. So that's the deliverer of the message. So now God says, obey God and obey the messenger. Now, can we see God? The answer is no. Right? Can we just hear God talking to us directly right now? Or no, right? Okay. So he has to talk to you through a message. But it has to come via a messenger. And the messenger has to deliver something. So chapter 98, verse 2 to verse 3 says, Rasulun min Allah, yatlu sufa mutahara. Then it says, Fiha kutubun qayyimah. So now the messenger is bringing a message that the one who sent him is telling you where you are going to get the words of God. Right? It says, a messenger from God reciting purified pages wherein are valuable writings, something of value that we have to take from. So a messenger always has to deliver something valuable to the people or to somebody. Because if it is not valuable, why does he have to deliver it to you? Right? Okay. So now God is saying in the Quran to the messenger, chapter 5, verse 67. Mohammed, you can put it on the screen.
57, you said?
67, 67. So he says, "Oh, you messenger, convey what has been revealed to you from your Lord. And if you do not, then you have not conveyed his what? His message, right? But God will protect you from the people. Indeed, God does not guide the disbelieving people." So now, the subject is the messenger. That's the main focus of your question. Is it true or false?
It's the message. I wouldn't say it's the messenger.
But the verse you quoted does not say anything about message. It said messenger.
Yeah, but But how do you obey Allah? You obey
Thank
Allah.
you. Thank
by-
you. Thank you. That is why I'm breaking things down for you now, because I wanted you to bring clarity to your question. Remember, if you don't know where you are coming from, you can never know where you're going.
Mhm.
Do you agree with me?
Yeah, for sure.
So now let's make sure you know where you're coming from. Then we can help you go get to your destination. So now the main subject of chapter 4, verse 59, based on your question, is the messenger. So that is why I brought the clarity of the duty of a prophet is not the same as the duty of a messenger. Then you agreed that it speaks about messenger, not prophet, right? Okay. So now we can see clearly God is telling us what a messenger does, to deliver the message from God. So now, Muhammad, chapter 4, verse 80. So now God asked the messenger to deliver the message, right? So now God is telling us, whoever obeys the messenger, then he has done what? Man yuti rasula,
He has obeyed Allah.
faqad ata Allah. Thank you. So this is the only way I can obey God, through the messenger.
Okay, but wouldn't that bring us to the point that whatever prophet tells you to do, you have to do?
It
regardless
doesn't
of-
say prophet, for God's sake.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I confused with the words, but let's say messenger.
Okay, so if it's messenger, then you are not making sense with your question again, because I just broke it down for you now, right now. If whatever messenger says, messenger was being given a message, do you agree with me or not?
Yes,
What was the message given to the messenger?
the Quran.
Thank you. Has he
No,
delivered
but-
it or not?
Yes, yes.
If I obey the Quran, who am I obeying?
Allah.
Thank you. Now let's go back to 459. We are going to factory reset you. Inshallah. So now, throw your question again.
Okay. So the verse says, refer to Allah, which means obey Allah and His Messenger and the people authority among you. So it doesn't end where it says obey Allah and the Messenger. It says and the people in authority among you. So that means it's not
Is that where
just
the verse stops?
not where it stops, but
I only say throw your question. I don't want you to argue. Just throw your question.
so my question is, what does it mean? That was basically my question. So when the verse say obey Allah and His Messenger and the people among you.
Okay, it says those of authority, right? Those in charge of authority among you. But does it stop there?
No.
Okay. So and then he says, and if you dispute with each other about anything, then refer it to who?
Allah and His Messenger.
Thank you. That is, if you should believe in God and the last day, right? Okay. So now, those of authority, if you want to understand who are in charge, according to your perspective, you will say they are the scholars or they are the ulama in Arabic. That's what you will say, right? Let me assume that's what you will say, right? But
Correct.
in the same chapter, we go to verse 83, Muhammad 4:83. Let's see those of authority. Who are those at the time of the messenger when he was alive? In 4:83, it says, and when there comes to them an issue, you see, Amrun, about security. So it has to do with fear, right? So security or fear, they broadcast it. That is, they, the people, the believers, they broadcast it. And had they referred it to the messenger and to those in authority, meaning the messenger has assigned people who are in charge also among the believers. Aha. It is just like a classroom where a teacher will now choose the class prophet and choose the assistant class prophet so that they can put things in order among you people. But now it's saying if you dispute about anything, refer it to God and who?
The messenger.
Does it say refer it to God and those in charge again?
I mean, it does say to the
No,
messenger
I mean in
and the
chapter
people.
4, verse 59. Does it say we should, if we dispute, does it say we should refer it to, apart from
No,
the
it
messenger, we
doesn't.
should refer it to any entity?
No,
Apart
it
from God
doesn't.
and messenger? Okay, good. But this verse is breaking down the duty of those in authority, where their authority stops, right? So now it says, had those people who had this, issue, had they referred it to the messenger and to those in authority, among them, those who can deduce it among them will have found it out, meaning the issue of security. They will have found it out. And if not for the favor of God upon you and his mercy, you will have followed the devil, except a few. Okay. So now those of authority at the time of the messenger, are we going to say they are scholars?
No.
Thank you.
Right.
So now we have erased the notion of the sectarians telling you ulul amr minkum means scholars. We are sticking to the Quran. Remember, the Quran is speaking. Okay, so now God says if we dispute about anything. So let's assume, Brother Shah, we are disputing right now. So we are referring to God and to the messenger. And I told you we cannot see God anywhere. We cannot talk to him anywhere to go and settle our issues. We can only talk or communicate with him through the message he has sent. That's the communication now.
Right.
So now, who delivered the message? The messenger. When I obey the messenger, who am I obeying? God. So now, God is saying if we have any issue in chapter 5, verse 101, Muhammad on the screen. Chapter 5, verse 101. If you and I are believers, remember when God says we should refer it to God and the messenger, if we believe in God and the what? And the last day, right? Okay, so now he's talking to the believers. Now we believe in God and the last day. Look at the verse on the screen. It says, "Oh, you who believe, do not ask about things if made clear to you will distress you. But you should ask about those things in the light of what?
I'm not sure which line this is.
In the light of Quran, it says there clearly.
Okay.
But if you ask about them when the Quran is revealed, they will be made what? Clear to you. Because if you are a believer, that is where your message should be. That's where your answers should come from.
Okay, but not to go in circles, just want to clear this out. So in that chapter 4, verse 59, where they talk about referring to like obeying Allah and his messenger, and like basically referring to Allah and his messenger and the people among you. But if you dispute on anything, then refer to Allah and his messenger, right? So since Quran is eternal, so how do I refer to Allah? I refer to Allah by the Quran. But then there is and the messenger. So how do I refer to the messenger?
In the verse, does it mention Quran?
No, but then what other way can I refer to Allah?
Wait, Shah, you're making an assumption here. You're assuming that obey God means Quran, obey the messenger means something else. This is why Baba Shuiab was taking you through this whole journey. If you look at what the Quran has been constantly telling you, that the Prophet is judging with the Quran. The Prophet is teaching you through the Quran. The Prophet is he's getting answered by the Quran. So if you're going to refer back to the messenger, how would you refer back to him other than his own message? So wait. You do believe that Moses got a book, right? From God, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I know it's not mentioned in the Quran.
No, there's God gave a book to Moses. That book would have been also the word of God, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so in the Quran, God says, وَمِن قَبْلِهِ كِتَابُ مُوسَى. And from before this book, the book of Moses. So the book that God gave Moses, God referred to it, God himself referred to it, the book of Moses. So if I want to now referred to what Muhammad was given, it would be the book of Muhammad, which is what? The Quran. That's the book that Muhammad was given. So if I'm going to refer back to what Muhammad said to the world, it would have been the Quran, because God gave it to him to tell the world. Because before Prophet Muhammad, I could still obey God. Don't lie, don't cheat, and do what I can from what is I'm learning from the perception of what God is guiding me to. But when the messenger came and gave you the message, which is the Quran, now I have to obey the messenger, which is the Quran. It's the shortcut to getting to the religion of God,
Yes,
which
thank
people got to the religion of God prior to it.
So you're
Yes,
saying people
Mohammed.
would have only obeyed the
Yes.
prophet. People would have only obeyed the
One
prophet.
second, brother.
Yeah. Sure.
What's that?
Brother Shah, let me add up to what Mohammed is saying concerning the verse he made a reference. Mohammed, you can put it on the screen. It's 46:12, the book before it, the book of Moses, 46:12. So you see the verse, brother, on the screen.
Yeah.
So before it, before the Quran, it's a masculine pronoun, Kabilihi, which is the Quran, the book of God. Then he says the book of Moses was a guide and a mercy. Then now he's telling you this book is confirming Arabic language in order to warn those who have transgressed and as good news to the benevolent, right? Okay, now just look at the summary of what Muhammad is just telling you, because we have to be dependent of the message of God, not any other entity. You see the definition God gave the book of Moses? It was a guide and a what?
Mercy.
And a mercy. So if you like, don't use the word guide. Use imam. You can say it is a leader. The book was a lead. The book was an imam. Are you getting the point?
Shah.
So
At
now,
the time of Moses, just one second, sorry, brother. At the time of Moses, was there the command, obey God and obey the messenger as well?
Not sure.
yes, there is.
So there
should be. There should be.
There's no change in the way of God. He's a messenger. He's a messenger prophet. The people had to obey him. Would that mean that the Torah is the word of God, and then now the Talmud is the word of Moses? Because that's what you're doing. You're saying the Quran is the word of God, and the Hadith is the word of Muhammad. So it's the same analogy with Moses. So the Torah is the word of God, and then the book of Moses would be the Talmud. Then is that how they obey their messenger?
No, because if you say the obey Allah and obey the messenger is both referring to the Quran, then the issue I would have is with the change in Qibla, right? The initial Qibla was not mentioned in the Quran.
That's a different question, and it's the change of the Qibla has nothing to do with you in 2024. It's not gonna. It has nothing to do with your religion, regardless of the Qibla changed or didn't change.
Brother Shah, I think you don't want to go on factory reset mode, but I was given the last verse to the 46:12 Muhammad. Now put 28:49. So you can see the comparison God made between the book of Moses and the Quran, right? Because they are both the book of God, but we can call it the book of Muhammad. The Quran is the book of Muhammad, right? Because it comes from through Muhammad to us. Now look at the comparison God made here. Verse 49. He's telling Muhammad, the messenger, to say to the people, then bring a book from who?
God.
From God, which has better guidance than what? Than both. And if you read the context above, he's talking about the book of Moses. So Muhammad, maybe you can go a bit so that people can see it. Go a bit up. No, sorry, down. So people can see he's talking about Moses. You see it? The context of 48. It says, but
why was Muhammad not given like that what was given to Moses?
Exactly.
Right? And then God also says, or did they not disbelieve in what was given to Moses before, right? So, and then God later in the next verse, he's saying, then bring a book that's better than both what Prophet Muhammad got and what Prophet Moses got.
Yes. Bring a book.
So it's not Talmud there, right? I just want to make sure that it's not Talmud, right? Because that's their hadith books, correct? Right.
I think, Brother Shah, you just need to get around the word messenger. That is where the clarity will start coming. Stop interchanging prophet and messenger in the verses when you see them. That is the conflict of interest there.
Okay.
Are you getting the point? But I
Yeah, I
think we
understand.
have given you enough time. 25 minutes is good. Let's maybe take the next.
All right.
Brother,
Thank you, guys.
before you do go, I just so that you can start your search, I just want to take you to a verse real quick. You see here it says, "For we did not send any messenger nor a prophet." So if it was the same thing or they're interchangeable, God wouldn't have said messenger nor a prophet. So there is a difference, right? Okay.
So does that mean like the Prophet Muhammad was special comparing to everyone else?
He's a messenger prophet. He's a prophet messenger.
He had both duties.
Right. People
Okay.
can have
Anyways.
messengership, and then you have the prophet messengers. And I believe, Baba Shuaib, you can have just the prophet as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Without-
You can
right.
have just the prophet as well, just prophet. And then we have, if you before he goes, let me just give
Because
him
it's a
some-
learning for the people in the chat as well, right?
Yeah.
So,
So in order to understand that some prophets were actually messengers at the same time, chapter 19, verse 51, Moses was a prophet and a messenger at the same time. And chapter 19, verse 54, Ismail was a messenger and a prophet at the same time, right?
right.
So it goes on and on. I can give you more, but that is just an example of what you can find. You write it down. Chapter 19, verse 51, Moses was a prophet and a messenger, and Ismail was a prophet and a messenger, and the list goes on and on.
Okay.
Okay. I guess I'll
And
just
the
note this.
traditionals messed this up, by the way. The traditionals messed this up. But
Yeah, I'll look into this and then maybe get back in a different stream. Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys.
And then the obey the messenger will make more sense.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice time.
God bless you. All right. Next we have, I saw your camera on before. I'm not going to be able to say your name, but I'm just going to put you up. I'm going to try. Guntekin. All right. Peace.
Peace, brothers.
Peace.
Do you hear me?
Peace,
Yeah,
peace.
we
We
heard
can hear you, brother. Why, brother? Just a second. Why do you look so much like Sam Shamoun?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, please tell me if I'm wrong. This guy looks a lot like Sam Shamoun, but
He's,
yeah,
But he's probably the better version.
you are a better version, right?
Yeah, is he a good person or bad person?
No.
Well, he's a controversial person. but no bad intended.
You're probably the polar opposite. You're the equilibrium.
Yes. We are welcome, brother.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to give a little information about me. I was born in Azerbaijan, Baku. It's one of the former Soviet Union countries. I used to be a Sunni for a long time. Then I had many questions, many issues which were against my nature, and I couldn't answer them, and I put them aside for a long time. But nearly 2 years ago, I meet Abdulaziz Bayındır. It's a scholar from Turkey, from Süleymaniye Vakfı organization, Quran only organization, and he turned my views upside down, and I started to focus on Quran and search my guidance from Quran only. And approximately 2 or 3 months ago, I met you both and follow up you closely and try to not miss your videos. So I had 3 questions regarding Quran. The first one is sorry. Where is it? Okay, it's here. So the first one about verb Shah. So what's the difference between arada and Shah? So these both verbs are translated as will in Baba Shuiab translation, but it's obviously two different verbs. So, and we know that every word in Quran is every word matters. So, if there is different verbs are used, they obviously should be translated differently. Can you open Surah 16, verse 93, please? So here, so first I'd like to ask you, what's the difference between arada and Shah? What do you think about it, and why why do you translate them as will in English?
Which one? Why do I translate which one? Shah or which one are you saying?
Arada and Shah.
But now
He's saying you're using the same word.
Okay, this verse is talking about Shah. This verse.
Shah. So so what's the difference? So I personally, me, I don't think that Shah is equivalent of will, because it's something different in Arabic.
I understand your point. What I want you to do is I want you to bring clarity to the audience. So right now you give 1693, which talks about the Shah, that is the will. Now I want you to give the people another verse which talk about the arada, or for instance, if you are trying to join two words and you want to understand the difference, you have to understand the subject they come in and the context, because a word can have multiple meanings. So the meanings are interchangeable based on the context, right? Some words can have a slight similar meaning to another word, but the other one would be preferable in the context, and the other one might not fit in that context. You understand? So every language has this synonymous instance of words. Quran seems to give you the how will I say, the morphology of words in such a way that it broadens your scope of knowing vocabularies. So Quran has done a lot of good. That is why even the Fusha and the modern standard Arabic are all inspired from the Quran. So the choice of words being used, it goes with the line of the etymology of how words evolve. So when you use how God has actually diversified the usage of words like the Shah and the Rada, which is Aradna, or as you say in certain verses, this one literally means to intend. You can see, for instance, the verse on the screen. You can see here, he is intention. So to intend. In this verse, if I say, if we had willed to play, we could have had it. If we have willed, well, since you might want to use it, but it doesn't sound fitting than the word intended. Are you getting my point? Mm-hmm. So here, if you use this word, we had intended, it's more suitable than using the word if we had willed to play. Are you getting my logic here? So now bring your question again, then I can give you the clarity on the choice of words.
So can you go to the previous verse?
Yeah, 1693.
1693. So why? Let's do this. Go to 1829 first. 1829. 1829. This from your Lord, and whoever wills, then let him believe, and whoever wills, then let him disbelieve. So here the man decides. Yes, but in the previous verse, God, he guides whoever he wills. Why you choose that verb will refers to God and not to the man in previous verse?
Brother, in order to get your clarity of your question, based on your question, are you trying to say maybe a word is only used by with God, but it cannot be used with somebody?
No,
Is that
no. Please go to the previous verse.
okay? I just want clarity on your question. That's all I'm asking. So I want to know: are you trying to understand how the word "will" is used in the Quran? Or...
No. I just want to ask if we translate the previous verse, the God guides whoever he wills and go astray whoever he wills. Then what's the point?
Let me make it simple. God has given us free will.
Yeah. So if he gave us free will, and it doesn't make sense that he guides whoever he wills and misguided.
Brother. Okay, so I understand your question now. When God is saying that he guides whom he wills and he misguides whom he wills, it's not random. So there are ingredients for guidance and there's ingredients for misguidance. And God already pre-picked it. He said, like, if someone turns away from the remembrance, that's misguidance. If someone commits zina, that's misguidance. So this is what God has willed for guidance. So I can't sit and be a liar and kill people and be a manipulator and then say that, and then God guides me, because I did not put the ingredients of truth for me to be guided. For me to be guided, I have to turn back to God. I have to pray. I have to give from what I have been given. If I do those things, then God is guiding me in my world in the decisions that I'm undertaking. So it's not random that God's going to say, I'm going to guide this person. And no, it's by your own actions from the free will that God gave you. If you're doing the correct things, then God is guiding you. If not, then you're misguided. It's not random.
Yeah. Understand. But when you read this ayah directly, then you start to think that it's God's will to guide you or not to guide you. So I trying to say that the word "will" is not. From my point of view, is not so suitable for verb "shah." It's maybe something different, because "shah" it seems to be much about action and not intention. Don't you think? So "shah."
But the word "will" is used as a verb. It's an action also. Are you getting my point?
Okay.
A word has a standing point of a verb and a noun at the same time. It can be an action word, you understand, and it can represent also as a noun, which is still an action. You understand? So the word "will," the Shah, can be used as a noun and it can be used as a verb. So when it is used as a verb, so let's just, I don't know, Mohammed, can you just open dictionary somewhere? Just let me give him a breakdown. Just write "will," and then let's see the verbal instance of a will, so that he will get the breakdown of what it means. Yeah, you can maximize it. So as a verb, it's expressing the future tense, expressing inevitable events, right? So when we say, for example, you see here, you will regret, it goes, because it's a verb, or expressing a request, it goes and on as a verb, right? Now remember, Who gave the devil, Iblis, power to mislead people?
God.
Thank you. So now let's put it into the verb of will. So whose will is it that the devil should mislead the people?
God.
Thank you.
But it's Iblis's choice.
Right.
Yes. The Quran breaks that instance down for us.
Okay.
Still. Are you getting my point? We have what we call free will, then we have the will of God. Out of our free will, if you will to become a criminal, God will will it for you. Are you getting how our will works with the way God wills works? So using the word will, I was just telling you that if you decide, and remember, one word in Arabic can have multiple meanings. It doesn't just isolate. If you say, okay, I want to use the word choice, if we can fit it in the context, there's nothing wrong. You can still use that. Me, Baba Shuiab, translating the Quran, and I say will, doesn't mean my meaning remains for everybody. No. Words have multiple meanings. You can check the synonymously. You can check any word that fits in the context that still makes sense. You are good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go
So
to
God
the next.
God giving the permission for the person to be a criminal is God's will. It does not mean that God ordered him to be a criminal. God just gave him so it's like God wanted and he ordered Iblis to prostrate. But God also gave the permission for Iblis to not prostrate. So when Iblis chose not to prostrate, that was already by the will of God, of him giving him the permission. But it does not mean that this is what God wanted. This is what Iblis wanted, and God said, fine, have it your way, but you lost.
Okay, before the brother goes, Mohammed, put 73:19 so that I just give him some clarity here. 73.
And it wasn't have it his way anyways, because he is going to end up seeing that God's word was right. But
so 73:19 here, it says, Inna hazi tazkira, then it says, Faman Shah takhaza ila rabbihi sabila. So now, give me your word. Give me the meaning you wanted to use. Just give me the word.
So whoever wills should take away.
Just give me your word, your meaning that you wanted to use for the Shah. Give me that word. What word do you want to use?
I think the word that you would maybe were looking for was choose, right?
Make necessary things, for example. Make.
So you're going off the word shape.
Yeah, because it's the same.
Okay, I'm just teaching you from the perspective of somebody who understands tarjama and tahawil. From my position, I understand what it takes to translate and then interpret. So I'm just giving you the chance to understand what I have to go through before I put a meaning to a word. So now, one of the literal meanings of the word Shah is to will, right? As a verb. It can be a noun at the same time. So now let's interchange with a different word. I'm giving you the chance. So bring a word, just a simple word. Let's put it there and see if it will fit the context.
Well, should take away his Lord. I said it before. Whoever make
one word. I need one word.
No,
one word.
It's not possible to translate with one word.
So you see the problem of translation. So if you just want to go with a word and without understanding how interpretation and translation works, you might think Baba Shuiab just chose what he wanted to just fit in. No, that's not what I do with translation. I check the subject matter and the context, even though the word can have a lot of meanings. But the best word out of the meanings, the one which suits the context, is what you put there so that it can make sense of the reader. That's what I did. I'm not saying your meaning is wrong. If you want to use another meaning to understand the verse, it's still in line. There's nothing wrong.
Okay.
Are you getting my point? Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
The next question is about Hajj, verse 15, 22, 15.
brother. But I know you said you have 3 questions, but we can probably fit one more question because
Okay,
again
okay.
the queue is very full.
Yeah.
So which verse was it?
Hajj,
Chapter
15.
22, 15.
22, 15. I just, it's a little
No,
bit tricky.
22,
No,
chapter
22,
22, 15.
Yeah, sorry.
22, 15, yeah. It's a little bit tricky verse to understand, or I just wanted to ask you to give me what do you understand from this verse?
Are you asking me or asking Mohammed?
Both of you,
Aha. Okay.
because I understand nothing from this.
Aha. Okay. So let me break it down. So now let's assume you go up to the sky, right? Now you remember how people go in the aeroplane. I just give you an analogy before I come to the verse. People go to the sky with their aeroplane. Sometimes they use parachute or they use, right? Now, literally, what you are going to do is when you are fed up with life, you want to commit suicide. Do you think that committing suicide will rather eliminate your problems?
Not, of course.
So sometimes when God doesn't help people, they become, they hate God. They say, I hate God. I'm not worshiping God again. You are doing it yourself. So if you decide now, okay, I'm not going to worship God, God is giving you the analogy. Whoever thinks that God will never help him in the world and the hereafter, then let him stretch out a rope to the sky, to the heavens, right? And let him cut off and see, will his scheme, whatever you are scheming to do, right? Will that scheme remove what irritates you? You understand? When people are frustrated with life, they go and stand on the railway, and then the train comes to crash them. And they think the problem will end there. It doesn't end. You are going back to the maker who gave you life. So that you are going, in African term, we will say you are from the frying pan and you are going to the fire. When we say frying pan, the one you use to fry the egg. So imagine you are in the frying pan, how hot it is. Now you are going out of the frying pan to go in the fire. Which one is worse? The fire, right? Okay, so now God is just giving an analogy. Whoever thinks, because it is binding on God to help anybody. Imagine the devil even telling God to respite him. Did he respite him or not? He did. So why will a person think God will forsake you, that he will not help you? He will attend to everybody. But can we have patience to wait for God's time? That is the only problem. So whoever is thinking that God will never help him, that is why he used the word learn, never. That he will never help you or support you in the world and the hereafter, then out of your frustration, let him stretch out a rope to the sky. If you like, take long rope and go to the sky and then cut it off, coming to fall down and see if your anger will remove whatever is enraging you towards God. Are you getting my point?
Yes, but I still don't quite understand. But it's okay.
Okay, let's give it
Sorry,
time. At the right time, you understand. Don't worry.
What do you think, Muhammad? Do you
For
think
me,
the same?
Yeah, so it's literally like if you kill yourself, is your plan going to carry on? No, it's going to still affect you after you're done. But here you could say that the people who are planning against the prophet, do you think that God's not going to support him?
Yeah.
But so that's how one people view it. And as Baba Shah, that applies to you as a believer as well. Like, you don't think God's going to support you? Right?
Yes, but
So-
it's strange that God asked to suicide.
No.
He's not asking the believer.
No. This statement is based on a condition just to it's like, I give an example. For instance, I was dealing with my son, right? And I told him I was cooking food and the stove was very hot. And he was coming next to it. And I said, go back, it will burn you. And he keep raising his chin. He wants to go. And I said, okay, if you like, just enter it. I told him, if you like, just enter into it. Does that mean literally I'm telling him to go and do that?
Okay.
No. You understand? So this is why some things you can read, like when it comes to understanding certain things, right? Sometimes you read it, the understanding just doesn't come at once. It just goes with life experience and a lot of things that comes into play before you get to understand what God is telling you. So if you don't understand a verse now, doesn't necessitate that right now, even if I break it down, you have to understand. That's why analogies and examples are given. Here, God is not telling anybody, go and kill
To
yourself.
kill themselves. Right.
No. Okay, let me give you an example. Now, he's saying that let him stretch out a rope to the sky. Now, if you stretch out a rope to the sky, tell me where are you going to put it?
Right.
Nowhere.
But brother, also the word here, just it says فَلْيُمْدِدْ بِسَبَبٍ إِلَى السَّمَاء.
Maybe
So a
it
sabab
says stretch out to the sky. Bisababin.
right.
For
So
reason.
one
For
sec.
reason.
Like, so for me, what I also understand from sabab is a reason. So go outside and look up at the sky with whatever, all of what God created, right? Everything that you see in front of you, what God created, all of that is under his commandment and you're just a tiny speck. And go tell God the reason why he's not going to forgive you. And then as you're telling him why you're not going to be forgiven, cut halfway through and see if you're like, if your pain and hurt, like how far does it go? It doesn't go very far. Even if you're yelling, even if you're, yeah. So it's like, even if you're giving the reasons to God why you can't be forgiven, you'll see you're not even affecting a little tiny bit of what God has created. So his mercy covered everything. And whatever excuses of negative excuses you have in yourself on why God would not forgive you, go say it to God and then just cut halfway through. See if you affected anything. No. But what my brother here is meaning by rope is you could also refer to the back where God says to hang on to the rope of God. Is that an actual physical rope? No.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, you're welcome, brother.
Thank you.
Peace. And thank you for coming on. Peace.
Thank you. Peace.
Peace. Right. Next in the list, we have our brother Prima Scriptura. Can you just turn on your camera just a quick second? Or send us a message that you're there. Okay. All right. Just give me a second. I have a bunch of stuff. Can I just ask and then listen? All right. So, okay. I'll bring you up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, guys. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I'm just going to ask the question. Reasons I got a bunch of stuff hooked up to my laptop, so the cam is not working through that right now. But I just asked the question, and whatever answer you give me is okay. So my first question has to do with a bit of historicity, since you guys said that that's its Quran only, and I just wanted to get some clarity. And then my second question has to do with interpretation. Whatever you say, I'll take it. No argument or discussion, anything. So it has to do with Surah Al-Baqarah from verse 248. And when you read, you don't have to read it. I'm just going to give the script. And if you go down to verse 51, so it's like about 3 or 4 verses there, it covers the story of Saul being made king, and the fight with the Philistines, the persons who drank from their palm, and then David killing Goliath. Right. Are you familiar with the text?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is, since this this particular event, as explained or as noted in the Quran, is also part of Jewish, or sorry, let me put Israeli history, and is often told by story, from generation to generation. Does the Quran get the story correct when it indicates that there were 300 persons who drank from the palm? Forgive me if the 300 is not there, but you know what I'm getting at. Tell me if the Quran gets the story correct, as in relation to the Israel story of it.
Your question is kind of confusing. If you say as a kind of the Israeli, tell me the source of information that you have, which is tangible first. Let's analyze that before we come to the Quran.
Right. So we would have to go back to the Tanakh.
To the Tanakh.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So,
right. So
now,
Jewish scripture.
The Jewish scripture, right?
Yeah, just
the
a Jewish. Yeah. Well, when I said Tanakh, if you say Jewish, we just say children of Israel, they're Tanakh, right? So no problem.
No. God, because the Quran, we believe God never said he gave them a book called Tanakh.
Well, what I'm saying is that they would have historical records, right? Every country would, every tribe, every nation.
When you say they, who are they?
The children of Israel.
The children of what?
The children of Israel.
So let me get clarity here. I need to know where you are coming from before to tell you where you are going. So now, wait.
I believe he's saying that the children of Israel are the Jews.
Yeah. When you said children of Israel, who are you actually pointing fingers to? Who do you mean are the children of Israel?
The children of Israel.
Who are they?
The children of Israel. You mean like who Israel is?
Who are they? If I say Baba Shuiab and I say, who is Baba Shuiab? And then you keep repeating Baba Shuiab. Are you answering me?
Yeah. You asked me, who are they? You mean like who are they in the Bible or in existence?
I didn't ask you Bible. Just define them. Who are the children of Israel?
The children of Israel. Israel. All right, so let me just, I don't know where you're going with the question, but we know Israel is the name that was changed from Jacob, right? Beni Israel. In your Quran, it says Beni Israel, right? So the name is not different from what you're trying to state. So I don't see the point.
I only ask you a simple question. I'm not saying the name. I didn't say whose name, or I only said who are they, meaning define for me who they are.
Right. And I said the children of Israel, just like Beni Israel in your Quran, right? No different, right?
I didn't say what does it mean. The word children of Israel, what does it mean? I say, look, let me give an example. Who is Baba Shuiab? Then you defined who is Baba Shuiab. Baba Shuiab is this is a correctional officer representing the name correctional officer, and he does this, and he comes from Ghana. So that is, you are telling me who Baba Shuiab is. So now I'm literally asking you, who are the children of Israel?
And I give you the same answer. The children of Israel are the children of Israel, the tribal country.
So it's a country, right?
Yeah, it's a nation. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No. There's a difference between the country and nation in the scriptures. If we say country and we say nation, there's a difference. Wait a minute. So if you say country, is that the identity we can find in the Bible where it says it's a country?
Yeah. Well, listen, I didn't come. I don't know why we tangent and all.
I need your clarity from you before I answer your question. If your question is wrong, I can't answer a wrong question. Sorry.
Yeah, but you heard my question.
Because
we heard your question.
We heard your question.
Wait. You said you didn't understand, so I didn't know if you didn't.
No, it's not about understanding. It's your definition is what's important based upon your question. So for easy question, can a children of Israel be a Muslim?
All right. Well, let me repeat the question, and then let's see if we could get more clarity from me repeating the question. So I said in your Quran, there's a story, right, of Allah choosing.
Mohammed, put the verse, chapter 2, verse 248.
Yeah, from
Right.
there,
You can
right?
put the verse.
So there's a story there, right, where Saul is chosen king, right? And there is a battle, and within that battle, there's an instruction given, right? That a sign, right, that was given whom Saul should choose, right, to go to battle the Philistines. In that battle, David kills the Philistine. So my question is, based on the excerpt from the Quran and based on the biblical narrative in the Tanakh, right, the Jewish historical books, right, which would be the Nevi'im, right, there is a record of those particular events that the children of Israel kept. My question is, did the Quran gets its version correct in relation to the version that is in the Tanakh, the historical records of the children of Israel?
So the standard for you is the historical records of the children of Israel. That's the standard, and everything else needs to match that standard, correct?
No, I'm not saying that there's a standard. So my question was, when I read the both versions from the Quran and then from the Tanakh, there seems to be a difference. So I'm asking which version. If you haven't read the version in the Tanakh, I can say, okay, we can move on to the next question, no problem. And I give you a chance, and I could always come back and hear
What the Quran is here to do. Muhammad, Quran chapter 5, verse 48 on the screen. Let me give him this. Oh, by the way, the verse he put there, you can see the verse also. Okay. So Quran chapter 5, verse 48 is telling the prophet that we have revealed the book to you in truth, confirming what was before it of the what? Al-Kitab, the book, and governing over it. So now it is asking us to judge between them by what God has revealed, and do not follow their what? Inclinations concerning what has come to you of the truth. So now we are told not to follow the inclinations of those before us of the truth. So now, in order to establish the truth can only come from God. We are upholding the book of God in our hands. We are claiming this is the truth, right? So now, if you are asking us, based on what the Tanakh is talking about, which one are we going to say is the truth, right? I'm simplifying your statement. Which one is the true statement story, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Quran brings the truth to every issue that you have heard about.
Okay, so if you're telling me that the version in the Quran is the truth one, can you tell me which river they drank from?
It doesn't
That's not what
mention
the
the name
Quran
of the
is.
river. That's not what the Quran does. The Quran
Right.
doesn't come here to give you names of river or something. It gives you
Right.
So
detail
would you
of-
agree? Would you agree then that the Quran would be missing a lot of
No.
information to? Wait. Let me finish. Would you agree that the Quran would then be missing a lot of information pertaining to the events that the very persons and their tribe who would have recorded historical data, not only by written but by narration, that it's not matching
One
up?
second, Prima. I understand the question. Is just to say one time. Very easy. We can go back to what I said earlier. So they're setting the standard on what is the correct. So because you're just presupposing that whatever they wrote, the river's name, that's the actual river name, and it had to be here in the Quran as well for the Quran to be accurate. But here's the question for you. So the Quran is sent for us to get guided to God, right? What's the name of the river going to change upon your guidance? Whether it's the river of Jordan or the Nile River or Mississippi River, what's it going to change particularly to you?
Well, if I take your words and you saying that that the Quran came to confirm what was given before, and the Quran doesn't get the events lined up even with the historical records of the very people who would keep it, and this is almost like folklore. It's almost like I'm from the Caribbean, so we got like Nancy story tales. I'm just showing that they would have had records of, oh, we crossed the Red Sea, we did this, they did this, whatever the case may be. So this would be a particular story where the events is something that is narrated and also recorded that occurred. And I'm saying, if you're saying that the Quran confirms it, but in this version, it doesn't match up in terms of the events and also the data.
But what it's confirming for you and for me is that Talut, right? He was assigned as a king. It also confirms that there was a test, and it also confirms that David kills Goliath, and it also confirms that David became a king. That's what it needs to confirm for our guidance, for us to learn a lesson. So there is a verse in the Quran here. I'll pull it up. Just give me 1 second. It's at the last verse in chapter 12, right? So here you go. God says here, let me just pull it up. God says, there is certainly a lesson in their story for those of intelligence. It was not a fabricated discourse, but a confirmation of what was before it, and an elaboration of all things, and a guidance and a mercy for people who believe, right? So that's the verse here is clearly talking in regards to the stories of what we're learning from the Quran to take a lesson from the people. So there's a lesson on how the children of Israel acted during the war and who were loyal to their king and how they stood their ground against they were a small group against a big group. So there's a lot of lessons for the intelligent. But for me, it's not significant for my guidance to know the name of the river, nor is it significant for you to so for you, it's like you're saying that it's not confirming the text before it because it missed a detail that you are so sure of. But it did not miss a detail because you started talking about folklore and people writing stories that are, well, that's exactly what the children of Israel did. They wrote things that they themselves cannot confirm. So
no. So what I'm saying is that this is not what I stated was that this is not only historical record, but also like a bedtime story that they would tell of events that they were instructed
so
to tell.
Santa Claus. That's a bedtime story that came from Saint Nicholas.
No. So here's what you're insinuating. You're insinuating that if someone tells a historical record to their children, that it's untrue. And I'm saying,
over time, after 2,000 to 3,000 years, it could be modified because of the telephone game. Like me, I'm not going to tell the same thing, my story. My dad told me to my child. I'm going to modify it a bit because it's a bedtime story. What you're pulling us into is exactly what we reject, which is these bedtime stories that they told each other and they attributed to the prophet. Now you're telling us the bedtime stories of children of Israel that they attributed to the stories.
So you sure you want to take that stance that wouldn't be a double standard?
That I'm rejecting the bedtime stories of my people and I'm rejecting the bedtime stories of the children of Israel?
I'm not talking about bedtime story. I'm just talking about an oral transmission. Because if you take that stance, that's the way in which the Quran was passed down.
No, it wasn't.
No, it's not.
You're making an assumption.
So the Quran was not passed down by oral tradition?
No, it's not.
The Quran tells it wasn't.
You sure about that?
100%.
Brother, let me tell you what you're doing. What is your name again? What's your name?
You can call me Prima. That's what everybody call me.
Okay. Prima, you came here basing your issue on the name of a river. I thought you were going to show me a contradiction in what the Quran says. Or,
I have that. That's the second question. I want to take. You kind of went.
Then you should have gone straight to what is important instead of going to. It doesn't mention the name of the river. So, you know how many minutes you wasted? Like 20 minutes already.
Well, I mean, I've been here like almost 2 hours now. So
okay, no problem. Can you go specific?
Yeah, let's
one more question to go. Just one more.
No problem. One more question. So let me go to the surah. This might be an easy one, but it's just a matter of clarification in the Arabic. Could you go to surah 27:8 for me?
Which verse?
27, chapter 27, verse 8.
Verse 8.
27, verse 8. Okay. There you go. What about it?
Right. Could you translate where it says he who is at. That word in Arabic there. Can you tell me what's the translation, Brother Baba, if I pronounce your name correct?
You're
What's the,
looking at the screen.
yeah, no, could you tell me in Arabic what that word means?
In Arabic, one word can have thousands of meanings, as a matter of fact.
All right, what would be the jurisprudence for this particular word, even if I reference it in the Quran again?
That's the Quran we are reading now.
Right. So my question is that word there, is at, and the word that is in Arabic the same in its
Are you
translation?
trying to isolate it to one meaning?
No, I'm asking for the correct translation of it.
That's the correct translation on the screen.
Are you
Even,
sure?
even if you want to go with a different translation of saying that who's in the fire, right?
Right.
It would-
you know where I'm coming from, right?
No.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
wants
I
to go
know
with the
because
literal
I
meaning.
understand the
That's what he
twist and the
wants, right?
games that people say.
Yeah,
But
that's
if
what
you're gonna go into what's in the fire, then at that point it's not Moses. We can say that it's God. But if you're gonna go by what the Arabic is revealing by the grammar, then it's Moses.
No,
So
let
it's
me
not.
tell you. Let me
Yeah,
tell you, Mohammed.
you're playing grammar games.
What they are trying to do is to find discrepancies in the Quran, and what they forget is one word in Arabic can have multiple meanings. For instance, the Quran, in the beginning, it can say wal asr. The wa it's bringing in front doesn't necessitate it has to mean end the time. It can mean by the time, right? You need to understand the morphology of words. It doesn't mean just because you literally saw the word kill that it means kill. That's why you need to understand subject and context. What you are trying to say is that means God is within his creation, is inside his creation. You want to say in the fire. God is in the fire. So that means he can be also in Jesus. That is literally what you're trying to do here. But because you were disappointed when you saw the translation, right?
No. I know. Listen, my point is this. This is what almost all of the translations do, except for some websites that will actually say that it's in. Some translations do tell you that it's in.
Because they went for the literal meaning of the word. One word in Arabic, I just told you right now, one word in Arabic can have thousands of meanings.
Right. But in this particular issue here, right? When someone says that
let me put it
the
this
river.
way.
Wait, let me just say this. When someone says that I'm at the river, and someone says that he's in the river, could we deduce that by the choice that we use would define the location of where we are, correct?
Brother, let me make it very easy for you. Okay, so let's go to this verse 6:116, right? God says, وَإِن تَطِعْ أَكْثَرُ مَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ يَضِلُّونَكَ عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. And if you obey most of those on earth, because if I'm in the earth, right, fil ard, then I can't breathe, right? That's how you want to say it.
But that's not
he's
the
in
Arabic
the fire.
word. No, that's not the Arabic word there. The Arabic word was faya or fire. I can't
Men
pronounce it.
fi,
Right?
men
Yeah.
fi, it's right here.
What's that? No,
Men
that's not,
fil.
no. If you go to Surah chapter 2 and verse 10, right? That chapter, that ayah and verse begins with in.
Yeah, but you don't
pronounced
understand what
faya.
Muhammad is telling you, Brother Prima. Muhammad was just giving you the analogy of the word fee again here in this context. The verse is just put on the screen.
Yeah, but it's a conjugation, right?
Now check in this.
No,
Okay,
but it's a conjugation, right? So let's pick one
that's
word.
why I
itself.
say you should understand the context also, and then understand that one word has multiple meanings. So the context will decide which one fits in the context. So now here, chapter 6, verse 116, it says, and if you obey most of those on earth. Does it make sense?
No, it's not in earth here, it's on earth. Men fil ard. And the other verse that you're saying is burika men fin nar.
Yeah.
No, the word that I'm bringing up is faya, right? If I'm pronouncing it correct.
Brother, okay, so this is the thing I don't understand when I am a person who's telling you literally what the Arabic's saying, and you're telling me I'm either to you now I'm lying or I don't know.
No,
here
but
it's the exact same thing. So let's look at it.
Well, let's go to
fi,
210 then. Let's go to 210. I have 210 in front of me.
Take him
210.
210, yeah.
So you're gonna go to a different. Okay, here you go.
Yeah,
Tweet
wait,
it
same word, same. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Here. So, fi qulubihim, right? That's what you're saying
Right,
in their heart.
right. So that's
Right,
the
yeah,
same word
yeah.
that we saw.
No, it
in-
isn't. It isn't. Let's go back to the other one. What's the
No,
other
not
verse?
your example. The 27. The 27.
No, let's
8
go
right
to the
there.
verse we originally went to, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The 27.
Yeah,
verse.
what's the original verse?
27:8.
27:8. Okay, so you went right to fi, right,
That's the word in.
brother? You went right to fi, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
But there's a whole word here, min, which changes what fi is.
No,
So
fi.
when you see
that,
here men fi, brother, let me
Mhm.
speak because I'm
Mhm.
giving you a free Arabic lesson. When you see the word men fil nar, right? Men fil nar is different than fil nar, right? So if it said fil nar, I'm with you. But because it said burika men fil nar, so
no,
now that's why I
you're
took
making
you
a
to a verse.
conjugation.
Bro, I'm not making you I'm telling you how the verse looks like. Burika
Mohammed,
men fil nar,
Mohammed,
in qita men fil ard.
No,
And then you
no.
went to a verse where it's
Mohammed.
just fi qulubihim.
Yeah, in. If what's the word for in Arabic?
Brother, in, if it's just fi by itself, then it's
Right.
in. But min fi, it wouldn't be in.
Right. So in the Arabic, in the verse 28, it's fi by itself. I got it on
No,
Quran
it
X.
isn't, brother.
Quran
It
X
isn't.
actually.
I'm showing you it isn't. Look here. Look, bro. Look. فَلَمَّا جُوءِ بُورِكَ مَنْ فِي النَّارِ. بُورِكَ, right? Men fi an-nar. You see the word men here?
Mohammed, please stop trying to convince an ignorant
Right.
person on the
Yeah,
Arabic
you see
language.
here as
or the
well.
Quran.
Men fil ard. See the men? You're just skipping the word men.
Mohammed,
But
he has
it's
done
literally-
30 minutes. Let's go to the next column, please.
Right. All right, brother. Appreciate you coming by. But yes, thank you for trying to teach us Arabic, but it's men fil nar, not fil nar. So appreciate
No,
it.
you're just
And,
making your own conjugations. We can go on Quran X
sure,
and see what
we can do that.
Okay, no
I
problem.
hope you
Another
have a
time.
nice day, brother.
Another
Yeah,
time.
no
Anyone
problem.
who,
Yeah, thanks.
all right, take care. All right, White River, I just need you to send me a signal that you're here, A, and B, your camera. Just show me your camera. I have to go to your Quran Ahlul Bayt. Yeah, that's fine, brother. You can. White River, you there? Okay, I'm here. No cam. All right. Peace. 27.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Peace, brother.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So I have two questions in total. So basically, it has to do with something you already mentioned. When Allah tells us in the Quran to obey Allah, why is He telling us that? Is this a command for all of us? And why is Allah telling us to obey Allah?
Baba Shuaiba, just for me to make it, he's saying that is this command for everybody? We're going to say yes. And he's going to say, well, is obey the messenger. Is that a command for everybody or just the people around the messenger? That's your question, right?
No. I'm just asking you why Allah said obey Allah or refer to Allah. Why did Allah say that?
Because
Okay,
that's who we worship.
Thank you. The message is a message from God, and it's coming to us, right? And it has to be delivered by a messenger. So in the message, it has to, allocate and tell you that God needs to be obeyed.
Okay.
It's just like the boss giving you instructions at the work site by using the supervisor to deliver that message to you.
All right.
So in the message, then he's telling you obey the boss. So it's a reminder to you, based on your intellect, to understand that there is a higher authority that needs to be obeyed.
All right. So because earlier you said, well, we can't go to Allah, so how are we going to refer to Allah? So what does that mean? Why did you say we can't go to Allah?
Now you tell me where we can go to him. And
No. Why are you saying that? Like, why are you implying that Allah is telling
no,
you
if you think
that you
I'm
should
wrong,
go to Allah?
wait. I just broke that instance down to the caller. He understood it perfectly. Now you are asking me a question. You say, why am I? And I'm saying, if you think contrary to that, you think something else or what I said is wrong, Please tell me where we can go now. Then we can go there.
No, I'm asking you because you said, it was your words, that when it mentions to refer to Allah, then it means that we should go to Allah. But we cannot.
Does it say go to Allah in the
No,
verse?
it doesn't. But that's what you said.
I didn't say that.
Of course, we can watch the video back.
Yes. How did I say it?
You said, well, we can't go to Allah. I don't know if it's Muhammad that said that or you, but we said we can't go to Allah. So what are we going to do?
This is where you lost me, because you are not even sure who said what.
Okay, never mind. Okay, this is not.
Come with a tangible question or argument. Don't do the straw man fallacies here, please.
Okay, we can leave this to the side. It's fine. Okay, so the original question was about the previous Qibla. When Allah mentions in Surah Baqarah, Ayah 143, when He says, and thus we have
brother, I've heard this question many times. Let me just ask you one question. Even if there was an old Qibla and it changed, right?
Yes.
And this was outside revelation, right?
Yes.
Is it important to us today?
It's not outside a revelation. That's not my claim.
But brother, the Prophet was told in regards to a Qibla and it changed, correct?
Yes, it's important to us, yes.
Why is it important?
Because it's telling us that there is another revelation besides another revelation outside.
That's what
of
it's
the
saying. So that's what it's saying. It's telling you that, like, it's not explicitly, it's implicitly for you to know that there's other revelations. That's why it was there for you, right? It's not because God was saying God was saying that the children of the people of the book will not follow your Qibla. It's about you wanting to go to other books.
It was a command to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet of the Quran, not any other prophet. It was a command to him to pray to the previous Qibla. Now, where is this command in the Quran?
Repeat your question again.
Where is the command to pray to the previous Qibla in the Quran? When Allah mentions in Surah Baqarah 143.
First of all, you have to show me in the verses where it says there's a previous Qibla.
Allah mentions this in Surah Baqarah 143. He says,
Mohammed, put it on the screen.
Sure.
And thus we have made you a median community that you will be witnesses over the people, and the messenger will be a witness over you. And we did not make the Qibla which you used to face, except that we might make evident.
Brother, you used to face? Is that what you say?
Yes, the Qibla.
Okay, let's check. Wait. Let's check word for word. Mohammed, pull the Arabic up. Just the Arabic alone. Only the Arabic we need.
Uh,
143. So this is the verse. Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, 143. This is the verse, brother. It says, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. Then he says, وَمَا جَعَلْنَا الْقِبْلَةَ الَّتِي كُنْتَ عَلَيْهَا. Okay, we can leave the rest. We will come to that. Now, alayha, if you are upon something, listen, he didn't say you are facing, you are upon something. Alayha, for instance, if I'm on the horse, or I am on the sheep, because in the Quran you can use alayha for that you are up on the sheep also. You are on the, let's say you are on the aeroplane.
Okay.
Use the word alayha. Where did you get the notion of which you used to face in this verse?
Because of the ayah that comes right after it.
One second. Before we go to the ayah right after, let's go to the beginning of the ayah. So we used to be a middle nation.
No.
كَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا. So now we're not.
It says, and thus we have made you a median community. that
brother,
you will be a witness.
you see the word here, ja'alna?
It's the same word is down there again.
We
It's
made
the exact same word right here. That's what Baba Shuaiba's point is. It's the exact same point. So if this is something in the
It's
past,
the same word again
if
down
this
there.
is something in the past, then this is also in the past, and it's also not acceptable, right? So this is also gone.
Exactly.
What? That makes absolutely
Brother,
no sense.
look at you're talking about the grammar. Here, God says, past tense, we made you a middle nation, correct? Here, God says, and we made your place of worship that you were on, right? They're both
That
past
you were
tense.
on. What do you mean
Right.
that you were on?
Then it says
Okay.
alayha. Why you say what is
What
what
does
do
it,
you
what
mean?
does it mean? What does it mean that you were on?
That you tell us. You came to break down the
No,
verse
no, no,
and
no.
ask us
You
the
made
question.
no. You made a claim.
I didn't make a claim. You say you used
said
to be.
No, you said this ayah means actually it means you were on. So what does that mean?
Alayha. You said it means to face, and I'm saying it is alayha. It means they are upon or they are on. So now you tell me, where did you get the notion of to face in this verse?
Because that's the meaning of the verse. Because right after the command
Hey.
is to the command. Because where do you pray towards? Where do you pray towards?
Where does it say pray in the verse?
When you pray as you claim to be a Muslim, where do you pray towards?
Just stop asking me that question. I said, where does it say pray in the verse?
It doesn't mention praying, but when you face something, that means that they were in facing.
Where does it say facing in that verse?
The exact place that I told you.
We are checking a verse. The verse is on the screen, literally. Where in that verse does it say facing?
Just use the face. So except that we might.
Point the Arabic word for me.
Alayha.
Point
Alayha,
so alayha
is
means to
not
face.
Yes, in this context, yes.
التي كنت عليها
Yes,
means you're
this
facing
context,
something.
Give
this
me one
context, yes.
Arabic dictionary that you know of in this world, which translate alayha means
I
to
don't need
face.
to give you an Arabic dictionary. You can read the context of the ayah.
Brother,
If
the
you read-
context is okay. You're presupposing something. So to you, what I understand is what you're trying to say is qibla is a direction of prayer, right?
No. The
Then-
qibla is a
then-
place where the people were used to face to in prayer. When they started praying, they used to face to this place.
Where does it say that in the Quran? Where?
Read the next ayah.
We have a context. Muhammad, read.
Read the
Yes,
next
let's
ayah.
start above verse 142. No, don't go to the next ayah first. In the first
Yeah,
ayah, where does he even say face again in the first ayah? Before we go to the one you're saying, where does it say to face?
Dude, just read the next ayah. You will
Oh,
understand.
we will
from the next
relax.
ayah.
See, relax. See, you came to ask us a question. Stop showing us
Yes.
how to answer your question. I'm telling you, I didn't look. In order to give you medication, I need to know what is wrong with you before I can give you medication.
Yeah.
Oh, you're laughing.
Because let me explain it to you, White River. We know exactly what you're saying, but we're
No, you
telling you
don't.
we have a different interpretation than what you're presenting because your interpretation is actually flawed. If you look at just the words on the book. So
No.
looking at the words of the book, you cannot prove that they were on an old qibla and the old qibla was a point and then it was changed and now the verse is saying all of that and then you go down and God is giving them a new qibla. That's not what we're saying. You said two claims and we've already proved to you. So if this is something that's in the past and that has been changed, then this is using the same terminology. So this is also
No,
changed. But
no.
we can, yes, it is.
That's what's wrong.
Sayaqulu, brother,
No,
I have
because
like you're
if
waiting
you
for us
read-
to get to the next.
Okay,
Oh,
sure.
man.
I'll let you speak. I'm sorry.
No. It's you're trying to force your interpretation as the only interpretation.
Exactly.
But your
No, I'm not.
interpretation is skewed based upon the verses themselves.
No, because I'm reading the next verse, which tells you to face towards the qibla, the new.
We will come to
qibla.
that. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
We will come
Adnara
to
to-
that.
So clear. It's so
Let-
clear.
Brother White, what is your real name, by the way?
That doesn't matter. I don't need to mention my name here.
Why are you scared? Why? Don't be scared.
I'm not scared, but I prefer to remain anonymous. Why is that wrong?
No,
How
it's
can
not
I-
wrong.
How,
It's
how
just
can
that
we
it-
even trust you now?
What is there to trust me about? You just read the Quran.
You can't even answer as a basic question. And then you ask
Stop
what is
diverting.
next
You're
about-
diverting now. You're
Where is the
diverting.
diversion? I said literally, look, let me show you something. You came to superimpose your ideology outside the court. Oh, wait, let me make a statement, please.
But can I speak for a bit?
But I have to finish my statement. Why
Go
is
ahead.
it that you sectarians are just rude? What, you don't want to listen to a person making a statement. You want to.
I'm not rude, but I listened to Muhammad the whole time and I didn't speak.
No problem. Remember, we are the host. Give us a chance to to bring clarity before we continue. Okay, we can leave the mic for you. Say what you want now.
Oh, no, you said you want to talk, so talk.
Thank you. We need to get, we need to meet up somewhere and then bring clarity, because remember, we have audience also. So now I'm saying that if we have to base your question based on the text of the Quran itself, where is it that you are getting that ideology that they were facing a particular qibla to pray? That's all we are asking you. You show us from the verses from 142 and 143 before we go to 144.
No problem. No. It's in 144. It's in 144. That's
So
where.
thank you. Then you could have quoted 144 instead of wasting our time in 143.
No, I can't because 143 is connected to 144.
Okay, now explain to us.
Okay, so in 144 it says, "So turn your face toward al-Masjid al-Haram." So turn your face now. What does that mean? We turn our face in prayer towards al-Masjid al-Haram.
Where does it say prayer?
That's what is implicated.
Okay, so
What
now
else?
you're adding implications. But hold on.
What else
One
are
second,
you going to do?
one second. I would like you to understand one thing, that when you're coming here, you're coming with a presupposed interpretation, and you're saying that this is the interpretation, and you have to agree with me for us to discussion. But I already answered you on your own presupposition, and we're showing you that even what you're trying to define, the verse itself is not explicit.
It's
because there's
very
nothing.
explicit.
Where's the word prayer here, bro?
What else are what? At what?
Everywhere
other
you
action-
leave, everywhere you
at
go
what-
out, face
No.
the qibla. But listen to me.
at what
listen to me.
other-
I'll make it
at
very
what
clear
other-
to you,
no,
brother.
wait.
I'll make it very easy for you.
Now, let me just make my
Assume
point.
that it would assume that it was Jerusalem, and then they turned their face, and the whole story is right. Okay, let's assume that the whole concept is there.
Yes.
Why is this important for you in 2024 when it comes down to the guidance of God?
Because that's an evidence for me that there is revelation outside of the Quran.
Yes, but that
Okay.
revelation, as per you, has been abrogated. It's no longer needed. That's why it's not in the
No.
Quran.
No, because
Oh, it is needed that
no.
Jerusalem. So you're gonna face Jerusalem now?
No, it is needed. It is needed in the Quran, because otherwise you would say the prophet failed to deliver the message. The messenger
Okay,
failed
Brother
to
White.
deliver the message.
Brother White, did you say there's a revelation for the people, for us, as a guidance for us, apart from the Quran, given to Muhammad?
Outside of the Quran, yes.
Okay, thank you. Brother Muhammad, put 1773 on the screen.
No, don't switch the topic. No.
No,
don't
wait,
switch. Why are you running?
We'll come back, bro. We'll come back.
We didn't
Calm
finish
down.
with this. No. We're not gonna come back. Why are you running?
Please, wait, running where? You are
Yeah,
hiding
no,
your
you're
face.
just
You're
running
asking
away
us we are running?
I'm on my computer. I don't have a camera.
Okay, no problem. You didn't even give us your real name. You say we are running.
Why are you running away from
Wait,
the ayah?
we
No,
want to
because you
teach
made
you.
a claim, brother. You made a claim.
We are going to factory reset
Yeah,
you.
but
So
we
wait.
didn't even finish that ayah.
Wait, I said. We are going to factory reset you. Wait.
You're just running away now. Sorry.
Chapter 17, verse 73. We are going to deal with this verse, then we go back to your claim. You said there is a second revelation for us as guidance for mankind apart from the Quran. This is what you said, right?
This is what the Quran claims. Yes.
Okay. You said the Quran claims where?
Yes.
That
In
there's a
that
second
ayah, in that
revelation.
ayah. 143, 144.
So it's in that verse we just read. We didn't see second revelations there.
Yeah, of course. We can. When
Okay,
Allah
I'm
tells
going to
us,
factory reset you. Let me finish with this verse. Wait. Look at the verse on the screen.
attitude? What is this attitude?
Muhammad. Yeah, you brought my attitude out. Let me deal with that.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Chapter 17, verse 73. This is the verse literally. وَإِن كَادُوا لَيَفْتَنُونَكَ عَنِ الَّذِي أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ. لِتَفْتَرِيَ عَلَيْنَا غَيْرَهُ. This is what God is saying. And although they almost will have enticed you away from what we inspired, this is what we call, according to you guys, this awhayna, what do you call this in English?
Oh,
What do you call wahi in English, according to you, your understanding? Wahi, what do you call wahi in English?
revelation.
Thank you. So now, and although they almost will have enticed you away from what we have revealed to you, that is a revelation,
Yes.
that you might fabricate other than it, a masculine pronoun denoting the Quran. So if God revealed two revelations for guidance to mankind, to the prophet,
Yes.
why is it say other than it?
Because this doesn't exclude the ahadith. The ahadith are part of the revelation. This doesn't exclude.
Do you read
the
Arabic,
ahadith.
brother? White River.
No, I don't know Arabic.
Okay, so if you don't know Arabic here, it's talking about a singular revelation. It's not talking about multiple revelations. It's not talking about dual. It's not talking about more than dual. It's talking about singular revelation.
Yeah, that's just your explanation.
No, that's what the
No.
this man takes me to another verse and tells me read the Arabic, the Arabic, the Arabic. The
Okay,
word
okay.
prayer is not there, and
Okay.
now I'm telling you,
No, no, no.
غيره. غيره
No.
here is singular,
Yeah,
singular
this,
masculine.
this doesn't exclude the hadith from this revelation. It's one revelation, but the hadith are part of this one revelation.
So it's not two separate revelations. It's one revelation
No,
in two
look,
parts, like two books. It's like two
in Surah
plus one.
An-Nisa. In Surah An-Nisa, doesn't it say that the prophet is but a revelation revealed, and he doesn't speak of his own will?
In Nisa,
Whatever.
which verse, please? In Nisa, where does it say that in Nisa? Which verse?
Yeah, you're looking at the wrong verse.
Yeah, he's on the computer. He'll give us the verse in Nisa.
No, wait, but it's not Nisa. You made an error, but it means like maybe you should keep reading the Quran more than the other revelation.
Okay, so if you are talking about 53, right? Chapter
I'm
53.
No. Yes,
Okay.
I made an error.
Okay, so you are saying the prophet.
Yes, the prophet, the one who delivered the message. He does not speak of his own will.
Really?
Yes.
That's what it says.
You repeat again. You say the prophet, right?
Of the messenger, the prophet, it's synonymous to us. We know who the messenger is. It's the prophet.
No, be specific. Are you talking about the messenger as his duty or the prophet?
The messenger that delivered the Quran.
Okay, so the messenger, that I agree with you. As a messenger, he will not speak his opinion. But as a prophet?
So stop playing words around.
I'm not playing. I'm not playing. No, I'm not
No,
playing.
You're playing completely.
I'm not, to be honest.
So the messenger and the prophet's the same thing, White River?
Look, we have went from one ayah and now we're going into 4 different ayahs.
Brother,
Sorry. Baba, let me explain that
You're
this
just
man
running
in
away from
elementary
Surah
level,
Baqarah.
and then he might get to the higher level and talk to you, Baba. Just one second, White River. You said one claim that was wrong. You said another claim that was wrong. You said a third claim that was wrong, and then we're going to still keep talking about everything else that you're saying?
No, because you're
Brother,
running
you
away from
talked about multiple revelations. We showed you that it's singular. Now you're talking about the prophet, not talking from his inclination that he's a prophet. The messenger himself, when he's a messenger. Okay, so just a question. So when he's sitting in his house and he's talking to Aisha, his wife, and he said, make me a chicken sandwich. Is that revelation as well?
Did he say
Should have they wrote that?
Did he say that?
He never asked his wife for a sandwich?
Did he say that?
Or to cook
Did
him
he
food?
say that? Do you have evidence of him saying that?
He said if
this is
White River. Do you understand English at all?
We don't know that.
White River, please. He used the word if. It's a conditional.
Can we just go back? To
anyways, we have given you 30 minutes. It's enough. Please.
Wow, you're just running away from Surah Baqarah. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Moment,
Wow.
we are running
You're
away.
running away from the Qibla.
Let me embarrass him real quick.
Running away from the Qibla.
It's okay, no problem.
Embarrass him real quick. So here you're telling me that this is a place now for me to pray toward, right?
Of course it is. What else is it?
Okay, so where does it? I have to now know that it's the old Qibla.
What do you mean? Now know that it's the old Qibla. What do you mean?
Yeah. Why do I have to know the old Qibla?
Exactly.
Where does it say that I have to know it?
It's part of the revelation.
Okay, so one second. You understand what you consider as forget. One second. I'm just going to pull up a verse.
If it's
Baba,
not
do
in
you
the
know the verse
Quran,
about
if it's not in
what
the
they say, the
Quran, you're
abrogation?
saying the messenger failed to deliver the message, and Allah failed to deliver the message.
Chapter 2, verse 106.
106. Okay. So this is what you're talking about. ما ننسخ من آية أو ننسيها نأتي بخير منها أو مثلها ألم تعلم إن الله على كل شيء قدير. So here we use the word transcribe. But let's say whatever we abrogate of a sign or cause it to be forgotten, we bring one better than it or like of it. Do you not know that God is capable of all things? So you're saying the old Qibla was abrogated and a new Qibla was given, correct?
Exactly, yes. But
Okay,
the
thank you. So I understand
the
what you're
command,
saying. One second. I'm not done. So since it got abrogated, according to you, then God either has got it to be forgotten or he has removed it and he brought better than it. So why would I go to something that is not as good as what I have now? And you're telling me it's
because
important.
it is a
So
command.
anything
It is
that
a
got
command.
abrogated, brother, anything that got abrogated is no longer now the standard. It's below standard or it's forgotten. That's according to your interpretations. So it's not necessary. If it's something in the future, then we have a discussion. But you're telling me about a past event that has no longer any use for me in my day, nor does it have any use for your guidance.
Of course, it has use. It has use for you guys because you know by this that there's a revelation outside of the Quran. That's the whole thing. That's the whole point.
Oh, okay. So no, it isn't, bro. It isn't the whole
it
point
is.
because and only so any revelation is now like it's for everybody, the whole world, right? Like when
What do you mean by
revelation
that?
is sent, it's supposed to be recorded for the world forever, right? Like
Yes.
when God sends
So this
revelation, the second revelation, it's not just for
yes.
his people, it's for the whole nations, correct?
This revelation that has come for us, yes.
Okay, so any revelation God sends,
No, not
it's
any
for
revelation.
Okay, so can other people get revelation other than messengers?
No, but what I'm saying is the other messages
Wait,
have not been
brother.
preserved by Allah.
Listen, you're making claims, and I'm trying to show you that you don't know what you're saying. The whole
I'm-
point of me talking is not you're saying things you don't know how you're saying. So when you're saying no, nobody else gets revelation. So why is the mother
That's
of
not what I'm
Moses,
saying.
the mother of Musa, وَأَوْحَيْنَا إِلَى أُمِّ مُوسَى? So we inspired or revealed to the mother of Moses. So this is revelation that's not for messengers or prophets.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Your brother, it does matter when you said that. No, nobody gets it. So
No.
clearly
It's
other
okay.
people get it.
Let
But
him
I
go.
think
Let
you
him
should
go.
have a nice day,
Of course,
bro.
but Allah said
Let him
he
go,
will
let him go.
preserve. Allah said he will preserve this revelation. He didn't say he will preserve the other revelations.
I see. Well, just to summarize, you changed your position 3 times in the last conversation. That's why it's
Seriously, he
difficult.
changed. He kept changing his position, goes here. Let me tell you one thing. When people are not confident enough to mention their name, their real name, they are not confident enough to show their real face, that is a phony. You can never take that person seriously. That's why he can say everything he wants and go scot-free. You understand? So the moment we shouldn't even go beyond 15 minutes with such a person. With people who are serious, yes, you can take them on. Let's go to the next column, please.
Brother Max, all right, I'm gonna bring you up. Man, there's somebody in the chat though. He's wearing a certain thing. I want to bring him up, but yeah, we have to stick to the queue. All right, Max.
Peace
Peace,
and the
brother.
blessings of God be upon you guys.
Thank you,
Yeah,
brother.
so-
Peace.
So the previous caller, it was very funny to watch, assumption of above assumption, So I just wanted to ask about Adolf, but because I saw this, I want to go back to the basics. There's two very important thing in true Islam, right? And it's Salah. Salah is like the bedrock of the traditionalist movement. That's how they, take a grip. And it's the mother of the assumption. And that's why the first thing I ask you, how do you pray? He says, how do you pray? Huh? Okay. So that's the first thing you ask you. So I have this assumption about Salah is this 5 daily prayer, and it's so ingrained in the psyche. I used to be this because even my family, I used to be like a very Salafi, and they weren't Salafi, they were like normal. And I used to be like have very bad opinions, right? Like especially in October 7th, you know what happened, and you know, the Israel-Palestine war. I used to be like Madkhali Salafi. I used to have these opinions, and they weren't as, you know, they tolerated it. They didn't agree with me that I had these Madkhali opinions, but they tolerated. But when I do 5 daily prayers, khalas, like we just threw me out everything, you know. So it's very ingrained in the psyche. And I want to focus on the salah, and the salah. I want to ask you guys this question. Salah, it comes from salah, right? And if you look at the Quran, the assumption they have that salah is 5 daily prayers, or salah is a ritual, 100% a ritual, and it's nothing else, it breaks down if you go through the Quran, every context. So like how Allah says, you know, God says, you know, هُوَ الَّذِي يُصَلُّونَ عَلَيْكُمْ, He is the one who, if we go by their context, Allah prays upon others, right?
Praise on.
Yeah, praise on. So Allah Himself prays on others. So if they go by, if they're consistent, they will say that, you know, our God and the angels pray upon the Prophet. Oh, you who believe, pray. You also pray on the Prophet. So if we go by them, we commit shirk. Like, so
No,
salah,
there's
yes.
a difference between praying on something and praying to something. We pray to God and God prays on us is different.
Yeah.
So there's, I guess, the word prayer, sila, salah, is connecting. But
Yeah.
iqamat salah,
Yeah.
the word iqama is the thing that makes it into a physical activity at that point, a litany.
Yeah, because you're
Yeah,
still
I
connecting
agree,
with
I
God.
agree. But I think salah is wider than this. So like, salah is like your duty towards God, that connection to God, right? It can be through prayer, even any prayer. I agree. Like 5 daily prayers can go into it if you want to do 5 daily prayers, if that's how you connect. But it's not just the strict thing that if you just don't do this, and if you do this, you go into Jannah. If you don't do this, you go to Jahannam, right? So, like anything that, because this is the thing that makes modern day Islam so retarded, right? Sorry, I'm using that word. That's why we're so in such a bad state. Is because people think the salah is 5 daily prayer. If I do 5 daily prayer, I don't need to do anything else, right? But no, your connection to God, how your duty towards God, how you make your community better, your family, all these are duties, right? All these are salah. It's not just worship. Yes, worship goes into it, right? So
Do you like
my
Sam
interpretation,
Garrett?
yeah, I used to say 5 daily prayers, but you know, yeah, I did go into that. But he's made the very, because we need to be consistent. If you're consistent, like translate this word, we need to be consistent every.
But the
Yeah.
word changes for its position. So like awliya Allah is different than like لا تتخذ اليهود أولياء. Like it means saying أنا ولي Allah is different than Allah هو الولي. So when the word is changing in its hierarchy, its position, or what came before or what came after it, it's going to change. So iqamat as-salah is not that you
Yeah.
can't have two nouns like two verbs almost. Like doing the duty.
Yeah, but
You see, like
aqam is like no. Aqam means like you know, when you say aqam, ana aqim, like I'm standing up, right? So it's uphold.
right.
You're upholding it. It's not just you're doing it. It's not yaf'alul salah, right? You're not yaf'alul salah. You're not ya'malul salah. You're aqamus salah, right?
Right.
And
So
you said
when God says
praying
this,
on
when
the
God
Prophet,
says
right?
this, كان
You said
قائم يصلي في المحراب.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying. Yeah,
so
yeah,
that word,
it
the
is. Yeah,
duty
you're right.
doesn't
You're
work
right.
there.
Yeah, you're right. In context, it does change the meaning. So, you know, Yahya, was it? No, it's Zakaria, right? Zakaria, Musalli fil Mihrab.
Zakaria.
Yeah. So, he was, in that context, we can obviously say that this is a ritual, right? But if we say in every single context it's limited to this, then it doesn't make sense, because even God says the birds have their prayers, right? The birds have their salah, their own salah. Are you saying like, you know, it's a ritual? Yeah, they do. It's not.
There's no iqam there. No, that's different. When you,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the word iqamat
Yeah.
salah is what changes. Like iqamat al-mizan. Allah nazzal al-mizan, it does not need to be physical. But when iqam, yeah, wazinu bil-qist, no, waqimu al-wazna bil-qist. Now this is physical.
قيل الوزن
قم
بالقسط.
الليل إلا قليلا. It's physical.
Yeah, قم الليل إلا قليلا. Yeah, that's why you can say the ritual. Obviously, I do agree, but If
Right.
we say
And it's the
that
same
we
thing
just
with zakat, by the way.
because
They're
you're
right.
restricting the meaning, right? You're restricting. What is the evidence for this restriction?
But we're not restricting the meaning. I'm saying that the meaning is changing within that context. That's where, like, I do agree with you in different verses. It's no longer like a ritual prayer or a prayer in that sense.
Yeah.
But in the Quran, there's also the sense of the litany. Like it's the same thing as
Yeah, I
zakat.
do agree. But I'm
Zakat
saying
is
it's not.
purifying yourself,
Salah
right?
isn't
Getting
just
purified
the
by
litany.
God. But then zakat is different now. Now you're giving something that purifies you.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I say duty could mean salah in some cases. Like duty can mean litany in some cases.
But then I can use the word
That's why
duty
it's a
for
general
siyam.
word. Sorry.
But I can change the word siyam now for duty as well, and it will
Why?
fit exact same way. That's why duty is too general.
Why can you use siyam to mean duty?
Okay, let me come in.
Okay, come on.
Why can't I use duty for zakat?
Because zakah is you're rendering purity, like you're making yourself pure. So zakah, you obviously if you
But
go
it's
to
still a
the
duty to God.
yeah, but it's more specific. Yeah, so it's like you're pure yourself. Like if you can't really do the higher level duties if you're not pure inside. So if you're not purifying yourself, if you're not staying away from the evils, you can't really uphold the duty towards God. You get me?
You can never deal with God and say there is no ritualistic aspect of it. There's
I
a
agree, but I'm
spiritual
saying
aspect
salah
of
is
connecting with God.
broader than that. Yeah, salah
No, we are not. Right now, I'm not eliminating the word
yeah,
concerning salat. You just chose a
yeah,
word. You said duty.
yeah.
You say salat
Because
means
it's
duty.
general. It's general. So like
No, it is a duty. But
yeah,
the word salat doesn't mean duty.
it doesn't exactly mean duty, but when we use in English, because translation obviously, we need the general because the Quran uses it generally as salah, 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 salah. If you go one context we use this word, then another context we use another word.
If you're not sure of a word, what a word means, just leave it in the Romanized sense. For instance, when we say the word hadith,
yeah,
hadith is an Arabic word. It's not an English word. So if you're not sure of what meaning to use, leave it as it is. You get my point. That's why today people mention the word Islam, they mention the word hadith, they mention the word hijab. They are all Arabic words. They
yeah,
are not English words. So in
yeah.
order to erase confusion, you can leave it as it is in Arabic. Then you deal with the context surrounding the word. So
Because I like your
if you,
methodology. You say we use the Quran as its own dictionary, right? We don't go to lexicon or
yeah,
everything like that. Yeah.
yes.
So if we use the Quran as our own dictionary, we need to be
Uh-huh.
consistent when we use the salah, right?
Well, that's why you need to understand the subject. So that's why Quran has chapters. I give an example. Quran has the Surah of Baqarah, and then it has the Surah of Ankabut. Now, if it is telling you story relative to Ankabut, don't expect the story of Ankabut to be the same as the story of a cow. Are you with me?
Well, you know, Surah Baqarah, Surah Ankabut, that's like there's an aspect of the surah. Like it's God didn't really name it Surah Baqarah, Surah Ankabut. That's like people
No,
because they have an
that's
aspect
not
of
his fault.
stories
No,
in
we're
it.
not
Let's
saying that.
let's
That's
not go
the
there.
meaning.
Let's not go there. I'm just bringing clarity to what you are bringing to the table, right? It's like let me make this way. Let's help each other. Now, I'm making the issue simple to you, relatively. Just like you mentioned that the birds do salat, and Muhammad was trying to let the idea come to you. Regardless of how birds do salat, it's not the same as how we establish salat. It will never be the same. I give an example. The human beings, when we eat, we either use our hands or we use fork to eat. When birds eat, do they do the same, the way we eat? Thank you. But they are eating, right?
Yeah,
But
obviously.
it will never be the same. So
Yeah,
when we are talking about a word and you have a subject, remember, a subject goes with the words that you are going to put into a context. So understanding a subject and understanding the context will give you the clue of what is being discussed. So now we can see the word kill. Let's say we go to the chapter of the cow. From chapter 2, verse 55 downwards, it tells us concerning the people of Moses killing a cow, right? They slaughtered a cow, right? So now let's use the analogy of the word kill. So they killed the cow. Okay, let's use the word slaughter. They slaughtered a cow. So we all know literally it has been killed. If I use the word kill, it will still make sense. They killed a cow, right? But the word actually used there, was it the word kill? No, it was used slaughtered. Okay, so now we go to another chapter. Then we still see the word kill, or let's say slaughter again. In that other chapter, it can be used to reference something else, not actually slaughtering. Do you know how we can know that? We have to check the subjects of discussion and the context. Are you with us, Max?
Max, I think he lagged out.
Maybe his network. Yeah, it could be.
It's now.
Yeah, let's take the next person. Thank you.
Give him a second, just to be fair. But there's a back channel I sent you.
Sorry, my connection went off. Sorry about that.
Okay, did you get whatever I said?
I got it until you said you finished off. Kill means this, like dhabah.
Okay, so I'm talking about the word slaughter. So when the people of Moses were asked to slaughter the cow, now when we check the subject matter and the context, we can see that it's literally telling us that they slaughtered the cow. But the same word slaughter can be used in another context and in a different chapter, which denotes something else based on the subject being discussed. Have you ever come across that in the Quran?
Slaughter dhabah in another context means something else.
In another context, it can mean something else.
So
Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Okay, the word ayah in the Quran. Can it mean a verse?
Yeah, it can mean verse and sign. Yeah, that's true.
Can it mean a miracle also?
Yeah, sign. Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
You understand? So you need to understand the subjects and the context. That is the clarity there. Then you get to understand how words are being used in the Quran. So we call it the morphology of words. Yes, and it goes with a study. So when you read Quran chapter 6 verse 105, Muhammad, please help me, I'll put it on the screens. Chapter 6 verse 105 gives us that instance of understanding the clarity of how God explains the Quran. So in that verse, it says the way that God has conducted the verses so that people may say that you have studied, because it takes somebody who has studied to be able to bring out the clarity to people.
Yeah.
You see, so then God says, thus have we conducted the verses that they may say you have studied, so that we may clarify it to people who know.
Yeah, but when we go to the example of Zakaria, yusalli fil mihrab, right? He prayed or I would say,
وهو قائم يصلي في المحراب.
قائما يصلي. Yeah. So the Quran itself, it used the same word as you say in a different context. It means something else, right?
But it can mean. Not always, but it can mean something else. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you like the Quran, we go by how the Quran says. Like we use that general word, but then people can see in the context. It's not just because obviously when you use that general word, people will know like this is obviously not just one specific thing. But then if we use a different word, if we see litany, we have this thing in my mind, especially Sunni traditionalists. They have this thing in mind. Oh, is this one thing? Is this one thing? And like it's really hard to get out of. That's why it's my critique.
Sunnis need a factory reset. So when you are using them to do the example, they are still on factory reset. We need to factory reset them because they are using external sources to be confused.
Yeah.
When we are talking about the Quran, this is the epitome of Arabic language. Yeah. So we have to stick to what the Quran says to understand what God is telling us. So forget about what they think or what they say. like the word salah is not only limited to prayer. Yes, it can be diversified.
Yeah.
But Max, just to also maybe because I think this is what you're trying to say, there isn't one way of doing a ritual prayer.
Yeah, that's true. Like, with they say, "Oh, how do you pray? How do you pray?" But like, pray, like, how authentically pray, not just muttering.
Right.
Because when I was a
Exactly.
Sunni, even when I was a Sunni, I tried to like really focus on my prayers. But people around me, in the masjid, they just brush through it. I was like, what? Like, a lot of people do this. I'm not trying to judge, obviously, but Allah knows what's in the heart. But they just, because they just think of it as a structure, right? And they don't authentically pray to God, right? It doesn't come from a heart. So salah is whatever connects you. Generally speaking, obviously in instances in the Quran, I would say that. So I just wanted to clear that up to people. So when they say, "Oh, the qibla," or when was the qibla going to? Why are you assuming this, right? Even you said, in the Quran, it never says qibla to the prayer. It never connects that. Salah and qibla is never used in the same. It's never. You can't use a verse.
No, salah and qibla has been used. In Muhammad show him 1087.
That's what I was waiting for.
No, it's 10, chapter 10, verse 87. So you see this verse concerning Moses and his people. So the word qibla has been mentioned and the word salah has been mentioned. You see it? Max, are you with us? Your mic is on mute.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
muted
sorry
him
about
just
that.
because there's an echo if you're not muted. I
Oh,
apologize.
is it? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. It says وَجَعَلُوا بُيُوتَكُمْ قِبْلَةً. So qibla, it comes from, qabl, like direct, right? That's why they say,
Direction.
where do you face and everything? They say,
Again,
but
to avoid the confusion, wait, let me tell you one thing. Well, you can do that, but to avoid a confusion, stop only purposing the word that it has one meaning. Just because he used the word Kabbalah, it has been used in this, so that means here too is the same. No, stop using that one. You have to understand subject and context. Be consistent with these two subjects. You need to understand subject before you can know what context is about. Right? So understand what is being spoken about in this particular verse. And when it's in a different chapter, understand what is being discussed also there.
yeah, that's true. But you say وَجَعَلُوا بُيُوتَكُمْ قِبْلَةً. Like before, when you were talking to the bro before, he was saying, "Oh, look at the next verse. Look, it says, قَدْ نَرَى like we've seen you, yeah, you're directing your face to the heavens. Then we'll make you a qibla that you'll be happy with." So my interpretation may be wrong, but my interpretation is, the prophet's confused. Where is he gonna direct his, energy? Where is he gonna direct his energy so that he can basically direct his energy because he's got a message. Where is he gonna direct the energy? So he said, then Masjid al-Haram. That's where you're gonna direct, where you're gonna spread the message from a base. Because Masjid al-Haram, a lot of people come and travel and trade. That's where you're gonna spread the message.
Yeah.
So here, وَجَعَلُوا بُيُوتَكُمْ قِبْلَةً, like focus on your homes. Like first educate your homes.
It just
so I
says
don't know.
you render. It doesn't use the word for wali shatarata wujuhakum. He doesn't say that to Moses here. The same thing he said to Muhammad. He never said the same thing.
جعلوا قبلة, like جعل قبلة ترد.
Here is saying that render your houses, make your house. Waj'alu buyutakum qiblata. You see? It's different from what Muhammad was told concerning the Qibla. Did you understand when I gave you Muhammad, you are on mute also.
Yeah, sorry, Max. Just to add to what Baba is saying, it's not saying فَوَلِّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ قِبْلَتَكُمْ. That's what Baba is.
You get my point, Max.
Prophet Muhammad, it said Walli wajhaka.
Are you getting the point, Max?
Yeah, I'm getting the point.
So let me give you the clue. You see, when the White River guy called, he was misquoting chapter 2, verse 143. So when we caught him in the trap, he was trying to jump to 144. Okay, so now let me tell you what. You see, I just gave you the analogy of when you are dealing with chapter 2, Surah Al-Baqarah, concerning Moses and his people slaughtering a cow. That same word slaughtering, you can go in another chapter. It might be based on the subject being discussed. The slaughtering might mean something else. Just an example I'm giving you. You need to just understand the subject being discussed here, because that word can have multiple meanings. So understand the subject. The moment you don't see where God is giving the same instructions, then don't always think it's the same thing. That's why Aqimu Salat, you can find it multiple times in the Quran. It's the same. It's been given to Ibrahim, Aqimu Salat, Musa, Aqimu Salat, Isa, Aqimu Salat, Muhammad, Aqimu Salat. You see the same thing consistently, right? But the moment you see God's talking about something and it's instructed differently to these people, and then he comes here and instructed differently to these people, it doesn't mean it's the same again. Just like the Salah concerning the birds. Muhammad gave you the example, right? Does that mean that they do the Salah like the way we do?
No.
That's
but,
the
point. When it's the Quran, it commands the Prophet as well, like specifically sometimes. And so this is where the notion of free prayers come from. Like this, because the God is commanding the Prophet specifically these three times of a day. This is where you conduct the Salah. Right? So the Salah here is his duty towards God.
But it never said it's exclusively to him. Does it say it is exclusive?
Yeah, but it's speaking to the Prophet exclusively. Like it says...
No, I'm saying the verse. Wait. Yes. The verse, does it say exclusively to him?
No, but it's like exclusive command to him. So sometimes the Quran says, sometimes it says ati'u.
It says, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ.
Yeah.
You should take an example.
We can use an example. Yeah, we can use.
Okay, so I'm just giving an example. Let me show you an example. Mohammed, I think you can put chapter 33, verse 51. I want to show you something to know what the exclusive is about. If something is exclusive, you see in this verse, is it this verse, right? Go to the next one. Is it 52 or 50? Within these two, right? No, it's 50 above 50. This one. In this verse, he mentions something, and then he used the word exclusively. So, Mohammed, you can go down a bit. Yes, concerning the believing woman, as well as the believing woman. Then he used the word khalisatan. If you use khalisatan or khasatan, these two words in Arabic, khasatan or khalisatan, it means it is for him alone, exclusively. Meaning all this group of women he has been given, only him can marry them. Nobody else can marry after him. All this group of women mentioned in this list for him. Only.
Yeah, but when I meant exclusively, I didn't mean like only the Prophet can do it. Because here, only the Prophet can do it, right? Only the Prophet can marry her. But the three times of where he does a duty, that doesn't... Because the Prophet's example, we can do it as well. But it doesn't mean that we have to
not the Prophet, the messenger though. Use the word messenger.
Yeah, messenger. It says the Prophet intends to marry her. Does it not?
Yeah, because in this verse, God was talking to him as a prophet. So if you say what the prophet we can do, which means we have to go and marry his wives also.
Yeah.
So choice of words is very important when dealing with the Quran. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Quran chapter 10 verse 82, before you go, Muhammad, help him out. 10 verse 82. The reason why I'm being specific with words. You see the verse? Up
God
there,
will
it
enforce.
says, and God will enforce the truth with his words, even if the
Even if the
criminals
criminals-
dislike it.
Yeah, it's true.
That is how to establish the truth. Yeah, so
100%.
then you have clarity, simplicity, because people will always use their own words to do mental gymnastics, semantics, and so on.
100%.
You
Yes.
see, Max, just to also, I have to say it because to be clear on my, because of the material I say. So I see Baba Shuaiba's interpretation and his explanations of the verses in regards to Qibla. Me personally, I take the verse where Moses is told to make his house a Qibla and then to establish the prayer. I take that in the same way as chapter 29. وَاتْلُ مَا أُوحِيَ إِلَيْكَ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ وَالْقُرْآنُ وَقِمِ الصَّلَاةِ. So for me, I do face I do face the sacred home, but I also see where Baba Shuaiba is coming from, where the verse doesn't explicitly say it. For me, it's an implicit, you could say a subjective understanding, but I still have the material to what the was saying. But they can't say what Baba Shuaiba is saying is wrong, because if you're going to be loyal to what the verses are saying, then it doesn't mention the word prayer. So it's difficult to say that it's the Qibla is specifically for prayer. This is just for, because I know I have people that say, well, when you pray, you face Mecca. Yeah, because that's, I understood it. So
And yes, and also
you know, I want to make
understanding.
one more point. Sorry.
Yeah, understanding evolves with time. You understand? So remember, God says, وَلَا تَخْفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٌ. So it at a certain point of time, when you're trying to understand certain things, that you could be at this level while still understanding, then you're going higher in understanding that particular subject, right? So in this position, that's what Muhammad said. It's a level that he's still building up. This is his understanding at this time. So far as he takes his guidance from the Quran, that is where he is. Still, he improves or he goes to a higher level of understanding. You understand? So this is how it works in the Quran, based on what you have understood from the words of God.
Thanks a lot. I'm just gonna hop, but I just want to make one more point. You know, you said how we pray, how we conduct the salah is different to how the birds conduct salah. But why can't we say the same for human beings in general? Like, I may have a talent in something, but other people won't have talent. So
Oh,
I may want to pray in a way that's more authentic to me, that won't apply to someone else. So we have different. So my duty will be totally different to another person's duty. I may be good at speaking. He may be good at building. You know, these stuff. All of this come into the salah.
Well,
And it's different for everyone.
Zakaria did salah alone, so there's no problem with that.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that salah, generally speaking in the Quran, is the duty, but it can also mean the ritual prayer in certain contexts, and I agree with that.
Sure, there's no problem with that.
Okay. Barakallah, I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to speak on the Qat'ul Yad, but I spent a lot of time here. So
We have given you
next time,
40
next time.
minutes, it's too much.
Peace,
Yeah.
peace.
because the line is full, brother.
Thank you.
You should see the back
Peace and
rooms.
blessings be upon you
Yeah.
guys.
Peace.
everyone.
Peace. All right, brother. I'm gonna go for the next person. Can you please show your face, Quran and Ahlul Bayt? And listen, man, I banned you in the chat because of the stuff that you're saying. If you're gonna come here, you're gonna respect the Prophet. Because if you're not gonna respect the Prophet, I'm just gonna ban you. I'm giving you a warning, okay? Because I had to ban you in the chat. I'm just gonna give you your spot real quick, but you better watch yourself. Turn on your camera though. You've been spamming the chat here too, but I'm gonna give you like 5 seconds. If not, then I'm just gonna go to the next person. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. A speck in the universe. You're up. Can you just turn on your camera for a second, please? Aspect, are you there?
Are they sleeping?
I think they waited for so long. They just. All right.
Maybe they are sleeping. Yeah.
We'll go to the next person.
I see that a lot on TikTok. So,
Mansa Musa, are you there? Can you turn your camera on for a second?
he's probably also sleeping.
All right, then. Finally, I was waiting for this gentleman for a while. I don't have much to say here, but I think this is our brother.
Yay.
Salam.
Representing, huh? That's
Yes.
good.
I got
Thank you.
I got the factory reset started part.
MashaAllah. God bless you, brother.
Thank you for the support. I
Yeah.
appreciate that, brother. MashaAllah.
Yeah.
The
anything.
factory
Like,
reset has been done, right?
Nah, it's still there. It's still
It's still in process. Wow.
no, I'm trying to get it out of me because I grew up as a Muslim. So
Yeah.
I grew up as a Sunni, so there are certain things that even not going to the Friday prayer, it takes me a while for me to understand that by
Yeah.
listening to you. And thank God I have a job that I constantly listen to you. And then it's like it's so many stuff that makes sense. Like even facing Mecca, like for prayer, like that makes sense to me because of you. It was from my understanding what you said, it was like basically it was talking about the people during that time. If they have any problem, the prophet is based in that place at that time to go ask question. So that's what I got from you. And so that's basically what my understanding. That's why now, even when I pray, my question to you when I pray, is it okay? Because I use your book, and then when I pray, I read it in English because like I want to understand what I'm saying, and
Sure.
then I try to read, and then I prostrate. So my question to you is that something wrong with that, or is that okay to do that?
Okay. Brother Mohammed, can you put chapter 4, verse 43 on the screen? Okay.
Is that it?
So I want us to analyze verse 43. It moved. 443.
Sorry.
Yeah, here.
Oh, okay, I get it.
It says, "O you who believe, do not approach the Salat while you are what? Intoxicated." Then he says, until, some people will say unless, but until you know what you are saying. The relevance of the statement here is to know what you are saying in your Salat. So
Yeah,
now, let's assume you read Chinese. Do you understand Chinese?
no.
So let's say you are going to read Chinese in your Salah. Tell me, what is the difference between you and somebody who is intoxicated?
There's no difference.
So the goal is to know what you're saying. So even if you have to read Arabic, make sure you understand Arabic before you read it in your Salah. If you don't understand the language, this is God speaking until you know what you're saying. So if you are going to say things in your Salah and you don't know what you are saying, then what is the essence of your Salah? So reading from the book, you understand? This is what you know what you are saying. Because the Arabic text is just right next to it, the book.
Yeah.
You understand? So you do no wrong reading Salat in your own language or the language you understand. There's nothing wrong with that. You get my point?
Yeah.
Yes. So if you have further question, you can ask on that.
Well, I think that's pretty much it. I just want to thank you guys because it took me a wrong turn of like when people start asking me because like when we go to the mosques, the way how they preach the Quran and the hadith is like kind of like the same. So you never understand. You just go to the mosque and then you just follow like a sheep. And then it's like it took me for somebody to say, "Do you know that Aisha was Muhammad slept with Aisha?" And then I'm like, this doesn't seem like the prophet. So that's when you start looking. I know this is the right religion, but you start looking at people, and then I end up come to you and when y'all debate what's it called, God Logic and
David Wood.
and then I'm start saying this guy, like, because like Muhammad is like more serious, and then you're more funny, and then I like jokes, because like jokes to me stick, because like when you telling jokes, like it's funny, but it's like you remember jokes easier for me. So every time it's like it's funny, and then to me it never offended me from the first thing, because of like once I heard that, like when they say he slept with a 6-year-old, that doesn't seem like what it's in the book. So now it's like I start doing my research, and then I start coming to you, and then it's like when you be doing that acrobat too, man, I be dying. I'll be at work, and then somebody like, what are you laughing at? I'm like, you will never understand. Like it's like acrobat, where are you? Yeah, but I'm really grateful for what you guys do, and it's like both of you, like you guys preach to like different people, and then to me I resonate more to Baba Shah, because to me it's like it's not racist, but it's like I like people that look more like me and they make more sense. And sometimes I do listen to you, Muhammad, because like when I want to be serious, I go to you. But it's like sometimes when I want to listen to something, and then it's like I want to remember something, it's easier for me to remember it when it's in jokes for me. So that's why I listen more to you.
Oh no, you see the point, Drogbinho. Even Mohammed do have videos which also look like a sitcom, and yes.
Don't talk my chores, bro.
But the point is, sometimes we have seriousness also. We do go serious. But the point is, if you are too serious, nobody will take you serious.
Right.
Even your kids. I'm a father. I have kids, right? My kids, if I'm very serious every time, sometimes they don't take me seriously. You understand? You have to balance. You have to let people understand your funny side and your serious side. It's a balance. So you can see the scholars out there, the sectarians, right? No matter how they look so serious, they look like comedians.
Right.
I'm serious. You take Asim al-Hakim and so on. You mentioned them. If they look so serious, you take the current one, which is very popular, Muhammad Hijab. You see him like a comedian. Because look, no, their seriousness.
We should pray.
Their seriousness is laughable. So sometimes we just put in the fun side to let it stick to the people's head, because people need that part also to smile, to remember, to laugh, and so we appreciate you people when you appreciate also what we do. It keeps us moving forward.
Plus, brother, me and Baba Shuiab, we want to cover as much ground as possible. So my way and my approach has to be different than Baba Shuiab. But for me, I learn from Baba Shuiab, if that makes sense. See? So, but we both have our ways of trying to infiltrate the masses. So,
of course,
I don't take any offense. I know there's some people that can't like swallow what I do, right? So I always send people to Baba Shuiab. It's just because if they can't handle my content or how I do it, there's always Baba Shuiab.
And what's also funny is like now it's like I start seeming more like I talk more like Baba Shuiab, because when somebody asks me what's your name, and then I'm like, I'm the guy that beat the stone and leave a mark on them. You get I said I beat that stone seriously and leave a mark on them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a black Grayson Brock here. That is Drogbinho. Anyways, brother, I appreciate the support. Come on, one love, man. And you see, the point is actually, I'm not trying to be the main attention here. What I'm trying to do is I'm looking for people who support me towards God, and say likewise to Muhammad also. So the point is not to make me the center of attention. So somebody will say, then why do you have the t-shirt? I'll break this down to you. I have the t-shirt, number one, to just have the feeling that when the mushriks see people wearing my shirt, they see the logo, they see the concept, it triggers the mindset. It's just like when you see a police officer. Ask yourself, why does the police need to wear their uniform? Why do they need to wear a uniform? Are you getting my point? It triggers the criminal when he sees the uniform. It's like, oh shit, the cops are here. So that is why the name Correctional Officer. My T-shirt is there. It's not to put me as the center of attention, but to just be like an inspiration for people to follow the ways of God, because that is what I represent, the ways of God. That's why I speak with the Quran. Are you getting my point? So I appreciate it when people like you appreciate what we do here and what we speak about. This is our best we can do. We are not saying we are the best or we are perfect. No, but this is the best we can offer to you guys. So thank you, Drogbinho.
Yeah, but it also says in the Quran, if you believe in something, to support it. So I support in what I believe in. So
Sure. Jesus called people to support him towards God. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes.
Yeah, and it's like, you guys are both great in what you guys do. It's like,
I appreciate it.
And sometimes you need somebody else to take you away from that. I also thank David Wood, because he took me away from that to bring me towards you. Because like when you start saying all those hadith, like sometimes it's actually leading people to the truth by taking them away from that and then actually focusing on the truth, which is the book. So everything is like what it says in the book. They plan and Allah plan. Allah is the best of planners. So it's like, you might think that David Wood is put there for something, to take people away from that sectarianism of like them. And then it's like when you start, and then you're gonna accidentally come into Baba Shah or come into Muhammad, and then you start saying, oh, these guys are actually preaching than what it says, what these people have been preaching. Because like when you go to the mosque, they just recite like one verse of the Quran, and next thing you know, it's like they talk about the hadith all day. At first, it sounds so good to me, like when I used to listen to it, but now it's like after listening to you guys, like it just like when I go to the when I used to go start going to when I was going, it just angers me. Like just listening to them, it's like, what are they saying? Like, it's so stupid. And then you actually your eyes start opening and start saying, these are stupid people you hanging around. Like they actually saying something that does not make sense. So
thank you, man.
It's just like that music. When they play that music, like you don't concentrate in actually what they're saying. It's the music that gets you. So it's the same thing as the masjid. When they go in there, you see them, they dress so nice, but you actually like when you actually used to hang around them, you actually see they don't like you. They pretend like as if they like you.
They don't. You're speaking facts right now, but don't make them mushriks emotional. So, brother, thank you very much. We keep in touch. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the support. Wa alaikum salam, bro. Peace.
God bless you, brother. Thank you. Yo, brother Baba, I do have a request. There is one of the viewers. He's requesting if you can help him out with the following verses. Najm from 1 to 11. So if you want to give him a quick synopsis and what 1 to 11 from the stars going on.
Sure, I can do that. So Surah An-Najm, we go, I understand the person is coming from a sectarian perspective. So it talks about when Najm is a Hawa. So it says, by the star when it sings, your friend, which is in the context of those who lived in the timeline of the prophet, right? So that is their friend. That's their mate, literally. So he's neither astray nor misled, because he's coming out with some things that they've never heard before, or they had no idea, and they knew who he was as an ordinary person. So how all of a sudden he's speaking words of wisdom and so on and so on. So God is trying to tell them he's neither astray nor misguided. Nor is he speaking, or does he speak from inclination based on what he's talking about? So the context is going to reveal to us what he's talking about. Yeah. Peace to you, Alpha Music Empire. That is from Germany. Yes, peace to you, brother. One love. That is that is a German musician, rapper. I would say, colleague. That's Music Empire. That I appreciate the brother a lot. And so back to the verse, nor does he speak from inclination. Then now, this huwa, what I want people to understand, this huwa can be used in two instances, and it will both fit the context. So nor does he speak from inclination. Then he says he was only inspired by inspiration, or we can say it was only an inspiration inspired. It will both be correct. The context will still hold on. Right? So somebody was trying to call me whilst I was there. So please send me, if you're watching, send me a message on my WhatsApp number. Just send the message. I'll speak about your question. So in this verse, if you look at the context, it is telling you based on the friends of Muhammad, because God is telling them, your friend is neither astray nor misguided. So he's telling his mates, the companions, they will say, his companions, right? So what he was telling them concerning the revelation is based on inspiration. So it doesn't mean in generally his personal life, the thing he does with his family, his wife, he cannot speak from his own whims and desire. He can do that. And I will show the evidence to that when it comes to him as his personal life. But there's a difference to when it comes to him based on the messengership duty. So we move on. Verse 5, the strong in power taught him. So he was taught, right? Strong in power, possessing strength. Thus, he became steady while he was in the highest horizon. And this is based on what? Ruhuya. When we say ruhuya is vision. But that's why I put the footnote, also the reference where you can get the further elaboration on that in the same Quran. So then he drew nearer and dangled. So this is still in the vision, because I'll explain to you, I'll give you a verse where it actually denotes that. So Mohammed, you can go down a bit. And he was at a distance of 2 bows or nearer. Verse 10, then he, the one who is strong in power, he inspired to his subordinates. Now this word abdi, like I keep saying, a word when it appears in a context, you need to understand the subject. It doesn't mean always you have to translate the word to mean literally what it means. Understand what is being spoken about in the subject and context. So he, Gabriel, since he is coming to somebody who is subservient to him, he has, just like, I give an example, just like somebody coming here and he is oblivion or ignorant on a subject and I have to teach him. In that position, just because of that thing I have to teach, in that context, I'll become somebody superior to that person because he is now coming to me as inferior to learn. So here, teaching then he inspired to his subordinate what has been inspired. The mind was not deceived by what he saw. So even though it was a vision, you can see Ra'aya, which is Ruhuya also, Rahaya, by what he saw as a vision, the mind wasn't deceived. So that's how vision works, right? So now this context here, the sectarians normally take these verses and then they say this denotes the prophet. No. If we are talking about the inspiration concerning guidance of mankind, we are talking about the messenger. We're not talking about the prophet and his personal life. So why is he not talking about the prophet? Let's check the evidence. Muhammad 66:1. Because if you say it is talking about the prophet, it will contradict the inspiration of guidance. So now in chapter 66 verse 1, as a prophet, it says, "Oh, you prophet, why do you prohibit what God has made lawful? Seeking the satisfaction of your wives, and God is forgiving and merciful." So assuming that verse, the chapter we just came from, and you isolate it to mean the prophet, that will become a contradiction when you add up to this verse, if you draw the contrast. So this verse is telling you he as a prophet, his personal life, even though he has a title, if you put the prophet in that context, it will contradict it, because here he went ahead to prohibit something that God has made lawful for him. not for the people. So it's personally for him and his wives. And he prohibited that. So God is now asking him, why did you do that? So if this man, honorable man, whatever he says is based on inspiration, then there will be a contradiction. But that's not how you look at the Quran. You have to look at it in different scopes instead of just looking at it in the one way angle, just like the sectarians do. So that is why the sectarians, if you ask them about this verse, they will try to hide this verse. They don't even want you to talk about this verse. And they think when we are talking about this verse, they think we are against the prophet. No, we are not against the prophet. We are just dealing with the truth.
Brother, and unfortunately, we got caught. They figured us out. I have a comment here that I starred because they got us, bro.
Really?
We're trying to make the religion easy.
Oh, really?
We're making the religion easy, bro.
Oh, so the religion was difficult?
The religion is difficult. We're making it easy. We're making God's religion easy.
Brother, let's check what God says if it's difficult then. Chapter 22, verse 78.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. He wrote it, bro. We're a person who's like, obviously, we're putting a lot of difficulty upon you in the religion.
You see,
Like,
this is what God says. So what are we trying to make it easy? God already made it easy. You the sectarians, you made it difficult. And that is why people are running away and becoming atheists and agnostic because of you sectarians.
Right. That was hilarious. All right, we got more people. I like when they say, "You got Baba Shriver, you're making a religion easy." Why are you making it easy again on people? It's supposed to be difficult. How dare you? How dare you? All right, so we have now we'll go from the list from the top again. Quran and Ahlul Bayt.
Oh, I have a caller, and I think the Ahlul Bayt, they are sleeping. I have a caller. I don't know if we can hear the sound if I pick the call. Let me try. Let me try.
Yeah. You gotta bring him close. Oh, is he calling on your computer?
Yeah, it's calling.
Share the screen.
Oh, wait.
Can you guys hear me?
Wait, I want to put you on the screen. Wait a second.
Yeah, share the screen with the audio.
Yeah, I want to share the screen. Yeah. Your video is kind of small, but let's see if it can be seen. Yeah.
You want me enlarging my screen or something?
Wait a second. I just want to share. Okay, it doesn't give me you in the options here.
At the bottom, it doesn't say present.
Let me see.
In StreamYard, you should see present and then share screen, and then you should be able to pick the window.
Yeah, that button is missing there. Yeah, it says your camera is being used by another app. So wait a second. Let me just share the screen this way. Wait, I figured what to do now. I'll share the desktop.
Okay.
And let's see if it will show. Right. But
yeah, we're good.
Well, let me see. Does it show enough?
Yeah, minimize StreamYard if you want.
Is it showing enough?
Cool. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Wait. Wait. Well, I think people can see him, right? It doesn't need to really be big enough. People can see, yeah?
Okay. All right. Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay. Brother Muhammad, do you watch that YouTube channel Quran Inspires Me? Do anyone here watch the guy Quran Inspires Me?
I watch a little bit, but most of what he's saying, it just doesn't resonate with me. So I don't I barely
Oh,
finished the
okay,
video.
okay. Because I was watching him the other day, right? And he was saying, and I was listening to a conversation that you guys was having just now. So, and you know how you was explaining this a lot. It's okay. It's like it could mean different things, right? The word salat could mean different things. So, okay, is salat physical or is it spiritual? Because I was watching a video the other day and he says that salat is not a physical thing, it's actually a spiritual thing. And he was using also an example to say that, okay, some of the verses in the Quran are allegorical, so you can't directly put something and to say exactly, like to say salat is really a physical thing. So, and I'm listening to you guys, and you guys are almost like, okay, sometimes it's spiritual and I guess sometimes it's physical. So which one is it, or is it both? That's my question.
It depends on the context. So some verses where it's a spiritual meaning, right? And some context it's so some context it's spiritual, some context it's physical. Baba, I think you have to take this one because it's difficult for him to hear us.
Okay.
No, I'm hearing you guys. I'm hearing you.
All right, okay, yeah.
Brother Muhammad and
So
Brother
I
Shuaib.
do appreciate the channel. Quran inspires me. He's doing good work in talking about what he's understanding, but he does have some errors when it comes down to the Arabic. So he has I don't agree with his understanding that when God is saying that you have to, before you stand or as you're standing the prayer, for you to wash. For him, he's saying that this is not about washing and it's all metaphysical. For me, there is some, like, the Quran is more literal than metaphysical. And yes, there are deeper meanings to some verses, but you can't detach from the surface level understanding. So like a bird is a bird. You can't sit here and tell me a bird is a human spirit that is free to fly and can go to see another people by thoughts and feelings. That to me is a disconnect from the word.
Like Hania Chan who say the crow is just a human being.
Right. That's just too much.
You say Ard means the book.
The scripture and the sky
so
is...
this is what people do. They will just do we call it mental gymnastics.
Right.
Look, what you need to tell people is there anything wrong if I do a physical aspect of the Quran? Is there anywhere God says I cannot do a physical aspect of Salat? Is there anywhere? What is wrong with it?
Okay, so what he was saying, right, is that the same things that we do with this whole bowing down and prostrating, this is the same thing that all the other pagan religions, that's what they call them, right? They call them pagan religions, they practice this bowing down. I mean, it was a type of worship and stuff like that. Is how they used to worship gods, right?
But brother, also the pagans used to call upon their gods.
Physical form, this is almost the same as like when people used to bow to these graven images or whatever you want to call them.
So what are we? What are the ones we follow? Which we follow the Quran now? Who are we? Who do we claim we bow down to?
Well, we bow down to Allah.
Thank you.
But he's saying the physicalness is the same thing as as what the people of old used to do.
Okay.
Which is this bowing down form.
Brother, let's limit your call to audio call. I think you to do me a favor. I want Mohammed to put a verse. Can you switch the camera off? Let's stick to a voice call. I want to make an analogy.
I can't share the screen while you. Okay, so you can raise it.
Okay.
Exactly. So I stopped the sharing the screen. So Mohammed, you can put a verse. I want you to put a verse on the screen. Chapter 8, verse 35.
1 second. Share screen. 8:35.
Yeah.
Done. Inshallah. Alhamdulillah.
Now, the people with those other views saying whatever, Salat something. I want to know how they translate this verse, where it says, "And their Salat at the house was only singing and clapping." So taste the punishment for what you have been disbelieving. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
So
Sure.
this verse, I want you to write it down. For people who have that kind of views you are asking us now. You ask them, how do they trust? This is talking about the disbelievers. This is what the disbelievers do as their salat. Then you ask them, is it physical or not physical? Right? Okay. Apart from that, Muhammad, put chapter 4, verse 142.
142?
Yeah. Chapter 4, verse 142, it says, indeed, the hypocrites are deceiving God while he is deceiving them. And when they get up for the salat, they get up what? Lazily, to show the people.
So that shows a physicalness.
Right.
Thank you. And they do not, and they do not remember God, commemorate God, except a little. So here, is it physical or not physical?
Right.
Okay,
right.
No problem.
They even had a verb in it too, the action right there.
Exactly. It's talking about literally getting up, physically getting up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Apart from that, we go to Quran chapter 4, verse 102. It's telling the prophet, and when you are among them, then establish the salat. I'm not going to translate the word salat. I'm just, even though it's translated on the page, but I'm not going to mention what it means. Establish the salat for them and let a faction of them stand with you. Ask them, the standing, is it physical or not?
Okay.
Are you getting the instance of physicality here?
Yeah.
Okay, the last verse I have is Quran chapter 62, verse 11.
Okay.
Again, but when they saw a business or an entertainment, they rushed to it and left you standing. He's talking to the prophet.
Brother, can you also ask
the
him
context
if
is about salat? Huh?
Sorry. I was just wondering if, so there's the context of fighting in the Quran, defending yourself physically and fighting in the way of God. Is that also metaphysical? Is there no physical? Because the other side is also
physical aspect. Yeah, exactly. So what we are asking them is, if we are doing it physical, where does God say doing it physical is wrong? I'm waiting for that answer from them. I want to meet them one-on-one where they can answer this question.
Brother Shuaib, and I left the message just now on WhatsApp. I would love to hear a conversation with you, Brother Muhammad, and him. I would love that. I would just love to hear y'all going back and forth.
Listen, Brother Wahab, it's not necessarily having three-way dialogue or it's just something I'm telling you. I just give you the verses, right? If you have access, we are not saying he's wrong. If he does what he wants to upload, that's up to him. But whoever,
one of the excuses that he used, he says, like when it says, and anyway you turn your face, there's the face of God. And he says, does that mean that there's an actual face? So, and to stand up, like stand up for your religion and stand up.
We understand. We understand that, Brother Wahab. We understand that. It's not everything in the Quran that goes with physicality.
Right.
We have certain aspect that goes with, non-literal aspect. But then there are other aspect that goes literally. You understand?
Okay, let me ask you something, Brother Shuaib. How do you understand the Quran how do you understand when something is literal and non-literal? It's just a spiritual thing.
I'm going to help you. Muhammad put 14 verse 1. Let me give him a simple understanding there.
Yeah.
Chapter 14 verse 1. Can you see the screen, brother?
No, actually, I took off my thing and I'm just listening to you.
Okay,
go ahead.
No problem. No problem. This verse I'm going to read, I want you to deal with it literally. And then let's see if it makes sense. It says, Alif Lam Ra, a book which we have revealed to you in order to bring the people out of darknesses. Do you know what that? I hope you know what darkness means, right? So darkness means dark.
Kind of mind of thinking.
No. You are going the non-literal aspect. When we say darkness,
okay.
If I switch off the light now, we call it darkness. That is literally, that's what it means. So I said, look at the verse literally. Now I'm telling you to look at it literally. We are going to establish the notion of differentiating between what is literal and non-literal. So in order to bring the people out of darknesses into the light. So literally, light means there's light, right? Just like the light is shining now, you can see my face. If I switch off the light, you cannot see me. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so then he says, by the permission of their Lord, to the path. And when we say path, now we are talking about literally like a road, right? I said, look at it as literal. So we're talking about a road. Maybe cars are passing where people are walking as a road, right? Literally. Don't look at it non-literally. Of the Almighty, the praiseworthy. Now, so literally, tell me, how does a book, if I take a book, how does a book take me out of darkness? If I'm in the darknesses, how does a book bring me out of darkness?
By shining light on the things that have, you know.
So how does a book have a light inside? Does it have torchlight, something inside?
No.
So literally.
Okay, I'm having a hard time trying to do it literally. I'm really having a hard time on that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So literally, does it make sense?
No.
Thank you. So now let's look at it non-literally.
Okay.
Okay, now so a book which we have revealed to you, the prophet, in order to bring the people out of darknesses. So what do you think God is talking about here? Darknesses.
Okay, like I was about to say before, you know, the way how we practice things, the way how we do things, the way how we think, you know what I'm saying? You know, to let us know that we shouldn't go down the road as the past generation. So it brings a light to us to don't go and do that, to make the creator, you know, a little bit vexed at us.
Man, you're going too far. Hey,
He has a very deep mind for that.
I'm only asking you about darknesses. You go vocabularies. Hey.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
This man went to the deepest level he could find.
Darkness is a state of ignorance that has levels. Like people can be ignorant, oblivion to something, and it has stages that people, you know. So the book is supposed to bring you light in the sense of knowledge, wisdom, guidance. Is bringing you things that takes you out of those darkness in terms of ignorance, in terms of, you know, being lost, astray, and so on. Are you getting the point?
Okay. Yes.
The objective is the truth, and you can only find the truth by God. So by the permission of their Lord to the path of what? The Almighty, the praiseworthy. And the path doesn't mean literally you are seeing the path on the road when you walk and you say, so this is the road going to Kansas or Texas or Ghana. No, it's not literally like that. It's the path of God, meaning you do the things that God wants you to do, right?
Right.
Okay, so this is the verse. It's just one verse, but do you see the non-literal aspect and the literal aspect? The literal aspect, can it stand on its own? The literal aspect, can it stand?
No.
Thank you. So now, if it is not from God, you will find discrepancies. So that is the non-literal. That's the literal aspect. It cannot be from God that way. That's not what God intends. So then we are going to stick to the non-literal aspect, because that is what can be taken from the book.
So, but you know, okay, so is it going to be hard for me to identify, because there's a lot of verses that are not literal?
It goes with time. It does. Look, it go Wahab. Let's make it simple. I don't want us to take too much time. It goes with time. You know, just like academically, we have stages in school. You go stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Some things don't just come to you at once to understand everything at once. You go gradually. It's a gradual journey. That's why God says, do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. So you don't have knowledge about something, don't pursue it. So just because Baba Shuiab, wait. Just because, just because Baba Shuiab understand this to this level doesn't necessitate that you should also understand at that level. You understand?
Okay.
You don't know how long it took me or where I have to pass to reach that level. So it's a gradual process. You're coming up till things become clear to you. You understand?
Okay.
Okay. Last example. You know, my daughter is in school, right? So one day she came home and they gave her assignment. The assignment she was given is based on alphabets. And I was making a joke with her. I told her, oh, if you get to a particular stage, you mix alphabet with numbers. She started laughing at me as if I'm crazy. She told me, no, Baba, you don't mix alphabet with numbers because figures, numbers work differently in, you know, and then alphabet also works different. Then I said, well, there's something we call mathematics. You get to a stage where they write x plus y is equal to 5. And then they will tell you find x. You understand?
Okay.
And she was still looking at me as if I'm crazy. She said, no, Baba, no way. That doesn't happen that way. So now I have to speak to her in the level at which she is. I don't need to force the x plus y is equal to 5 plus this raised to the power 3. No, I don't need to do that. I need to speak it in her language, how she can understand it. So you see, at that stage, this is where she's coming up. This is where her level of IQ can actually comprehend what is being taught. So now she should stick with the alphabets are different, and then she should stick to the numbers are different, cannot be joined for now. But when she gets to the level I am, what do you think will happen?
Okay.
Then now it will make sense to her.
Right. As time goes by, you know, her knowledge will grow and stuff like that, and her eyes will open, you know, to certain things. Thank you,
brother. Thank you. So this is what it's about. Yeah.
Okay. One more question, Brother Shogun. This is the last question.
Let it be the last question, please.
Please quick.
Yes. Okay. When you say, right, that when the Quran says that you know, if you don't understand it, do not approach it and stuff like that. You don't know the prayer, do not approach it. Do not say what you don't understand, right? Now, my question is this, when it says that, right, and you explained it, if a person could read Arabic, right, and they understand the English, right, but they don't know, like, for instance, you know, the Quran is translated, so they assume, right, that some of these words mean what it says in English, but which in you know, some of the Qurans before, and if some people are using like, you know, like that guy and everything like that, some of the words are not translated, and some things are out of context. Now, if they could read Arabic and could say the words in Arabic and understand the translation, should they still pray, even though they don't know the meaning of the words?
But
only from translation point.
Is there look? Let's use Abraham as an example. Abraham is the yardstick. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, let's use, because he's the leader for mankind that God has assigned for us as an example. Quran chapter 2 verse 124, right? He is the leader. Now we are going to use Abraham because we are following his millah, his creed, right? Okay, now Muhammad chapter 6 verse 75. Let's check how Abraham got to understand who God is. I kept telling people, try to know God before you worship God.
Okay.
Yeah, it's foolishness to actually go worshiping God when you don't know God.
Right.
So chapter 6 verse 75, 75, Muhammad 6 verse 75. Let's check how Abraham got to understand God. So this is Abraham. He was trying to know God. He doesn't know God yet. So then God says, thus did we show Abraham the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, so that he will be of those who are certain. Right? Okay. So then he says, and when the night was dark on him, he saw a planet, Kaukaban. He said, this is my Lord. And when it disappeared, he said, I do not like those who disappear. Verse 77, and when he saw the moon rising, he said, this is my Lord. And when it disappeared, he said, indeed, if my Lord does not guide me, I will be of the misguided people. Verse 78, Muhammad, you go down. 78, then he says, and when he saw the sun rising, he said, this is my Lord. This is bigger. But when it disappeared, he said, "Oh, my people, indeed, I am free from what you associate," because he realized that a created thing can never be the creator. Indeed,
Okay.
I have directed my aim, my attention, my focus, my face. Even if I put the word face there, like I told you, Quran, you can take a verse where you can look at it literally and non-literally. If you look at it literally and it fits, you can still use it. If you can look at it non-literally and it fits, you can use it still. There's nothing wrong. So I have directed my aim orthodoxly to the one who created the heavens and the earth, and I am not of them what? Idolaters. That is the polytheists. So verse 80, and his people argued with him. He said, "Do you argue with me about God while he has guided me? For I do not fear what you associate with him." Yes, unless my Lord wills something. My Lord encompasses all things in knowledge. Will you then not take heed? Then he goes 81, and how shall I fear what you associate, while you do not fear that you have associated others? And he says what? With God, for which he has not sent down any authority. You see, to you. So which of the two groups is worthier of security? Because imagine somebody who is worshiping a stone, worshiping something which has been created, and he's expecting you to fear it. Are you getting my point? So now, Abraham is asking a question. So which of the two groups is worthier of security, if you should know? So then, verse 82. Then he says, those who believe and do not mix their faith with injustice, those will have security while they are guided. So this is what God is saying. Then 83 says, and such was our argument, which we gave Abraham against his people. We raise whomever we will in degrees. Indeed, your Lord is wise and omniscient. Now, this is Abraham trying to understand God. Did you see the process he has to go through?
Well, it just says don't worship others and stuff like that.
It's not. Wait. It's not even about the worship. He's trying to identify God.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to teach you here. Try to identify, try to understand who God is first before you even take the steps to say, I want to pray. Why are people so fixated on prayer? Like, I want to pray. How do I pray?
Well, yeah, well, you see, the thing is, right, coming from the old belief that you have to pray. If you don't pray,
you have to unlearn and relearn, Brother Wahab. I understand you. Just unlearn and simple.
Yes.
That's it.
So
don't repeat the statement. Just unlearn and relearn.
Okay. So we have to go through. So okay, because sometimes you think to yourself that if you never pray in this life, but you realize there is a creator, you shouldn't worship nobody else. Some people might think, I would even ask myself, have I done the right thing by not praying? I don't even understand God. So, should I pray? Because I don't understand God. And I understand where you're going with this. But some people might say, well, if we don't pray, then, we're going to get a serious chastisement for not even praying. But you could still use the excuse that I don't understand God, so how can I pray?
I would like to just leave you with one comment really quick, brother. From a lot of the people on YouTube that made channels in regards to that there is no ritual prayer, that the Quran is more metaphysical than physical. Most of them, if not all of them, that were around for a while, they did not last. They did not last. Some of them apostated. Some of them just said it's too much and I quit. And then the other ones got really lost and diluted, and people stopped really caring too much on what they're saying. The thing with the ritual prayer, it keeps you grounded, it gives you the discipline, and gives you a proper physical connection with God. Because the world around you can get too much. And if you don't have this ritual prayer that you could rely on, you will crumble, you will quit. So the physical ritual, it gives you a very good connection with your Lord at the time that God has ordained you to do.
Yeah, I understand, brother, all of that, brother Muhammad. But like I asked brother Shuaib, you know what I'm saying? Boom. Okay, if I, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I can't approach prayer because I don't know God. You know what I'm saying? So people, people are still thinking.
Wait,
today,
let me make it easy before you go. Don't use the word prayer.
brother.
Don't use the word prayer. Just use the word salah. Okay.
Yes.
Just use the word salat, just so that people will get to fit in what we are saying. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So
Yes,
now,
brother Shuaib.
Mohammed, give me chapter 98, verse 5. And this will be the last point, Brother Wahab. Then we move on to the next person because we have taken too much time. So chapter
Yes, brother.
98, verse 5, it says, and they were not commanded except, now listen to the command, except to worship God, or we can say serve God, because it's interchangeable and it's the same thing. Worship God, sincerely devoting to him the true religion. That is number one.
Okay.
Number two, establishing the salat.
Right.
Number three, giving the zakat. And that is the valuable religion.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the first instance is worship God, or you can say serve God, sincerely devoting to him the true way of life, or the true religion, or the true faith. Then now you can even go to the extent of establishing a salat. Are you getting my point?
Right.
Okay, so now I need to devote myself to God. I need to know who God is before I devote. It's just like, let me make it simple. It's just like you met a woman. You are attracted to the woman. Now you want to devote yourself to the woman. Can you do that if you don't know her?
No.
But you want to know everything about her before you devote yourself, right?
Right.
So now let's use the bigger picture. Now we are talking about God. Why will you go devoting yourself to God when you don't know God?
Right.
So then why even go to the extent of saying I'm praying to God when you still even don't know God? Why pray to something or someone or entity you don't know?
Okay. Yes, brother. All right. All right. Thank you very much for you guys for your time.
You're welcome.
Jazakallah khairan. And I'm gonna keep on watching, and inshallah, I'll find the answers that I need in the Quran instead of bothering you so much, brother Shuaib.
Sure.
Right.
Thank you.
I'll be calling you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But thank you very much, brothers, for your time.
You're welcome. We're welcome. Thank you. Peace.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right, brother. Quran and Ahlul Bayt, you're next. Man, I saw you drop a few insults in the chat. You got banned there. If you're going to make an insult here, you're not going to last too quick. So I'm going to put you up to the stage. Please stay proper, because you be conscious of God.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
How are you doing, guys? Inshallah, you are doing good.
Yes, we're doing
All
well.
right.
Okay, I have just two questions fast if you can answer, if it's possible.
Okay.
So the
Oh,
first one is Surah Al-Masad. How do you explain it without the hadith?
Who's Abu Lahab, bro?
It's like a figure who was the uncle of the Prophet.
No, that's you said without the hadith, and then you ran to the hadith. Do you want us to?
Now you go to the hadith again.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Moment,
So
you
let
can
me
put the
pull it
verse
up
on the screen.
and-
Just put the verse.
But we'll give you the answer really quick right now, and then we can explain it to you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Abu
It's fine.
Lahab, Abu Lahab is Iblis.
Okay.
Okay, and he has his dhurriya, right?
That is based on the Quran. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's we'll tell you really quick and tell us if we're wrong. So tabbat yada Abu Lahab, Abi Lahab, wa tab, right? And in chapter 18, God says that Iblis has a zurriya, like he has a dhurriya, he has children.
Yeah,
How
he
is
has
he-
descendants also. Progeny.
Okay.
Very simple.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, so the second question is like about the Jum'ah. Is there a concept of Jum'ah day? You have to pray like congregation, because
The
according to
word
Quran, yeah,
Yawmul Jum'ah, it does
62.
not mean the day of Friday. Okay,
62.
it's the day of congregation.
62.
but like
right?
in the Arabic language, Jum'ah is the day of Friday.
No, because it had a different name before Islam.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Just
Right?
these
So
two
this,
questions.
yeah. So the day of congregation, right, where people used to come and they used to do their trades. When the prayer is called during that time, they should go stand the prayer and not get distracted with the
Verse 9.
trading or the lahu, right?
Verse 9,
Mm.
Mohammed. Verse 9.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Right. So you can have that concept with many people all over the world where they're congregating at different days. But that in Arabic would be Yawmul Jum'ah. It does not mean the Friday or the Saturday or the Sunday. Okay? But in what it seems like from what they historically wrote, that they used to congregate on the day which they said that day is the day we congregate, so it's the day of congregation. In Arabic, Jum'ah. But if you look at the Arabic days of the week prior to Islam that they have in history, it wasn't called Al-Jum'ah. It had a different name. I can pull it up if you want.
Yeah, I just want to see it.
Sure. Give me one second.
It's fine.
Right here. Al-Awwal, Al-Ahwan, or Al-Ahwad, Al-Jubar, Al-Dubbar, Al-Munus, Al-Aruba, Al-Shir, Al-Shiyar. So it used to be called Al-Aruba.
Okay,
And then
okay.
Jum'ah. But I think there was also attributions to fake gods here. This is why they have to, like the name Friday, the name Friday, Thursday. Thursday is Thor's Day. Friday is Freya Day. So these are names of shirk. They're attributing the names of these days to fake deities. So
I didn't understand the last part.
Mohammed, it's okay. Before he goes, brother, you covered your face, but you put on your camera. Why?
The brother is because I'm wanted from the the server.
Then no need to put the camera on then.
No, it's true. No, because Muhammad yesterday I watched the stream. He said it's like better. He wants people to like put the camera.
Ah, okay, no problem.
I would prefer for people to put the camera on, but if you're not comfortable, most of the
You
people
should have explained your reasons to him why you don't want to put it.
Okay, of course.
There's nothing wrong.
I'm sorry, brother. In the chat, I was a little bit maybe disrespect. I'm so sorry for that.
I'll unban you. You're
No, it's
respectful here, but you said some stuff that was a little weird
It's
in the
okay.
chat.
I wish you a nice day, inshallah.
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed.
Yes,
We have maybe less than 1 hour to go, right?
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Peace.
So let's take the next one.
Okay, but wait, the crowd did change. There was this gentleman. I'll pull him up because I saw him on camera. Mensa, Musa. Okay, he's gone. And then this gentleman also had to drop out, but then came back. You there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you for waiting for 2.5 hours plus.
Oh my God. I'm so happy to hear from both of you. I respect both of you a lot. So that's right off the bat. I'm Canadian. I've been indoctrinated all through the Sunni journey. I've been as copyrighted by Brother Shuiab, factory resetted, but I'm marinating in complete viruses, Sunni viruses every day. So it's very tough to be factory reset when your inner circle and your outer circle is still vast majority Sunni, right? And that's just one observation. But one question I had in particular, for example, if you, God forbid, had a family member who's diagnosed with a terminal illness, what would be the correct way of connecting with our Creator. I don't. Vast majority of my Sunni family, they're praying for a miracle, and don't worry, God's gonna deliver a miracle. He'll be okay, even though he's stage 4. And I tried to tell them that we have to accept God's will rather
That's
than negotiating God's will, and accept it and be at peace with it. So I mean, the only thing I pray is I pray for that person's God's mercy. So if the person is gonna go through a lot of pain and all that, I pray for God's mercy. I don't pray to get rich. I don't pray for money. I don't pray for longevity. It's not a let's make a deal with our Creator. I don't believe that. So I mean, that's one way I like to ask you. And when you both, I'm assuming from the different talks I've heard of Brother Muhammad, he was a Sunni before, and now you're exclusively submitting. And Brother Shuiab, were you exclusively a Sunni before, and now you are exclusively submitting? And how did your family react when you crossed over and to the most simplest, rawest form of submitting?
Yeah, they will not like it in the first place. No family will tolerate that. They all don't like it.
Yeah.
But of course, later on, I was a Sunni, but not an extremist. I was
Right.
growing up. Yes,
I was a Sunni by identity only, not.
Yeah.
Okay.
So likewise, like that with my family, they were not extremists as well. So, it was a bit heavy for the family to tolerate that in the first place. But later on, they got to realize, based on the proofs and the evidence of things I say and can prove, that alone was able to do the job. But thanks to God, my family, we are not no more on that level of hate anymore. It's gone already.
I mean, my mom thinks I just invented my own thing. I said I just want to follow the original message.
Brother?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I do have a recommendation.
Okay.
Don't open the conversation with your parents. If they're gonna come around, they're gonna come around
Yeah,
because of your actions. It's very difficult for someone seeing the little kid telling them what to do, right?
Yeah.
So if Abraham couldn't get to his father, you're not gonna get to yours,
No.
most likely.
Even my parents are in their 80s. It hurts them, and I don't want to get into a debate with them or anything. But I know I can tell it's hurting
Because it
them.
might break them down, and then that's haram.
Yeah. Okay.
Brother, just take Abraham as your yardstick. Just use Abraham as your example. That's enough.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, you understand. He couldn't find it easy convincing his dad. So don't expect it to be easy just like that, unless if God wills to guide them. Yes, but take it cool. Just be if they try to impose certain things on you, then you ask them questions. Tell them to prove it. If they are claiming God says this, God says, just say, well, Father, I want to learn.
So
show me where God says.
have either one of you ever been in the situation that I describe with a
Yes.
The death
very
or with a
close
parent?
family member? No, with a very close family member that has a terminal. What do you call it? What's the later stage of life called? Palliative care, right? They're in palliative care. There's nothing the doctors can do. How would you? I mean, you would accept God's will and pray for the mercy, or you would say, okay, I'm praying 24 hours, extra units for bonus marks, and just heal them.
Well, it's God's decree at the end of the day. Both whatever happens is what God decided, but whatever bad's happening is because of us. So the person had cancer is because of the decisions. But you shouldn't sit and be sad that somebody's gonna die. We're all leaving this world.
Eventually, it's inevitable. But when one thing about supplication or prayer is because people will say, why are you repeating the same things or something? If you're knocking on a door, expecting the door to be open and it's not being open, you keep knocking till it's open. That is if you know someone is there, right?
Yeah.
So this is just an analogy I'm giving you. So you keep knocking.
Keep knocking at God's door.
Of course, you're praying. So are you going to say you're going to stop praying?
No, I mean, but how do I know if that's the right way of praying, though? I mean, rather than
Oh,
asking.
no. See, this is what I want people to stop
Yeah.
asking. When you keep saying that is that the right way of praying of this or this? Where do you take your guidance from?
No. I understand where you're getting at, but all I'm saying is, usually when people pray, we're always asking rather than just being grateful.
No, it's all part of it. Look,
Yeah.
God says we have to be grateful. That's why we say Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
To God. You have to be grateful. Okay, Mohammed, pull up Quran chapter 14, verse 7.
تحياتهم فيها سلام. Is that the one?
No, not that. 14, verse 7. This is about Musa and his people. لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ.
Right, let me just add it.
14, verse 7.
Present, share screen. Sorry, I just need a second. There it is.
Yeah, and when your Lord announced, indeed, if you are grateful or you are thankful, I will augment you, right? But if you disbelieve, indeed, my punishment is severe. So being grateful to God is part of our supplication to God. So let's say I asked for a son and God gave me a son. What do I need to do? I need to be grateful.
Right.
Do I have to keep telling God, give me a son?
No, I know, but isn't there a limit? I mean,
No.
shouldn't you be grateful regardless of what he gives you?
Look at what he just said. Look at what he just said. Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
He said, and when your Lord announced, indeed, if you are thankful, I will augment you. Meaning he's going to literally increase for you. So why should I go ahead after asking for a son? He gave me. Now I'm grateful. Should I keep saying, God, give me a son again?
No.
So that's the point. So you have to be grateful. Keep being grateful of what God has given you. But if you are asking for something and you haven't been given, look, literally, I don't know how old you are, but if you have a kid, maybe if you are a young guy, you're dealing with your parent, you need something from your parents. Do you stop asking when you are asking for it and they didn't give you? Do you stop asking?
If I'm a little child, no,
Yes.
you would nag your kid, you would nag your parents until you get it.
Thank you. And when you get it, do you still keep asking?
No.
Thank you.
There's no need to keep asking
So
for
then
that
you have to be
particular thing.
grateful. When you are grateful, maybe the parents want to double it for you or buy extra gift for you. So just be grateful for what he has given you. That that's like he told Musa, "Khuzma ataituka wa kun mina shakirin." Right? So you be of those who are grateful. So it's part of our supplication to God. Look, there's a particular day I woke up and established Salat in my house, and I was thankful to God. I was just thanking God alone. That's what I did in my Salat. Zechariah, when he needed a son, what did he do? He was standing in the Salah, and he was asking God for a what?
A son.
A son.
Right.
Because God says, "Ista'inu bis-sabr was-salat." You can seek help through your patience and your salat. That is because when you ask God for something, you have to be patient, because he says, "Inna Allaha ma'as-sabirin." God is with those who are patient. So when I ask for something, I need to be patient. Similarly, we expect the same from our kids. They ask you something, they have to be patient till you answer. They shouldn't be nagging and forcing you and so on. You get the point?
Sorry, 1 second. In regards to the point about your family member who's sick or misfortune is occurring, there's a specific verse in the Quran that you have to say to show to God that you are like a person who is guided. And God says here, and we will test you with something of fear, hunger, and the loss of wealth, souls, and fruits. So give good news to those who are patient, right? Whom, when a misfortune strikes them, they say, "Indeed, we belong to God, and indeed to Him we will return." Those are the ones upon our litanies from their Lord and mercy, and they are those who are guided. So like for me, this verse here, unfortunately, the sectarians use this only when after the death occurs.
Right.
But I use this verse every time something that occurs where I'm being tested or someone is in trouble. I always go to this verse. Like if I'm literally like I missed a train and now my ticket is gone, or I missed a plane, or I need help, or I'm hungry, or I'm thirsty, I will say Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, because that's telling me that like whatever I'm going through now is very temporary, because I'm going to come back to God. So whatever I'm going through as misfortune right now, then it's extremely short time. It's a very temporary time comparative to the long run. But the thing is, God also says that he will pray on the person, or he will do litanies on that person, and he will show mercy. So your problem will become easier when you say Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, because you recognize God in that fortune. So for me, if someone's sick and it's a really bad sickness, I would say this verse more than any other verse. So, but there is also a verse, I think, in Yunus in regards to how you should do dua. So, like when you're supplicating to your Lord, you have to exalt your Lord. Often, you exalt your Lord in your dua, and you talk to Him in fear, but at the same time, you're asking more. But you should have both fear and the desire of wanting more. And the end of your supplication is wa inna alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, praise to the Lord of the worlds. So there, God is giving you the guidance on how to do a proper supplication to God, but here it's misfortune. So the misfortune, you just have to say these words and really believe it, though, obviously.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Because we do have a long queue yet.
Yeah,
and
no,
my brother,
I'm good. I'm good. And thanks for finally getting me in there. I respect you guys both. Keep up the fantastic work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All the best.
Thank you.
Peace.
Assalamu
alaikum.
I'm just gonna go by on the queue because some people dropped and came back. Mensa, you're next. You ready? And then Mila, you're next, Mila. Sorry, brother. All right.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Wa alaikum salam, my brother.
I have a feeling I know what the question is, right? The question is
we'll
the
get
world
there.
flat or the world
Actually,
globe?
if it's okay with you guys, I'd like to address the previous guy because actually, my dad has stage 3 cancer, and I just want to say to that guy, if you're still listening, yeah, everybody, we're all living through the consequences of what we've done. Sometimes people eat garbage food and it gets them sick. Sometimes you do stuff to your body, but at the end of the day, you really you can't let it derail your faith. That's all I want to say to that guy. And I also want to say to both of you guys, great job. Love you guys. I'm a Quran alone. Baba Shuiab, I've been watching your videos for a long time. MFG, I'm a little bit newer. The main question I want to ask you guys, I'm not here to push anything on you or anything like that. I just am curious because I kind of know where, at least where some of you guys stand on this. What is the shape of the earth according to the Quran?
According to the Quran does not talk directly of the shape of the earth because it's irrelevant to your worship. God is talking from a phenomenological point of view, but he did not address the actual shape of the planet.
Well, see, I have a list here of verses. We don't have time to go through all that, and I don't want to take up. I know there's probably people.
Tell me the best one, brother. I have a long debate with probably the person that you got that list from. I think his name is, I got to remember his name. He's pretty big in the flat world community. He's George Stirrup.
No, I don't really.
Howard Stirrup. George Howard Stirrup or whatever.
Okay, in one regard, you're right, because how does it have to do with worship? Sure, but don't you think that the creator of everything would probably have detailed that kind of thing? Don't you think
it's because the Quran is a need-to-know basis. So there's a lot of things that God could have detailed in the Quran in regards to understanding the world or the things in regards to science. But the Quran is here to teach us and to guide us about our religion. So the shape of the earth does not change what we have to do towards our God.
But I would disagree myself, because we have to ask ourselves, okay, now I know this is a hot button topic. It's controversial to say the least. Maybe it would be better not even talking about it for you guys because you're, big people or whatever. But my point is, okay, here's my question. Does the Quran say that the world is round, for example? Because
The
we
world,
have a
again,
lot of instances. I mean, there's, I can't even list, like, I could literally, it's just like 20 things I could list off. I don't think you guys have time for that, but the earth, the Quran does say the earth is flat, basically.
There's no explicit verse which says the world.
And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set there upon mountains, firm and immovable, produce therein all kinds of things in due balance. That's 15:19, 20:53. He who has made for you the earth as a bed spread out. I mean, there's a bunch of these beds spread out. We have like a whole bunch of instances of basically.
But the majority of the instances are for you.
The earth is stationary according to the words of Allah, right?
No, that's not what it says.
What does it say?
Well, you just read the verse.
I know where you guys stand. I just want, it's more that I'm curious. I'm not trying to, convince you guys. It's more that I'm curious.
Let me tell you something about perspective, right? Quran is speaking to you based on the perspective of you, the people. God is talking to us, what we see, right? Now, according to the way God is talking to us, hey, there's the Grayson Brook is here, is watching. Mohammed, you can just, we have Jason Brook watching. So according to the perspective God is talking to us, for instance, if I give you this verse, let's use this verse, Quran chapter 88, verse 20. Mohammed, you can put the verse on the screen. I want to just use this. Quran chapter 88, verse 20, but it has a context to it, right? So you start from the context, chapter 88, verse 20. But let's go above it. Go above it. So for people who read my translation, yeah, let's start from, let's say, 16, right? No, let's start from 16. Go above again. Okay, no, okay, so we start from 17. Now, God is telling us that, do they dare not look at the camels, how they have been created, maybe they have been shaped? Yeah, peace to you, Grayson Brook. So you see,
brother, as you're describing that, I'm just going to do 20 push-ups because
okay, so okay, I'm listening now. I'm listening.
Okay, how it has been shaped, khulikat. Oh my God, Grayson Brook, did you see what you have caused? Oh my God, Grayson, this is what this is the issue you brought now.
I'm listening.
Well, Grayson Brook, you have become an inspiration. Okay, anyways, chapter 88, verse 17, he says, do they then not look at the camel? So it is literally, you can look at it, you can see it because it's within the earth. We can see the camels and how they have been created, right? Or shaped. The camel is the kind of animal that it can actually store water within it, and if it actually bring it, or store food and bring it out and use it later for later use, right? So now then it says, and at the sky. So if it says at the sky, how it has been raised, it means you see it from your perspective, the way we see it. It has been raised. We see it raised.
You think that's a little bit metaphorical, though?
Well, you can take it like that if you want, but it is talking about seeing, right? It's talking about looking at something. So I don't understand. Please let it make sense.
Here's the basic
looking
question.
at something.
Here's a basic question.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile a heliocentric worldview with being a quranist? That's what I really.
You're
we can even ignore that
trying.
question because I have like maybe one or two more questions, and then you can.
Okay, but let me show you another verse where it's very clear. So, here, hold on. I just gotta pull it. Yeah. So here, God is talking about Dhul Qarnayn, right? He says, until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it setting at a spring of mud. So he, in the Arabic, it's saying that he saw it setting in mud. But he's talking from, it's a phenomenological point of view. So it's from the eyes of Dhul Qarnayn.
So it's figurative.
It does not
metaphorical again.
It's no, it's not metaphorical. It's his own eyes. That's what
literal.
he's
It's not
witnessing.
literal. The earth isn't literally laid out. It's not literally like an ostrich nest.
No,
It's just
brother, it's
figurative.
not
So
about
what are we
it's
doing here?
phenomenological. Do you know what the word phenomenological means?
Having to do with phenomena? There's something you see? I don't know. I don't know
Yes.
that word.
So it's from my eyes, from the phenomenon I'm observing.
Okay, yeah. So
I might,
right. So did the Prophet Muhammad write the Quran, or is it from God? Which is it?
no, he wrote
Because
it
because
from
it
God, and he
means-
wrote it.
this is my question, right? It's like, is this the speech of the Creator, or is it the speech of Muhammad?
It's the
Because it
rendition of the
speech of the
speech that was
Creator.
given to give you.
It comes from God, but it has to be delivered by a human being. So Muhammad
That's
delivered
right.
it to us.
Of course. But so Muhammad he's not describing his phenomena that he's witnessing. He's recounting the message from God. The message from God is this thing that they're saying, hey, the sun setting in mud. That's not figurative of the sky being raised above on pillars, the earth being stationary. It's not figurative. Like, how is that figurative?
No,
That's my
but
question.
here's the thing: we use the same terminology for things that are around. This is where the people who are very invested in the Quran, and then they look at the words. So for the word tabaqat, right, which is levels, people think tabaqat is flat, but we'll use the same word for the energy levels of an electron. Tabaqat al-taqa,
That's not
which is
Quranic.
a
We're not
cloud.
talking about the Quran right now. You're talking about something else. Because there are,
No,
believe it or
brother.
not, yes, there are atoms and electrons mentioned in the Quran, but it's not in that type of.
No,
There's nothing.
but I'm
quantitative.
telling you about how the words to you, they might also seem flat, but it would also apply to something that is a globe. That's why the Quran is not like it could be
I don't believe
understood.
in multiple meanings for words in the Quran.
But that's again, that's your interpretation and the way that you're approaching the Quran. But that's got nothing to do
Why
with
would God
multiple
make it
meanings.
ambiguous? Why would Allah make it ambiguous? Why would He leave room?
I'm
for
not talking about multiple meanings, my brother. I'm saying the exact same meaning can fit to something that is flat and something that is globe. So I
In
could
the Quran?
wrap.
in the Quran.
I'm talking about just literal, the word literal. So something like tabaqat can be applied to something that's flat, and it can could be applied to like an onion. I would use the exact same word as tabaqat.
Are they using that word for an onion in the Quran? That's what I'm saying. You guys are Quran alone, right? I'm Quran alone. So we at least can start on
We're
that.
talking
Okay?
Arabic,
But
though.
I'm saying, where is this phenomenon you're talking in the Quran? Because if it's saying, my point is this: the Quran is saying, hey, basically the earth is stationary. So what?
Correct.
That should be it. That's a
No,
speech
I
of the
mean, not
Creator. That
correct,
should
but
be
like,
authoritative. Is that not authoritative? That's the first question. Second question is, if you reject hadith, why do you like, for example, why do
except
you?
NASA.
I'm sorry.
Is that or is that where it's going? Am I rejecting hadith? So now, but I'm accepting NASA and what NASA is giving me.
That and just like all of
Right.
like pretty much everything,
Okay.
history, everything.
So for me, I'm a computer programmer. I'm a computer programmer that has to work with computers since 2004, and I worked a lot with logistics, and I worked with a lot with simulations. So I'm capable right now to program a simulation where I can incorporate the travel of air travel, the sunrise and the sunset, the phases of the moon, and the weather cycle all on a single model. And I can make it very precise to reflect the real world. But I cannot put all of that on a single flat or any other shape technically, where
Don't get
it
me
would
wrong.
be one to
I
one
think-
with the earth.
let
But
me just
here's
say
the
something
thing.
real quick.
Here's where I'm going to
Flat
say.
Earth is not a good term. Flat Earth is
Brother, you guys are very good at talking about the flat world, but you don't bring you guys believe that you're breaking the science behind why they say it's a globe Earth, because you feel like you've proved that gravity doesn't exist or that it's buoyancy and all of this, but you guys don't have actually even their own material covered for you to refute what the
We're just
scientists say.
talking about the
Now, let's
Quran, bro.
assume you
I'm not
refuted
talking
it.
about
One second,
other
I'm getting
stuff.
to the point. Let's assume you refuted it. You guys don't come with any other alternative. So why is there an eclipse?
What do you mean no
Why is there an
alternative?
eclipse?
How is there no alternative? We're
what
literally
eclipse
just
is the
going off
sun,
of what
brother?
Allah says. It says the
What
alternative.
eclipses the sun?
What
During
eclipses the sun? The moon.
The moon eclipses the sun, right? Why is it a circle? Why is it not flat?
Why did God make it that way?
Okay, why about the other way now? When we have the sun and then the earth and then the moon. The moon is showing you the shadow of the earth at this point, and it's not flat, it's a circle as well.
My point is, okay, but I just should say flat earth is divisive. That's not the right word. I actually don't believe the earth is flat. I believe the earth is stationary because that's what Allah says. It's a stationary plane, right? So it's fixed in place, and actually the sky is rotating. So
That I can agree with you.
Yeah. You
So
see,
what is the end of
you can't
this?
say it not.
What is the end of this point you're asking now? What does it do to
the question
the
is why it's important is because it has to do with everything. I mean, there's so many underlying questions that come up with like what shape is the earth. It's important because it's literally where we wake up every day. To me, it's important.
Is it part of me serving God?
I
Does it
think so
change
because
anything
it
for
has to
me?
do with the truth. There's actually let's just say this. If the earth is a stationary plane, where's the center? That's a question
do I
that
need
you're
that
not going
for?
to ask unless
You wouldn't know because you don't have a model. That's my point. Because
You
I
wouldn't know
understand.
what the
Listen,
center of the earth is?
I understand this conversation. You're gonna say that
Where's Mecca?
however the
That's
shape
another
is.
question I want to ask. Where's Mecca?
Mansa, let me prove to you that I understand your perspective. Let's assume that it's a stationary place and it's whether it's a round or a waffle or whatever shape it is. You're saying the dead center would be Mecca, correct?
That's what the Quran says.
You see, I know what you're saying. So what you're explaining to me is not something that I heard before. So whatever they're saying that where Mecca is now, it isn't Mecca, but it's in the dead center. And the dead center is showing that it's the Arctic. So Mecca is in the middle of the Arctic, where the northern lights are. Correct?
That's problematic. That's if you're taking a hadith about the world at face value,
Okay.
because you
So,
really don't know.
so where would Mecca be? In the center of the earth, correct?
Be the center.
Right. And where's the center?
So how does that
We don't
affect
know.
anything?
The
If
center
it's
would
the
be
center.
magnetic north, right?
The magnetic north. Isn't that where the Arctic is?
Have you been there?
I've been very close to the magnetic north, yes. And Baba Shuiab is extremely close to magnetic north, yes.
That's cool. Yeah, I have some friends in Norway and stuff too. Anyway, that's
where
the
Mecca
main
is,
thing.
right?
I just kind of wanted to ask the question. It's like I know you guys, like, I understand. That's the main question.
No,
and then
you see,
Mecca thing. I already got to ask. Why? Okay, so where's Mecca then? According to
you go
guys.
to Mohammed, go to Quran chapter 48. Open Quran chapter 48 to 24.
Brother, it's not gonna change nothing.
Okay.
Right.
Now, when you
Wait, hold on. Sorry, brother, are you smoking weed on my stream?
Just tobacco. I hand roll it.
Okay.
All right.
When you check the context going down 24 mentions Mecca, and it mentioned the interior of Mecca, and with the context shows you Mecca contains the Masjid al-Haram, that it possesses the Masjid al-Haram. Now, for any intellectual person watching, just ask them, where is the Masjid al-Haram? Where can we find it? We find it in Mecca, right? And where is Mecca?
There.
What?
There's a place called that there, but don't you know nobody? They know nobody even lived there. Like no, they're the Muslims that are in charge of that place are saying, hey, there was nobody here. There was nobody living here, like not that long.
But
ago.
I think this is not very helpful for me or you, and I don't think we're gonna get to a
Anyways, it's okay, brother. Bansa Musa, thank you for your time. Let's move into the next caller. I think this
Right,
is not
because
going anywhere.
I've talked to many people, not many people. There's a group that share that perspective, and it's very difficult to get. But can I ask a question in front of everybody so that people understand why I don't like talking about this topic? Mensa, for us to consider that the world is a globe, right? According to you, we would be mushriks, correct?
I don't know. That shirk is not. You have a good point.
Thank you. So, according to you, if I subscribe to a globe Earth, I'm a mushrik, right?
Me personally, I wouldn't say that. No.
Okay, but from the group, the collective.
I don't. I'm myself. Sorry.
Well, it's okay. It's okay, brother Mansa. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your questions. Well, let's move on. Let's move on to something else. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Salam.
All right, the next person I said is this gentleman here, Mila. Peace, brother.
Hi. Salam alaikum.
Waalaikum salam.
Waalaikum.
Yeah.
So you can-
Mila is my daughter's name.
Okay.
Yeah, Mohammed, I have a question for you. Where's Mecca? I'm just kidding.
I get it from both sides now.
Okay,
I
okay.
get it from both
But
sides.
I think it's it's like believe or knowing Allah. I think because if you believe is like you have so many stupid questions, but if you know it's like Allah is real, so it like why don't you know like live after that. After I know Allah is real, because before I am so nervous. It's first time I don't have a social media, so I'm sorry.
Calm down, brother. We're
Don't-
just
don't-
friends. It's all
Don't
good.
look at the camera. Don't look at the camera. Just talk. Don't look at the camera.
Because I was like my family was Muslim, but I found Allah with my life. Before I read the Quran, I know I could see the signs. It was like I was like when Allah says, "I only give you, like what you can check." He testing us. So every time I was like going down, I could feel Allah helping me. I will never I never like go to the bad side. In every day I say, this is my baddest day. Next day more bad. Next day more bad. 5 years. Every day was like more. But every time I could see the signs, I could feel Allah. So before I even I have never opened the Quran. I was working 12 hours a day, 10 years. But in this, like, Allah says, I only test you what you heart can check.
Yeah.
It was, and if it's like you have a glass water, blip blip blip, and the last day I was finished. So every day I could feel Allah helping me. I could see the signs, and after like believe is get to like knowing, and after I know, it's like now every day I think about Allah. It's like if I work for Allah. It's like you. So I think I'm sorry, everything is Allah. I'm nervous, but I think it's like, so after I opened the Quran, it was like the beautiful book. But you can find Allah before the Quran. Because Allah give you your sides, and it's like miracle is not only for the prophet, it's for the human being too. But you have to see it, and after you can see it, Allah says, I give you the signs, but do you see it? And it was a miracle. I can tell you now 1,000 miracles. I think Allah helping me so much. Maybe when I die, He will say, "How took you so long?" As I give you as 1,000 signs, million signs. Allah says in the Quran, if you tell you will not He's helping us every day, every single second. Allah is here. Now Allah, I really Allah is here. When we talk, He's here. We don't pitch it Allah is everything for me. And I think is like believe or knowing. If you know, you will change your life, because but if you believe, it's like this, and after this I go out and say, oh, Allah is beautiful. So hadith, what is hadith? I don't even know what hadith is. Hadith, the Prophet says, but Allah, I talk to them 1 hour. They not once time they say Allah, Prophet, 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 Prophet. I look the book. The Prophet say Allah, 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 and then people say Prophet, 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 Prophet. But every time I get help, it was from Allah. I know it because Prophet can help me. It's staying in the book. Prophet and I don't understand how stupid people are. But so I read the book. If you call all the humanity if Allah have signed, close their eyes and I am sorry, and the heart, you can turn them. So it's my family, friends, it's like what why they don't understand. But I think
Because God says in the Quran about this. God in the Quran says this. He says that if God willed, He would have guided everybody. And there's a verse where God even says, like, did the believers not kind of أَفَلَمْ يَيْأَسُوا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا إِنْ لَوْ يَشَاءُ اللَّهُ يَهْدِ النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا. Like, did the believers did they start not feeling bad or feeling low? That if God willed, He would have guided everyone. Because us as believers, we see how amazing God's guidance is. So we keep thinking, like, what's wrong with everybody else not wanting this relationship or not wanting this love or not exploring this book? This book is amazing. So we get like, even us as believers, we're always asking the same question, but we have to understand that the people that are not being guided, it's because of the truth. So they're not guided because they're not worthy of guidance at that moment. If they do the actions for them to get guided, then God guides whom He wills. So it's we shouldn't feel sad for people making their decisions.
Yeah, no, I'm not sad because now I am what I am today because Allah, He make me stronger. I was strong before, but I was stupid, and I was He taught me to be everything nice like Allah says what the Muslim is the beautiful, But I look around it's like difficult to accept that they don't understand the word of Allah. I don't understand why it's so difficult, because you have the book and the book say be nice, be this, give your money, but they say, oh, this dunya, it's like you have 1 hour to live in. How do you want to live this 1 hour? It's like, okay, so yeah.
So good, brother.
Brother, you made a good point. Your points are okay to you don't need to be nervous. I know it's your first time of streaming. You made perfect sense. But one thing I want to elaborate on is believing in God doesn't mean you doubt God. You have to know God before you believe God. So I give an example. If you know Baba Shrive,
I don't know. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I see you half an hour, I think.
No problem. I'm just saying if you know Baba Shrive, meaning if you know me already, you can believe.
Yeah.
Are you getting my point? When you know someone, that is when you can have faith in the person. You can believe in, because you know them. You know who they are and what they say and what they do.
There's security.
So if you know them, now you can believe what they do, what they tell you, or because you know, you already know who they are. So with God, we are not only believing God, we have to know God.
Yeah, and
I know there is one God.
Yeah, Baba Shab, I know Allah is real. I know Allah is here because.
So you can believe.
Yeah, I'm believing all my heart. I'm every day I'm living is for Allah. Every time I go do something is from to Allah.
Yes.
So I believe 100% is what my because Muhammad, I watch you because I have watching you because it was like I was alone in this world. It's like why it was like nobody understand me as a nobody. So I took the YouTube. I saw you. I said you talk like me. If you know me, I am not like if one people talk to me. I'm telling what I believe in. I'm not quiet. I saw you. Hey, it was like what? And after I saw Baba Shwad, okay, 2, now 3. I think in my brain because I was getting crazy because it's like 1,000 people and they call me crazy kafir. How do you know? How do you do that? What do you do?
Brother.
What you get from? It's like as I was.
Brother.
And so, yes.
Do you have Telegram? Do you use Telegram?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, if you ever,
He's new to social media.
if you ever download Telegram, there's a group right here. You'll see on the screen. I put a link.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us. There's a lot of us.
Okay. So we're not alone.
You're definitely not alone, brother.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
But we do.
Thank you
We
very
have
much.
to get to everybody else. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for coming.
And one more thing, I really believe, and it's like we can talk to many people, but I really believe if Allah didn't come to me in my heart, I will never understand. It's like I could really feel I'm not believing, I'm knowing because I have seen. If I don't want to tell but I have seen miracles. Like if you know if something if the Quran says like many people like says why this it's from Allah. Why you question it? If the sun is a circle or not, it's not important. The point is you live now, you die tomorrow. What do you check you have one opportunity, like Eminem says, it's like you have to live your days like the last day. You have money, give it to them. Forgive every day, every second. I will say to myself, Allah forgive me, Allah forgive me, Allah forgive me, because I am so scared if Allah not forgive me. If Allah not forgive me, I'm finished. So I'm scared, but I love Allah very much. But I'm so scared for Allah too, and I have to be scared because Allah says in the Quran, if you don't scared, you don't have iman in your heart. The people
God does say that the believers, they have to have khushu', right? So they have to have taqwa. They have to be conscious of God, and the consciousness and the thoughts of God. It gives you like confidence, but it also has to scare you so you don't cross the limits.
Yeah, it's good to be scared because if I don't scare, I would like I will be like I know everything. I know it. I don't know everything, but I know Allah is everything. And I finish now. I live my every day like it's the last day, and if I last day is like you have one day. How would you look back and say, what did you do? Did you remember Allah? Did you give the poor money? Did you fall in shaitans like the Zionist is like?
Brother Miller, if you are leaving as it's your last day, don't forget to pay your rent, right? You need to pay your rent. Because if you are leaving as it's your last day, if you don't pay your rent, your landlord is going to kick you out. So
I didn't understand.
What I'm trying to say is, if you are saying that you are going to leave as your last day, doesn't mean you should take all your money and just give it to the poor just like that and you stay hungry.
But I will do that if I could because I know in the sick as I have the bills I pay, but you will never see me a millionaire. You will never see me like watching because if I get it. Yeah, because
we understand your point. We understand where you're coming from. It's just that the world is not pleasing for you anymore. But I'm just advising because faith has a face. When I say faith has a face, I mean PHASE. It's as a face. A face means it's like an equilibrium. It goes up and down. There are certain times where you'll be high in faith and the world is disgusting to you. Then there's times where it comes back to you and you're like, wow, I need to pay my bills. So you need to understand how faith works. Don't just think everything around you is just like that. But if you are using it in the way of God, yes, thumbs up is good, but don't just cast everything out, please. Be mindful the way also you will deal with that.
Yeah, but I understand you. But like before, one of you says a stage. you know, you stroke. Now, you know, with one of chin, I think I'm 9.5. I know what I'm doing. I know. I know.
Thank you,
Baba
thank you,
Shah.
thank you very much, Mila.
No,
Mila,
okay, I'm
it was
sorry.
nice having
But
you. Try to join the link Mohammed gave you, the Telegram.
inshallah,
We
inshallah.
keep in touch. You are not alone. Remember that today you can sleep very well. You are
No,
not alone,
yeah,
right?
but if
And you are,
if I was alone and 8 million people come to me, I will stay. I would not be scared because I know I have
Yeah,
Allah,
God.
you know. And now is good. 1, 2, 3 is okay. We can kick this ass.
thank you,
Where's
thank you,
Mecca?
thank you, thank you.
Listen.
See you, bro. Peace.
Peace. All right,
Okay,
next
Ahmed,
next on the list we have
Ahmed,
Hassan.
I
You have to go,
I
brother.
have 30 minutes. This one we are going to keep it short. I have 30 minutes to go, so let's keep it
30
short. Or
minutes? Okay.
if you want to stay longer, fine, no problem. But I have 30 minutes to go, so let's keep it short with that. Maybe
Okay, so
5,
guys,
10
I'm
minutes.
gonna bring Hassan Abdullah, but guys, whoever's in the queue, so there's working Hassan Abdullah, Ayat, and then we have also Tuhan Han, right? But then there's the other people there. We're not gonna get to. I'm gonna try to get these 4 in, but sorry, there's other people also in the queue. There, I'm not gonna be able to get to you. So just so you know. So we'll go with Hassan, and then we'll go down the list.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. How's everyone?
Wa alaikum salam, my brother.
Brother, please, as short and precise as possible.
Yeah, I really appreciate the job that you do. You know, speaking of cancer, I'm a cancer survivor. I was diagnosed stage 4 2 years ago. I'm getting treatment, and you know, my cancer has been in remission for 2 years. In fact, this past April, I ran 4 times for the Run for the Cure for pancreatic cancer, which is the kind of cancer I have. And you know, like to that caller, I would say, you know, you can never pray too much, you know, for a thing. Me myself, I accept whatever Allah brings. You know, if it's His will for me to die soon, hey, I die soon. You know, and that could be, you know, life and death, sickness and death are not hand in hand all the time. You know, we can all, you know, we all are gonna die sooner or later. You know, and you know, even if I were healthy, I could still die tonight. You know, I mean, if I were, you know, like didn't have the cancer, I mean, I still am relatively healthy even with the cancer. But nevertheless, getting to the quick points, you know, I myself am a Quran Muslim. I came into Islam by way of the Quran. When I came into Islam, I've been a Muslim now for 34 years, and when I first came into Islam or began to study, you know, Islam, it was back in 1988. I read and studied the Quran for like 2 years, and I, you know, became a Muslim. You know, at the time I didn't know many Muslims. I didn't know anything about any hadiths or anything like that. And like 2 years later, I was, you know, able to meet, you know, Muslims. And, you know, to my surprise, I got a really big disappointment because I thought that Muslims, you know, who were born in Muslim countries and families and all that were very knowledgeable. And I saw otherwise. And, you know, during that time also, some brother gave me like these collection of the hadiths. It was Sahih Muslim and Bukhari. I read them, studied them for, you know, like several months. And after that, you know, I concluded, no, this is not, you know, what the Quran says. You know, this is what the Quran says. So from that point on, I decided that the Quran is the only religious source of guidance for me. Over the years, you know, I try to, you know, keep with the Muslim community. You know, I pray mostly at, you know, Sunni mosques, you know, like for the Jummah, you know, and I pray sometimes. I prayed with the Shias before. You know, I try to keep the unity, even though I have my own personal, you know, beliefs and understandings. You know, I try not to really, you know, create any kind of issues, you know, with anybody. You know, like, you know, if someone asks me, I would tell them. But usually I try to come to common points around the Quran. You know, that's the only thing that I, like try to come to common points with, like a lot of the Muslims with, like points that I know for a fact that they are forced to agree with, with regards to the Quran. So I try to stick with that. And also, you all were talking about, like you always get this question about how do you pray, and they always bring up that ayat in Surah Al-Baqarah about the Qibla and all of that. One good answer to both of them. We have to keep in mind in the Quran, it means that the Prophet Ibrahim, he did Aqimus Salah, him and his sons. So it was a living tradition that was passed down from generation to generation. With regards to that question in Surah Al-Baqarah, like the brother said, Allah never commanded the Prophet to turn to Jerusalem to pray. That was the result of the living tradition that had been passed down at that time. The Arab, who were the descendants of Ismail, had deviated from what Ibrahim initially, gave Ismail, his descendants over time before the Prophet came. The reason for it, I don't know. I'm not going to even go into any of that. But it was a tradition, a living tradition that was passed down, and this was even before the during the time of the Prophet. It was still continued to be practiced, because even the Prophet, it belonged to this one group, they pretty much did the same thing. And this is why in the Quran, why they don't, they always ask about the details of the Salat, which, by the way, the hadith don't give the step-by-step details either. The reason is that the Quran, doesn't go in these minute details and all of that, is because, first of all, again, it was a living tradition, and the prayers were already widely known. And if you think about the Prophet, his mission lasted 23 years. The believers prayed with the Prophet every day for 23 years. That is how people learn how to pray, and they passed that down from generation to generation. And that is how we learn to pray. It has nothing to do with no hadiths or anything like that. So anytime, anybody asks you, how do you pray and how did you learn to pray, just bring that to it. Because I guarantee none of them read a hadith to learn how to pray step by step. They were taught how to pray. But as far as that verse in sort of, Al-Baqarah, okay, the Prophet, during that time, even before his time, the people in that area in Arabia, they faced Jerusalem. Those who kept up that tradition of Ibrahim, they faced Jerusalem at that time. Now, Ibrahim himself and Ismail, they faced the Kaaba. But the descendants, you have to keep in mind, Bani Israel. I don't know why they faced Jerusalem. Not going to even go into whether or not it was right or wrong.
There's reasons why. There's reasons why they bring up Jerusalem in regards to the Qibla, regardless if it was or not. The Jews faced Jerusalem, so there are things in history that show that they could have. But to us, it's the same answer that I gave the person. It's irrelevant to us in 2024. It's not things that we need to discuss, nor do we need to know.
It's not going to benefit us one way or the other. Although I know where they try to go. They try to say, well,
there's outside revelation.
And also, by the way, do you brothers listen to a brother? He's an electrical engineer in Canada. His name is Omar Ramahi. He's made a lot of really good videos. Brother Abu Shway. I'm sorry. I think I saw you on a brother Nefras's channel before, so.
Safraz, yes, I was there about 3 times. I did a program about it.
Omar, he also, does like that podcast sometimes as well.
Is that Omar Zaid or Omar?
Oh, it's Omar Ramahi.
Oh, Ramahi, yeah. I know. He's been on that platform with
yeah. But like me myself, being an electrical engineer also, he and I kind of follow along the same lines of thinking. And, I was listening to that brother, who talks about that flat earth, and it just blew my mind that someone in 2024 can actually believe in things like that. Also, there's a verse in the Quran in Surah Az-Zumar, verse 5, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explains the process of night and day, where he uses the word yukawwar nahara al-layl. Like the word yukawwar comes from the word kawwar, which means to make or wind or coil, like into a ball, like wrapping the turban. So it's basically saying he winds the night upon the day and he winds the day upon the night, which that right there, when you wind something, that it definitely implies a roundness of something.
Right, brother. That was the point. Like the Quran itself is not actually talking about the shape of the earth.
It's not a science textbook or anything. Although it does make statements sometimes about natural phenomenon that the science. Yeah. I lost you for a minute. For an example, like the Big Bang. Again, the Quran is not a astrophysics book, but how it describes how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the heavens and the earth or the universe from, like the process of Ratkin, Fatak, Nahuma, like they were joined together and then he split them into pieces and made everything from water.
But brother Hassan, I don't mean to be rude. We really appreciate your presence. You have to keep going on.
And I'm going to get off here and let a lot of the others who've been waiting and stuff. And again, I thank you for taking me on, and I really appreciate it. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to bless both of you brothers and bless and protect you and your families.
God bless you too. And may God bless you as well and forgive you here and in the hereafter for you and your family as well. God bless.
Allah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Peace, Ayat.
Hello.
Hello?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. But you got to turn your mic up, sister.
Is it?
Your voice is down. You can speak up a bit.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Are you calling from Ghana or Nigeria?
From Ghana.
Okay. Your accent, your accent made me know that you're from Ghana.
Yeah. I spoke to you on WhatsApp before.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to thank you guys for what you are doing. It's great to see you guys together on this stream, and we hope to see more of that because you are really educating people.
Yes, thank you.
Because there are people, if few people even get that message, they'll pass it, and maybe future generation will leave this hadith and come back to the Quran only.
Not everybody. At least the smart ones, the wise ones will do that.
Because the hadith, myself growing up in a village, I didn't even know what hadith was. I did went to madrasa, but it was just for a short period. So what I was taught was how to write Arabic and how to read the Quran. I didn't know much, and I didn't even know that there were sects like Sunnis, Shias, and whatnot, because we're not taught that. I wasn't raised like that. I came to the city, and then I started hearing these different, Sunnis and whatnot. I just told myself I was a Muslim.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
I didn't even know that in the Quran. I just told myself that natural thing was in me. I didn't even know that there was a verse in the Quran that even talks about we shouldn't divide into sects. I didn't know that. So I just started researching about my religion 3 years ago, about 3 years ago. And then when debates, Islam, Muslim, Christian debate, then they'll be using the hadith more than the Quran. I just tell myself, why are they using the hadith than the Quran when the Quran is there? Like that natural, I didn't even know what the hadith, natural this thing was there. Till I met through my research, and I met a Quran only Muslim last year. Then I started learning from him, and then later I met Muhammad. I saw um your videos, Muhammad. I think these short videos. Then
Yeah.
I came to meet you guys, and then I'm learning from you guys too. So the hadith really is causing a lot of damage to people, because this so many of these ex-Muslims, some of them left
It's
Islam
not
because of the hadith.
my
But
sister.
God guides whom He wills.
My sister, is it Ayat, right? Your name is Ayat.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
hadith is not causing problem. It has already caused damages. Are you getting my point? It's not causing
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
If it's causing, you're thinking it's causing. It has already damaged people's brains already.
Because I hear people comment, and people said the hadith, this because of this hadith I left Islam. I told myself, okay, God guides whom He wills. That's what God said in the Quran. Because if you things were written, people who wrote this never met the Prophet who write this, and because of that you have to leave Islam when the Quran is there. The Quran was sent as a guidance to mankind. Why will you? So like Allah said, want them or not, they will not believe.
Okay, you see, check. Mohammed put a verse for her. Chapter 10, verse 39. Chapter 10, verse 39. Let's use a verse about this. You see, in this verse, it says, in fact, they have denied what they have not encompassed its knowledge, and whose interpretation has not yet come to them. Likewise did those before them deny. So observe how was the end of the transgressors. The reason why we put this verse is to just understand that in order to deny something, you have to investigate it. You have to know it. Investigate what you see. So this is why some of the claims from the Hadith books makes people become agnostic or atheist, right? Because those things they find there, logically it cannot be tolerated. So when you stick to the Quran, that is the guidance for mankind. So it's better to devote your time to learn the Quran, to have the knowledge of the Quran, then you can get the interpretation thereof from God, right? So sticking with the Quran to understand the Quran, yes, that is the best solution for mankind, because that's guidance for mankind. But as for the people who are approaching the Quran, giving you their whims and desires, telling you this verse means this, they will tell you don't do the Salat, it's not physical, don't do this, don't do this. It's binding on you to study, to reflect for yourself
Sure.
if you want to have
Yeah,
connection with
because
God. Because most of the people
sure.
who tell you, they will tell you don't do the physical Salat. If you ask them, how do you connect with God? They say by doing righteous. If you ask them what righteous do they even do, they don't even know. So we are in the world where the devil said he will sit on the straight path. So he will drive a lot of people away from the straight path. Some people will claim they are following the Quran, but they are a danger to the society themselves, right? They will corrupt your ethics, your morals. Those people have no morals, they have no ethics. They are not, like, they cannot even be a role model for other people to follow.
Sister, my brother Baba Shuaiba here, he has a saying, he factory resets them. But some people, there's nothing to reset. There's they're bricks. They've been bricked.
They're already damaged. When it's damaged, you put it to the bin.
Like the guy, there was a guy who came earlier on and was saying that something was revealed. There's revelation outside the Quran. Was like, what?
Yeah, he was
Because
a
I don't
Muslim.
even I don't
That
have
guy.
much knowledge, but like reading the Quran, I saw a verse that Allah says that He did not leave anything outside the Quran. Am I
Yeah, Ma
right?
Farratna fi Kitab Misha in chapter 6, verse 38. Yeah.
Yes, and didn't Allah say that if the Prophet had uttered something other than the Quran, like He would have, stopped the revelation to him?
Exactly. Chapter 69, verse 36 to 38. Yes.
And that like they like he wouldn't have had any helpers. So if you are telling me that something like that, there's another revelation which you don't even know
Moment is
of.
43 to 40. Yeah. Start from 43, you said. Yeah. 43 to 46, sorry. So it says here, "Walau takawwala alayna ba'd al-aqawil," a revelation from the Lord of the worlds, and if he, Muhammad, had fabricated some of the sayings about us, we will have seized him by the right hand, and then we will have cut the iota from him. So Muhammad, as a prophet, messenger, he didn't give the people any other thing but the words of God from the Quran. It's clearly stated in Quran chapter 6 verse 19. So Muhammad, you can put the verse, chapter 6 verse 19, that he said the Quran has been inspired to him. وَأُوحِيَ إِلَيَّ هَذَا الْقُرْآنِ لِأُنذِرَكُم بِهِ وَمَنْ بَلَغَ. So God is a witness between me and you that this Quran has been inspired to me in order to warn you by it and whoever it may reach. So the Quran is what the Prophet actually used to call the people as a messenger as well, to call the people to guidance. So he never used any external they will say revelation. He might have personal inspiration. That's different. Just like the mother of Moses had inspiration to cast Moses. Just like the disciples of Isa, they had inspiration from God. Inspiration can be given, but that's personal. But then we have the thing, inspiration, which is for people, which is from the Quran. That is what was inspired to the Prophet, and which is the Quran to give to the people. You see, so the people, they are antagonists. You see, we don't show them hatred that the way they show us hatred. And when people hate you for what you do, it means you are doing the right thing. I repeat, when people hate you for what you do, you're doing the right thing.
Okay. And
Thank you.
you said you claim to be a Muslim. There was a debate on a TV, a think tank TV. It's just a channel. He's a non-Muslim or but he has learned much. He can even do better than majority of Muslims in defending the Prophet and then the Quran. So this guy told me I'm not a Muslim because I said I don't believe in a falsehood of thought. Those things I didn't even know what they were. Like the guy just said that you claim to be that Sunni guy, you claim to be a Muslim. You don't have to judge. It's only God that knows our heart. You don't have to pray 5 times or 3 times a day to be a Muslim. You just have to submit. God knows our heart. So nobody should call somebody not being a Muslim or not. Because of this hadith, that Christian guy told me I'm not a Muslim. I don't follow the false school. It was Quran 65:4. I was defending it that it's women who have problems in menstruating, not young children like the translators and the tafsir. He said, "Oh, all the scholars is saying that it's the young ones." And I said, "Oh, the scholars, they are human beings. They can make mistake. The verse is there. Why do you go to scholars? Why do you do that?"
The verse says women here. It doesn't say kids.
Yeah, it says women, but this the tafsir, and then they read this hadith into read about Aisha, they lied about the Prophet and whatnot. So he was telling me that all the scholars agree, and I'm saying that. I said, if the scholar make mistakes, should we also follow that mistake? Because the verse is there, it's telling us women. In any case, children don't even menstruate. How can they get pregnant? Because the ruling was based on pregnancy. So this hadith, really?
Yeah, like I said, the
Really?
hadith has already caused damage. It's not
Yeah.
causing problem. It's already caused the damage already. So it has damaged people's brain, including some of the Christians who agree with the sectarians when they are using the hadith books to explain the Quran. So
Right.
they are actually in view that, oh, look, the Quran, it says you should sleep with kids. So this is what people do. They interpolate their own words into the words of God.
Brain damage. Brain damage.
Even some of the Muslims are. That's why I'm very disappointed with Muhammad Ijab. I saw a video of him saying that I'm so disappointed. Judgment day, everybody is responsible for his or her actions. And then obey the Christians who brought up, obey the messenger and obey Allah. So if I don't follow the hadith, and I said no, it's the message Allah is talking about. I told him the prophet is not here. The message, he's not here for us to obey him, but the message is the Quran that we have to obey, not what nothing else, not hadith that he didn't even know about, that they wrote
Yeah, it
certain,
came
because the hadith,
200 years.
most of them are
200 years
totally against
after.
the prophet.
The Sahih
Yeah, most of
al-Bukhari
them
is
are totally against the prophet.
yeah,
Right.
So it's just
Sahih
an
al-Bukhari.
insult.
Yeah.
An insult to the
I don't-
prophet, because you see people calling the prophet pedo, and it has a lot that
does.
in the Quran. I came across a verse that God said that he was of a good moral character, and then this hadith will tell me this.
Yeah.
Right. No, we agree with you, but Sister Ayat, I don't mean to be rude. We do. I do have to get through the list with the people that we promised that we're going to bring up.
Yeah,
But
thank you. Yeah, I
we
just want to go
appreciate
because I've been there for
your
long, but yeah.
Thank you,
thank you.
Ayat. Thank you for your time. Thank you. God
we're
bless.
trying to fit everybody, and I apologize. Yeah, I saw you waiting for a long time, but there's people also after you in the queue that
Yeah, I
also
know people
were
were waiting. That's why I didn't want to keep it long. That's what I'm saying, because I think people are still waiting. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Ayat. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Appreciate you coming up.
Welcome.
Peace. Salam. Okay. All right. Next we have Tuna Han Hun. All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Peace. Brother, keep it short. I understand we can talk for a very long time, but
Yes,
we got to
yes,
keep
yes.
it short. Baba,
That's
this
what
one's
I just wanted to say as well, because last time we spoke and we had, I think you can say, a quite interesting conversation. And there
Mhm.
were some points which I couldn't make because we did shift the topic towards the end quite a lot. That's why I would like to stay on the topic this time as much as possible. And I'm going to get right to the point. Could you please pull up chapter 59, verse 7? Oh, just for Baba Shuiab to know, I'm a Sunni, just so you know.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Right on. Right
yeah,
on.
Only because you said please.
that's perfect. So it's 59:7, right?
This is
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
One
So
sec.
whatever the messenger gives you, then take it, and whatever he forbids you from, then refrain from it and beware of God. Correct? That's the verse?
Yes, exactly. And
Is that
I
your
would
question?
like
So,
to have.
so let's just remove this verse here. Should I delete it here?
No, you can read all of it if you want. It's up to you.
No.
No, I know,
But
but I just
is that your question?
Yeah, that's the main point. The one you
Okay.
just read.
So, do you see the messenger has been underlined, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Please give us your definition of a messenger, then we can answer your question. What is the definition of a
The
messenger?
definition of a messenger is I could be a messenger right now. If I go to a kafir and I preach Islam, I'm basically a messenger towards
And
him.
who sent you?
Who sent me? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in that case.
How?
By being a Wazir. But that's
But
not the
you're
point.
Sunni?
You're
What?
not making sense now.
What do you mean? I mean, a messenger.
I said define the messenger.
Define a messenger as someone who sends the message.
No,
What is your point then?
he doesn't send a message. He delivers a message.
Yeah, delivers a message. English isn't my first language. That's why.
Okay, no problem. So now if we establish that that's the messenger in the verse, it doesn't say prophet. Do you agree? Does it say prophet?
So you are assuming that it's not the messenger.
I'm asking a question. I said, does it say
It doesn't
prophet?
say prophet. No.
Thank you. So can we agree here that the prophet doesn't mean messenger?
Not necessarily, yes. We agree.
Okay. So here is talking messenger. So the messenger has to act only in accordance with what God says because he has been sent by God, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's assume we take the context out. We don't deal with the verses above, the statements above. Let's deal with whatever the messenger gives you, then take it. And whatever he forbids you from, then refrain from it.
Exactly.
And beware of God. Let's deal with only that. Where does it say he gave us Sahih Bukhari or Sahih Muslim to follow?
So you are expecting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to mention Sahih Bukhari in the Quran?
I only ask a
for you.
question. Can you?
Yes,
please
I
answer my
counted because the question doesn't make sense internally. I mean, there's no need for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to say you have to follow hadith, you have to follow Bukhari, Tirmidhi, Muslim. You know, why should he say that? I mean, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and whatever the messenger gives you, then take it, and whatever he forbids you from, then refrain from it. So
Okay.
Does that mean
what
sunnah
does that
at that
mean?
point? Does that mean tradition? Just out
Yeah,
of curiosity.
no, it means sunnah.
Is he giving me traditions? and he's refraining me from traditions?
No, it's not about tradition. It's not about culture.
That's what the
About
Sunnah and
religion.
that's what the Hadith is.
Who said that? It's according to your interpretation, isn't it?
How many books?
What is he giving me?
Brother, how many books did God give to the prophet, a messenger to deliver?
The Quran. So one.
One. Thank you. Has the messenger delivered it?
Of course he has.
Okay, so we have received it. Whatever the messenger gives you, then take it. I take the
No,
Quran.
it's
Oh,
the-
wait. The messenger means you have been sent. So he has been sent, right? By who? By God. Because if the messenger has to give me a message, it has to be from God, not from anybody else, right? Do you agree?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. So now the messenger, whatever the messenger gives me, remember, I'm not saying the prophet, I'm still saying the messenger. So a messenger can only act based on the message he has been given in order to deliver it. So has he delivered the message, the Quran, or not?
He has delivered the Quran.
Okay, so I've taken it. So
It's
now
not-
I want to know what else did he forbid me from?
The Sunnah. That's what I'm talking about.
So he
When-
forbade me from the Sunnah.
All right. What? No,
I-
no, I mean it's mentioned in the Sunnah what he forbid. That's what I mean.
Wait, the Sunnah, who does it come from? Which Sunnah are you talking about?
What do you mean which Sunnah? I mean, do you want me to tell you the people who
Sunnah
compiled
Allah?
Which Sunnah are you talking about?
the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
Where is it? Where does it say in the Quran, Sunnah of the Prophet?
See, that's the issue. When you take it literally per word,
I'm asking a question. If it's not there, say it's not there.
when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran says, and whatever the messenger gives you, then take it, and whatever he forbids you, refrain from it. He
That's what I
mentioned,
asked you
wait,
earlier, brother. Okay,
If-
1 second. This is what I asked you earlier because I understand where the questioning is going.
No,
I asked
the
you.
issue
The
is,
word
I know
sunnat,
what your
sunnat
point
al-
is.
1 second, brother. Sunnat al-Nabi means the tradition of the prophet. So you said here now that the prophet is giving me traditions and he's forbidding me from traditions. And you said no. So the word sunnah doesn't make sense here.
I said it's mentioned.
So now
in the
Baba
Sunnah.
Shuaiba's question is, where does the Quran tell you about Sunnat al-Nabi, explicitly or implicitly?
That's usually when you want something explicitly like that, then you can of course say it doesn't say it, or you can interpret it the way you want to, so it fits your agenda. Or fits
So
your
according to
desire.
whose interpretation are you going to give us?
Whose interpretation?
Yeah, are you going to give us right
It's
now?
the scholarly consensus.
So it's not from God.
Oh, this is
Oh,
quite funny.
what
to
is
be honest.
funny? What is funny
Why?
about it?
Let me tell you this. Why didn't Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and whatever Allah gives you, then take it, and whatever He forbids you, refrain from? Why did He make the
Brother,
distinction?
because I
of the
asked you
messenger?
earlier. Do you want me to delete this part of the verse
I
to
told you
make
you
you
can
happy?
read it. You can read it as well, but it will not change the context of the last.
No,
verse
it
that
does.
you
That's
said.
why it says
Because
whatever
that
the
is the
messenger gives
context.
you.
That is the
That-
context.
All
You
right, then,
you're asking us a stupid question because it has been answered above in the verse.
All right, then read
Right,
it out loud. if you
and
want.
the verse after, why is it punishment? Because you're taking things you're not allowed to take. Like
See,
me, I go into a city, the city surrenders, they left, there was a war, people died, now there's bounties. So the messenger says, hey, you can take this stuff and you can't take this stuff. And if someone takes it, he's gonna have a punishment from God. I think the verse that way makes absolute sense. Because if you're gonna tell me whatever that gives you and whatever that what he forbids you from, then refrain from it and beware of God. This is not talking about traditions.
So does the messenger forbid in the Quran?
If God
Well,
asks him to forbid, he will forbid, yes.
So you are saying the messenger forbids in the Quran.
That's why
as
we
well.
call it, that's why we said messenger. A messenger can only act based on a message. So he's been told to
Right.
do
But it
something.
says
then he
whatever
will.
the messenger gives you, take it. Whatever he forbids
But there's
you,
a
refrain from
context.
it.
Why are you leaving the context out?
I told you you can read it out loud if
Wait,
you want.
1
to.
second. Do you know what word is used here? Forbids you.
I'm not-
So
I don't
whatever the
speak Arabic.
messenger. I
don't
know, but I need
Arabic.
to make it very clear. So do you think like here the messenger is giving you things that are haram that you can't do? It's
Exactly.
haram.
Yes.
Okay, but the word in Arabic, I'm helping you. I'm helping you. It
Mm-hmm.
isn't haram. Nahakum ankum is he stopped you from it. Intihat. So it goes back to material. It does not come back to forbidding. Because if this verse said, Brother, if
means
this verse said
prohibited.
it's forbidden, then it's forbidden now and onwards. But if he goes, you can't have that apple, it doesn't mean now apples are forbidden. That's why nahakum an tufaha, which means
Alright,
in the
now I
settings of
want
the
to
war
add.
bounty.
I get your point. I want to add to it. Now the issue, from my point of view and from many's point of view, is where this argument crumbles in the position of the one who only follows the Quran, is the Quran only follower uses usually his own interpretation, right?
Brother,
As we
how
have
am I
talked,
using my own interpretation when God is literally talking about war bounty and then he tells me
Akhi,
we're talking about war
asked you
bounty?
a question. I asked you the question when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions the messenger explicitly in the last verse, right? And I said, does this now mean that the messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that Rasulullah forbids in the Quran?
No, he does only the forbidding of what God told him to
But
forbid.
it doesn't say
We
it
can
here.
go to
It,
we talked
it's
about this last time on my
yes.
stream when I
I
took you to the verse of Tahrim, where
I
God is
agree with
admonishing
you
the
on
Prophet
one
saying,
point.
why are you forbidding what God has made legal? So
I
it's not up to
agree.
him, it's
I
up to
agree.
God.
Let me get my point across. I agree with you on one point, which is that the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam only forbids what Allah forbids, but that does not mean that it's only the Quran. That's the issue. Because
Okay,
when
okay. Let's
Allah
go back. Let's go back to the
one
Quran.
second, one second. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as I've said before, in the and it's not only this one, by the way, there's like 80 ayahs, I believe, where he mentions explicitly
Obey the God,
the
obey the
messenger.
messenger, right?
Yes, that's one of them.
Okay.
And this
But brother, I
specific,
just want to make something very clear to you. Both of the people you're talking to wholeheartedly believe that prophethood has been sealed, but messengership has not been sealed.
yes,
So I told you, one second, I also told you last time, you believe that Jesus is coming back, correct? You believe that. We don't believe
yes,
that. You believe that.
I
So
do.
when Jesus comes back, now you have to obey that messenger.
No,
So that
because
obey
you
the
know
messenger
why
is
does
not
that doesn't make
specifically
sense?
only to the Prophet Muhammad. It's
Do
when a
you
messenger is
know?
in front of you, you have to obey him.
Do
And
you
the
know why
messenger
that
gave you
doesn't
the
make
message,
sense?
which is the Quran, you have to obey. Does that
No,
make sense?
I get your point. I get your point. But the Prophet Isa alayhi salam, when he comes back, will only forbid that what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala
Okay,
forbid.
but brother,
We will follow the
you're
Prophet
just
Muhammad.
saying things. Now you're just saying things.
I'm not saying
You're
it's the
you're
consensus
even
of
telling me
Ummah.
what you have so much insight of the day of judgment. You're telling me how Jesus is gonna work.
He will
You know,
rule.
because of
That's
you saying that if Jesus comes back and Jesus is not gonna come back and he's not gonna do what you want him to do, you're gonna disbelieve in him. You understand that? If
no.
he goes, no, I don't need to take from this hadith, and you go, oh well, he's not Jesus then,
You
because he's
remember
not listening to the hadith.
last time when we talked, I told you I'm not here to convince someone, right? I'm here to get your point of view. That's what I
No,
said.
you're
You
not, bro. You're here to debate. You're
You're
here
not
to
no,
tell
no.
even.
me.
It's not a debate. Trust, a debate works completely different from
But
my point of
if it
view.
is our point of view, you are not even listening to us.
No, I am listening to you, but it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
That's
no
what I'm
problem. We
saying.
cannot force you to
No,
understand
it's not about
us.
force. It's objective. It's an objective, illogical statement when
No,
you say.
because, no, it's not illogical, brother. You're saying,
Can I
okay,
get?
in my
You
mind, one
interrupted
second.
me like
In my
4 times
mind,
now.
brother,
You,
in your mind, you're saying that obey God is Quran, obey the messenger is
Is the
the
hadith.
Sunnah, the hadith and Sunnah. So this is the objective that you have in your mind. This is your interpretation. So
Exactly.
anything else that's told to you, you just say it doesn't make sense. It's
are the
not
words
logical.
of the words of the
Exactly.
messenger in the Quran?
What?
Are the
Yes,
words
qul.
of, what?
Cool.
Yes,
When
qul.
he's
What
being
does it mean,
told
qul?
cool, that's the
When
words
he
of
says "Qul," then Allah
yeah.
subhanahu wa ta'ala says "Qul."
So when God is telling the prophet, "Qul huwa Allahu ahad," so what would the prophet say?
He would say that.
He would say,
Exactly.
"Huwa Allahu ahad."
Yes, but who offered the Quran? Only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
What? Who offered what?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the author of the Quran, right? Do we agree on that?
The
Well, he
author, the
sent
person who
the Quran.
authored it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, he
Quran belongs to
authorized
him.
the
Yeah.
Quran. That means that the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam has no word spoken in the
But
Quran.
do you understand the meaning of messenger?
Yes, I do.
Someone
Okay.
who delivers what?
delivers the message.
Good. So if he's delivering message, is he going to deliver it by speaking or not?
So what words did he say?
But no, that's
Did
not
he
my
not
point.
say the Quran to the
No,
people?
in the Quran, the words of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
We are not
brother,
talking
you
about
don't understand the
prophet.
point.
For God's sake, you need a factory reset. We
All
said
right, then.
messenger.
Can you go back to the verse, please? 1 second. For 1 second to the
Brother,
verse.
you let's take it step by step, because you're saying a lot of loaded stuff and then you just don't want the person to explain to you your error.
No, I am.
You're saying the
literally
words
getting
of God have been given to the prophet. So the
Yes,
prophet
exactly.
said those words. So out of whose mouth did they come out of?
Of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, so we attribute this book to who?
To the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, of course.
Okay,
That's
so
not
if
my
I
point.
want the words that the prophet said, where do I find them? In the Quran.
That's not. You're literally not understanding. If you say that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam literally
I'm not
spoke
saying
in
it's
the,
his words. I'm not saying he authored it. I'm not saying he
That's the
wrote it and
thing.
made it up.
So
I'm
it
saying he's the
wouldn't
one who
make
said it
any
first. He's
sense.
the one who said it first, brother.
It wouldn't make sense
Muhammad,
if
it's okay.
when
I'm
Allah
tired. It's
subhanahu wa
okay.
ta'ala
My
says the
6 hours. It's
messenger
okay. Let
forbids
him
you
go. It's
in the
okay. It's okay.
Quran.
Let him go. Bye bye. Peace. Peace to you, brother. Let's pick up then last one maybe.
Last one, which is
Yeah.
working, and I apologize. Everyone else in the queue, I won't be able to get to you. We've been 6 hours. I already made the call that we have 4 people. This is the last person.
Yeah, but with that guy, the factory reset cannot work. We have to just format everything.
No, he came last time. Yes, he talks in a polite way, but he does not accept any point of view other than the one that he wants to
Yeah,
get
yeah,
to.
we have to format the hard disk. No factory
Yeah, you
reset.
see, this is how it works. We're both deviants. Like he literally said, I said, who's the one who spoke? He says the prophet. Okay, I'm sorry, I asked him 2 questions. He said the prophet. So I was like, who do you attribute it to? He said the prophet. I said, who's the one who spoke it first? The prophet. Okay, so if I want to know what the prophet said, where do I go? Oh no, it's not the Quran anymore.
Yeah, when
Anyways.
when you deal with bozos like that, they give you headache. You know, like they'll crack your
It
head.
does.
So we let God says wa'arid al jahilin. So we get turned away from.
There was
Hannah Banana. Yes, he's giving me a headache because I'm already tired, and this bozo is this here to disturb.
Working. Are you here, bro?
Are you there?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
We're doing good,
peace.
bro.
Good. Baba, did he remind you of Seto?
Huh?
Did he remind you of Seto?
Oh, you mean did he remind me of Seto?
Yes.
Yeah, he kind of did. Yes, he did.
I think actually, to be fair, I think the Christian that came earlier reminded me of Seto, because he wants to teach me the Arabic and he has no idea.
Exactly. The other Christian also came. The Prima, is it Prima something, right?
Prima Scriptura or something.
Yeah.
No,
he said
Prima
he
is
doesn't know.
he's a good guy. He always comes, he always have,
Oh no, he was respectful, kind of.
Yeah,
not
he's very respectful.
But the point was he was being a knapsack at the same time.
Okay. No, so me is just let's say 2 quick questions. So the first one is, Brother Muhammad, with the language, the Arabic language before the pre-Islamic period, do you trust that that information is correct, or you also have like a doubt about the language being like, the days of the week being that way before Islam, or not?
Well, no, for me, I was making a point, but it's not it does not change anything to do with my guidance on what was written prior in Arabic. I don't care about Arabic poetry. I don't care about any of that. So the part of how the Arabic language works is something called parsing. So the thing that is so special about the Arabic language that does not apply from any other language that I know is the way the syntax and the grammar of the Arabic language works. It's extremely precise. That's why the diacritics are extremely precise. That's why the positions of the words are extremely precise, right? And it could be deduced because of the context itself. So the Quran is not dependent on whatever happened before in the Arabic language, but the Quran set a standard that the Arabic language now needs to stay up to that standard. That's the amazing thing that both the Quran did and the structure of the Arabic language. So I'm a computer programmer. For me, the computer program to work, I need to put every semicolon where it works. If that's where the language uses the semicolons. And I have to declare what I need to declare, and I have to do it in a certain way for the computer to compile it so that the program would run. In Arabic grammar, it's exactly the same thing. If something is off, the sentence is not compilable, and therefore it's not understood or it's missing. Syntax error, it's not right. But the Quran is so precise with these grammar rules that it's amazing. And it's not something that came after the Quran. This is just literally what the word Araba means, to be parsed. Because I think I understand where the question's about to go.
No worries. I was going to say, the other question was, what is it called? So, based on you, which scholar do I get, like if I was trying to get like some of the interpretation of what Baba, his Quran is, like let's say his translation of it, who would be the closest, let's say, scholar from the past that I can look at? So like, look at to confirm, like, let's say At-Tabari, Ibn Kathir, Ibn Abbas, which one of these guys can I look at?
Okay, so wait, you confused two things here. So one, Baba Shuiab gave you a translation. He didn't give you an exegesis. But then you were trying to say which exegesis should I go to see if whatever Baba is saying is going to match. So you will find a lot of what Baba is saying in Tabari, because Tabari listed the opinion of whatever people were saying at the time. So much of what we say, actually, you'll find in Tabari, but Tabari himself will say, no, I'm on a different, like Tabari will list all the interpretations he found people saying, and then he will say, I'm on this interpretation. So for example, when it's like the verse about like pray on the two ends of the day and a portion of the night, or like the advancements of the night, Tabari said that it's like, Maghrib, and it's the evening prayer and the morning prayer and the night prayer. And then he sometimes says some people said that it's the Fajr and the Asr. Some people said that it's so he had a bunch of explanations, but he went and made his judgment there. So your question does not really fit here. But what you can do, and I will show you a website, and everyone here can look at this website.
Okay, no, I was looking for like, let's say, like something that I can look at as references.
I get it. So there's this website that I'm going to put in front of you. Here you could search the root word. So I'll show you like a procedure that some people take, but there's a few things that we need to discuss about this. So the first thing is like we can look here. So this is the word where we were looking earlier, where it was Shah, right? Shay. When the person was discussing about the will, arada or Shah. So the word here was Shah, right? I could see it right here. This is giving me the root words, Shah, ya, a. Because in Arabic, you either have like a 2, 3, sometimes 4 letters that make up the root word of the word, right? So Shah, ya, a can be Sha'a or Shay. Shay means something or a thing. Sha'a means will, right? Which is also a manifestation technically. So I could take this 3 letters, Shay, from this website, Corpus, and then there's this dictionary that I will post in the chat where it lets you search it. So I would put it right here. You can't see the pop-up, but in the search, I just paste it in the search, and then it will look for it. So here's Shah. I can read what it is. To want, to wish, is to be hoped. God intended, expressed in an infinite quantity. This is one of the dictionaries, which is Hans Weir. And then if you go down, you have Lane lexicon. And then you go down, you have more, the LL supplement. You keep going. Then you have the Arabic dictionaries, and you have more English dictionaries, and you have French dictionaries. You have all sorts of dictionaries in this website. Okay? And then you have to make something that's called an educated understanding of the word. So unfortunately, what people do, and I don't like when people do this, but they're technically like you find them come up with an interpretation no one else does because they just fell into a trap. Where if the word is saying the same word 3 times, like like ritual prayer, connecting, prayer, and then it's like following closely. So they will dump everything else that was saying, and they will go for the most fringe understanding of that word, and then they say that this is what it means, right? That's weird for me. So because like the word fajr, right? Fajr, fajara, infajara. These can mean and someone who's explosive, right? But the sun is exploding or the light is exploding in the morning. That's why it's called fajr, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's an explosion. And then every time the word fajr comes up, I'm gonna write the word explosion because that's not how the Quran works.
Okay, so how do I decide if someone is actually a scholar that I would go to for answers? Like, how would I do my judgment now if I live in a country, like let's say with only Sunni Muslims or Sunni teachers?
I have my good brother Musa. He learned the Arabic literally by just staying on Corpus, this website, all day, every day. He prays like he'll pray 7 times a day. He'll pray 8 times a day, and he will read the chapters over and over. He would sit and like literally go. He would, for example, here he would read this: "Yakadu al-barqu yakhtifu absarahum kullama adaa lahum mashu fi." And then he will read it in English. Almost the lightning snatches away. Okay, what's this word? Baraq. Baraku. Okay, where would I get this word baraku? Okay, I'll click it, and then okay, so there's these verses here. Okay, so what's this one saying here? Okay, enlightening, and then okay, I'll go. He'll go read it and look into it. This is how you get to know the Quran. You're talking to a person that read it many times, and I've spent many years into the text, so I know where the verses are, and I know where to pull up the verses because I've seen it constantly. Baba Shuaiba spent 6 years translating it, so he's very aware. He's very aware of what the verses are and where they are. So my brother Musa, he learned literally Quranic Arabic by just constantly reading it. He has most of the Quran memorized. Yeah, he cannot like barely read Arabic. You understand me? Like the Quran is amazing. If you really love it, you teach yourself, but God is teaching you. God will teach you if you truly trust that God is going to get you there.
Yes, so me, the reason for that question was because I actually can read the whole Quran on my own, and I've been Muslim for more than 32 years, but I still can't explain most of it. I can read the whole thing for you in English, even in French, and Arabic, but I don't understand anything in Arabic.
Right, but brother, you really okay? For I'll pull up something, and this is just like this is I have to do these is just because I have pressure. People pressure me because I also have to talk about the Quran, right? So I have to take the concepts and find what I need to do. So like for example, here's I don't know if you can see this. Let's pull this up. So this is some of my notes. Like this is just for the prayers, right? So I know the names of the prayers. Why? Because they're listed in these verses. 24. I click it, I can go to the verse itself. Like here, right? Let me see if I can. No, I have to click the thing. So there we go. So boom, there's the verse. Here it is, and dawn liturgy, Salat al-Fajr. Okay, so I had to extract it from the verse. So I put the names of the verses. Now the evening prayer is from the setting of the sun and the twilight of the night. The dawn prayer is from the appearance of the white thread of dawn up until the rising of the sun. The middle prayer is staying up during the night in prayer where it is advised to stay half of it. This prayer's length is a bonus for you to get closer to God. However, there's no blame if you stand a shorter prayer due to obligations. Where did I get that? Here's the verses. Here's my proof. So, I wasn't sharing this. So yeah, so I was reading like this part. I put the names of the prayer, I put the durations of them, and then I put my proofs. If someone asks me, see? And I'll have the verse ready if I need to pull it. So what does this require? Work. I need to sit here and work. And I need to spend hours looking into the verses and the things that I need. Is it about pilgrimage? Do I need to make a note about pilgrimage? Then I will go spend some time and look at all the verses and pertaining to pilgrimage, and that's how I get closer to the Quran. If I sit here and just read it all day, it's not going to be different than sitting and studying it. So there's a verse that says that the people used to بما كانوا يعلمون بما كنتم تدرسون في الكتاب وبما كنتم Baba, do you remember the verse? No.
What are you talking about? I was reading the comments. What were you
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. No, sorry,
Just
I was. There's
remind
a
me what
verse
you're
in
saying. I'll
chapter
give you
3, chapter 3, where God says, وَمَا كَانَ لِبَشَرٍ أَنْ يُؤْتِيهِ اللَّهُ الْكِتَابَ
379. 379.
Okay, so we're going to 380 is the verse that I'm thinking of, bro, I believe.
Okay, so from this, I should just definitely stop watching anyone. I should just do it on my own and learn the Quran on my own and understand it. But then you
But
get
when
it
you're
that defeats
watching,
a lot of
when you're
things.
watching other people, they're helping you, but you don't take their words for it. They're helping you and giving you a threat for you to go pull. But don't just watch it. And this is for everybody. Don't just watch us and just sit there and like, oh, cool entertainment, or this is nice, or look at them destroy the people. Okay, now we're giving you the ammunition, right? Take notes. Go check it. Build your own notebook. Like I don't know if my brother's still here, Armor Wolf. He's or like Quran alone is truth. That's you have to sit and dedicate time to a proper study.
Yeah. You have to study. Somebody is only doing his best to lead you to the truth, but you also have to do investigations as we are moving forward. And remember, the main objective is God is the guide. So I heard you asking Muhammad, what you need to understand is there's a difference between understanding the language and understanding the Quran. So if you want to understand Arabic, you can go for Arabic lessons and learn Arabic. Then now you can use that basics you have learned to approach the Quran. And you understand. So things can become a bit more clearer for you. But then if you want to also understand, for instance, the Quranic verse Muhammad was about to put, if you put my Quran translation, you see the transliteration and the translation and the Arabic word. So now you, the beginner, let's say you are a beginner or a novice coming, approaching the Quran. Now you can see that I'm giving you the chance to actually examine word by word or word for word. But then that doesn't mean it stops there. You can still investigate and ask the necessary questions for people you think or you deem that they are knowledgeable than you. You can ask them questions, but don't seek for opinions.
No, absolutely. I actually read the Old Testament. I actually understand the Quran more somehow. I don't know why, but I understand some of the stories even better from reading the Old Testament.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. So what I would advise, if you are looking to go to listen to some scholars, for instance, I heard you asking Muhammad that what scholar can you use or what tafsir can you use to access my book, my translation, right?
Like you get understand, right? So you notice like that's like a reference for me to use. Like let's say if like there's a scholar closer to the let's say the timeline of the prophet, I can be like, okay, this person was, actually making the right translation or something, or
Yeah.
information.
Most of the translations, in my translation, most of the tafasirs you see out there, most of the scholars, what they say concerning a particular verse, they do agree with my line of translation, but I didn't depend on them to translate the verse.
Okay, but right, the reason why, because if you're looking at Einstein EMC squared, what is it, scientists today, like let's say, physicists would use his idea to, make it even better to find something else. So it's like a stepping stone.
Yeah, stepping stone can be there. Just like Mohammed just told you. You are, for instance, if you are watching us now, you are using us as a stepping stone, right? To head to the truth. Because in Quran chapter 7, verse 181, it says, among the people are those who guide with the truth, and by it they do justice. Right? So they guide or lead, right? With the truth or by the truth, and that by that they do justice. So if somebody is guiding you or leading you with the truth, truth is any information that can be like you can verify. It's a factual information that can be verified. That's the truth. So if somebody is talking about the truth, it is something he has to give you the chance to verify what he's saying, right?
Of course.
Good. So after you verify factual information, what do you gain? You gain knowledge.
Exactly.
Thank you. So now if you gain the knowledge, does it become the person's opinion you're dealing with, or does it become you knowing the fact?
You know in the fact, but you notice in college you have to still put references in your papers to pass the course, because if you don't have any references, then they just be like you
But
plagiarize.
this is, you are telling me the perspective of the college. College gives you that point of view that you have to give them what they have taught you. So they show you how to answer their questions. Now we are talking about guidance. What takes you back to God? God is the explainer. He explains the Quran. God is the teacher of the Quran. But then there's somewhat a barrier between you and God at the moment. So how do you get to pass between that barrier in order to get to God? You will need somebody to tell you the truth. And the truth is to show you. So Muhammad put chapter 2, verse 159. Chapter 2, verse 159. God says, indeed, those who conceal what we have revealed of the proofs, or you can say evidences, and the guidance after that which we have made clear in the book to the people. Those are the ones whom God has cursed, and they are cursed by the curses. So can somebody conceal something they don't know?
Baba Shuaib, sorry, I don't know. Have you seen this verse before? Have you came across this verse before?
What is the person trying to say now?
Oh, obey God and obey the messenger, so it's Muhammad.
We spoke about it earlier today.
All right, but this man is sitting insulting, so I thought it was very nice for him to come and show us a verse that we might have not seen.
Exactly. I just took some cup of tea. I'm building up some energy now. Indeed, those who conceal what we have revealed of the proofs and the guidance after that which we have made clear in the book to the people, right? So it tells you that some people actually know what God is saying and they conceal it, right? You agree with me?
Yes. Is that Al-Baqarah?
Huh?
What surah is that?
Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 159. So 159, the scholars you are dealing with today, the mainstream scholars you are talking about, especially, they do this. They conceal what God has revealed in the Quran, in his book. They don't want to tell you God gives the answers to your questions. So they conceal it. Now, if I don't know what gold is, why will I conceal gold?
Can you repeat that again, Baba?
Huh?
Can you repeat that again?
Okay, if I don't know what is gold, you mean gold, the jewelry, or maybe the treasure. If I don't know what gold is, why will I conceal it? Why will I hide it?
That would depend on what knowledge you have.
Yeah, exactly. So I need to know it. I have knowledge of it that will make me hide it from the people, right?
Yes, you have to know if it has value or if you need it.
Exactly, if it has value. Thank you. So now God is saying, indeed, those who conceal what God has revealed of the proofs and the guidance. What is the objective of proofs and guidance to us? What is the objective?
Would it be just to find God?
Yes, to find God. That is the objective. It's about what leads you to God.
Yes. So is this one talking about the people of the book, or is it talking about everyone?
No, God is generalizing the statement. It's not limited. You see, this is there's problem with how sectarians have taught people, indoctrinated people, to think that when God is talking about something, he's only pointing fingers to then they will say the children of Israel, and no.
Oh, okay. Baba, how would I know when the ayat is talking about everyone and instead of the specific area and time of the prophet, or when the messenger is talking?
Now we have a subject and we have a context. Now look how the verse started. And there's something we call fikra. Fikra in Arabic, which is a paragraph, right? Now look at how the statement starts. It doesn't start like he's is connected with a verse above. It says, indeed, those who conceal what we have revealed of the proofs and the guidance after that which we have made clear in the book to the people, that is to mankind, those are the ones whom God has cursed, and they are cursed by the curses. Could this verse be more clearer?
No, but let's say, was this all but the whole book was revealed at once, correct?
No.
No, what I'm trying to understand is this ayah by itself, it looks like it's just by itself. But when the book was revealed, it was in the
it's by itself because it's in the Quran. The book has already complete. Now let's take this case, right? Chapter 6, verse 115. Mohammed, help him out on the screen. Chapter 6, verse 115. That is 115. And this verse I'm giving you has a context connected to 114. But so let's start from 114. Then you understand 115. So it says, so shall I seek a judge other than God? Because remember the objective. Our objective is to what will lead us to God. It's God we are finding here. And he is the truth, right? So all we need is God, the truth. So now, so shall I seek a judge other than God, while he is the one who has revealed to you in plural form the book explained in what? Detail. Then it says, and those to whom we give the book know that it has been revealed from your Lord in truth. So do not be of the doubters. Now 115, that's the context. It starts with wa. So do you see the connection? Then it says, and the word of your Lord is complete in truth and justice. And this is why you don't need to seek any other judge apart from your Lord. So there is no alteration to his words. Why will I still go and seek another judge when there is no alteration to the words of God? For he is the hearing, the omniscient. So then he goes further, 116. And if you obey most of those on earth, they will mislead you from the way of God. They only follow assumption and they are only guessing. Could it be more clearer than this?
No.
So do you see the objective? It's God we are looking for. The guidance is still God we are looking for. The judgment is still God we are looking for. What else do I need? If God says I shouldn't obey the majority of the people out there, because whatever people will be telling you out there is based on opinions, guessing, assumption. You understand? That's all people do. Or I think. They will say, I think. Or I assume. You know,
Working.
That's what they do.
Go ahead.
Brother, you might be able to read the Quran cover to cover, but slow it down significantly. Read the verse, sit, ponder about it, and see where you remember other verses where it attaches. Over time, it's just like going to the gym. The first month, you have your noob gains, but then after a whole year, it's a whole different gym experience. And after 5 years, it's a whole different gym experience.
Okay, I do have one more question if I'm able to ask quickly. This one is going to be nice. Or I could just make a comment. That one will also be nice too. Might
I'm
be good
still
info.
looking for Mecca if it's about Mecca.
Oh, no, it's not about Mecca.
All right, go ahead, man.
Absolutely. So the comment is, did anyone ever ask before the Gospel of Luke and John was made? What was the disciple preaching before the book came?
What?
Can you repeat your question? What are you saying?
Remember, according to them, Christ, he descended right after the resurrection. He was seen by 500 people for 40 days, right?
According to who?
According to the Gospels.
The Bible.
Yes.
Okay, the Gospels of Saint Luke, Matthew, and John.
Yes, but
Okay.
remember, those books were written after how many years beforehand? So what were they teaching the people before that?
Who are you talking about? The Christians?
Yeah, the disciples. Yeah, what was Christianity before the
But
Gospels of
are
Luke,
you
Matthew, and Luke,
asking
and John
us
came?
questions concerning Christianity? We are not here to represent Christians.
No,
No.
he's saying
I'm giving you
I
the
understand
idea.
that. He's like, what were they teaching the people if they didn't have a written book? If the book was written after?
Yes, so I feel like
they probably had another book of guidance. It was there.
no, that's
but
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So my thinking was that I think the Matthew, Luke, and John, all those books are something like hadith.
Yeah,
books
they
that were
are.
written to explain the Injil.
They are just hadith books. Yes.
Yeah, what the prophet was apparently doing instead of actually what the book is about.
Exactly.
Think about that. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was doing a lot of research, and I was just thinking, like, wait a minute, this makes more sense now.
Yeah. That's the point.
Mm-hmm. No, that was my only comment.
You got it right, because what Baba Shripe does is, and what we are trying to do now is to lead you to the message of God, so that God will give you the clarity.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Thank you so much. I
So
appreciate it.
when we allow God to do the clarification, life becomes very easy.
Yes, definitely. I've been watching both of your works.
Thank you, man. Thanks for the support. Also, keep watching. I know the mushriks hate it so much, but when you support us, they keep hating us in double fold.
Look at this. They just throw rocks in the chat. They don't really come up. God bless
That's
you,
what
brother.
they are scared. They don't have the mouthpiece to talk.
Look, this is what they did in your stream, brother. These losers, when you were talking to Grayson, just because they know Grayson can't read Arabic, they were saying the most insulting, most racist things in the Arabic language, and the moderators there, just because it's a ha 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 funny thing, but they just, you know what it proves? That these losers have no conscience of God, as if God is not going to stand them on a day of judgment, regardless if we're going to hell or going to heaven, and you're going to stand for the words that you said, and God knows what you said. But you guys don't know what God is. You don't know who God is, nor do you consider what God is in your life, and then you just say the stupidest things. You say the stupidest things. Hey, is our sister in our chat, is she a donkey? As if I don't know what you're saying. You're the donkey for coming around and being an idiot. Sorry, brother. That was just
yeah, you went on the wrong page there.
These weirdos.
You went to
pretend to act all innocent
a
and
machine gun.
say that we say
Working
things.
is still here. I think Working stepped down, right, already. He's still here.
No, I'm still here. No worries.
Working. Let's pick up the next caller because I need to go soon. So thank you for
that. Yes, there's people in the chat, but I think that was the last. Do you want to take one more?
This guy.
Do you want to bring this Sunni up?
Please bring Powell. The guy Powell. I think he has something to say. Just bring him before we go.
Sure.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
Hi. Okay, I'm so nervous to be on a live. This is amazing. So in my thing it says I have an expression and then like a question. So I understand. I'll try to make it quick. You guys have been on for 6 hours 22 minutes. Okay, so I'm like a new Muslim, right? And I did, I went to like mosques and stuff just to like kind of introduce. And I always felt there was something wrong. So I appreciate that I came across you guys actually. Because it was that starting off in the beginning and then going to the mosque and just noticing something's not right. And then I was starting to kind of fall out of it. But then I'm like, oh, wait, someone who's saying exactly kind of what I found. So thank you guys for that.
Thank you.
That's kind of like the expression I wanted to give.
No, we appreciate you, brother. You stay connected. You can subscribe to both of our channels. You keep you updated. You will love the show going forward. We are going to set the mushriks on a buzz.
Right.
I know they hate.
Do you see how they act? Did you see the cult mentality come up as soon as we hit the stages?
Yeah.
You should see the Twitter and what they're writing because they can't come up and talk. They don't last too long.
And by the way, I've actually noticed. I don't know if it's like my algorithm or whatever, but some verses that I try to find, like just by memory, because I don't have all of them like memorized in Arabic or even numbers, but I just kind of remember what I read in English. So I try to just type it into Google. some verses are actually harder to find on Google to like prove this point now. I'm just saying it might be a thing that's catching traction. But could I go to like my
We know.
could I go to my
Yeah.
question?
Sure,
Because
just go. Yeah.
Just understand my previous thing was Christianity, okay? So, and I understand you guys both speak like Baba Shuaib, you understand the Quran, Arabic, and Muhammad, I believe you like actually speak Arabic, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
So, I think it's chapter 4, 157.
Yeah, concerning Jesus. Yeah.
Yes. So that it's just always bugged me because even in like the mosques, there's like little debates about that within themselves in the hadiths and stuff. So just that word, I think it's shubbiha, right? The one that they translate, it made it look like it looked like it appeared like it. Do you see that word?
The shubbiha.
What does that actually mean?
Resemblance.
There's different.
Put the verse on the screen.
You got to understand, like that prophet Jesus, he still means a lot to me. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to like, get it. See what you guys think, because you guys say a lot of stuff that I already believe and stuff, and I even learned stuff. So I just wanted to know if you could help me out with that.
Mohammed, let me share the screen here.
Sure.
Okay, okay, no problem. Let me share the screen. I put this here. This website is actually Arabic.fi. I recommend people can just go to get both the classical and modern standard meanings to a word. It will help you a lot. If you can see it on the screen, I don't know if people can see it.
Right.
Can they see it?
Maybe see
let me maximize it. Wait.
I can see it.
I can maximize it a bit.
I think you no, brother. Just instead of max, yeah, you could do that.
Is it clear enough now?
Should be, yeah.
So I can maybe increase it one more.
Instead of that, you could just like instead of maximizing your screen, just put it to half the screen.
Half. Oh, okay. Got Roger that. Okay. Anyway, let's deal with this now. So you see, when I put the word, you see the word here, it gives you Arabic words with the root letters, right? So
yes.
To go here, now what you need to understand is most Arabic words have a root that consists of 3 letters. Some have 4 even. This is what people should understand. But the majority goes with 3 trilateral root words. But some can even have 4 in the classical version. In the modern standard, they try to trim it to the simplest form, right? So they will have that for you in the simple. Now, when you take the word, you see the word here. Is this the Shah? You have it here. So it tells you how the word has been diversified, coming with the prefix, the affix, and then standing on its own as just the verb. So now let's take the word Shabbaha. You see, compare. We go mutashabiha, identical, resembling. We go shabaha as a verb form number 1, resemblance. Then you go tashbiha, resemblance. Then you go ishtibah, resemblance. You go, you see it, ashbaha. Then it goes resemble. Then it goes. So now, if Muhammad puts my verse on the screen, chapter 4, verse 157. Now, in this verse, you see, and he says, and they are saying, indeed, we have killed the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary, the messenger of God, while they did not kill him, you see, nor did they crucify him. This is God's perspective, telling us what transpired, right? And nobody can be truthful than God. Remember that. Then he says, but it was a resemblance for them. It didn't say God put the person who resembles, or it did he say he gave them somebody who resembles. It says they. It was a
That's
resemblance.
actually my I'm so sorry. That's my thing, because the teaching is that like Judas was put there, and that
Well,
is
God
what the
never said that.
resemblance is.
God never said
That's
he
what
put something there, somebody there for
yeah.
them. No, he never said that. So this is where interpolation comes in. People try to interpolate their words to confuse what God is telling us instead of allowing God to establish the truth or to enforce the truth with his words. So God says it was a resemblance for them. So the word shubbiha here, let's go by the Arakat. Mohammed, go up a bit. Scroll up a bit. Let's see the Arabic word on its own. So in the verse here, you see on the right-hand side, it says, walakin shubbiha. So if you take the tashkil away, when I say the tashkil, the signs they write on top of the word, then we are going back to the page I just came from. You see here? You see how it starts? This is the root words. These are the root letters. You see it? So going to the actual instance of the classical version and the modern standard version, it's when you can trace it, it's the etymology is consistent coming down. But then you ask yourself, how do people go from this and they start adding certain meanings that they will say it means unclear, then they will say ambiguous, then they will say allegorical, then they will say, they start adding certain words. You start wondering, where are these meanings coming from?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? This is what investigation is about. Investigate. And that is why, Baba Shuiab, when I did the translation, you see my translation on the page, I put word for word. I'm not saying the word that I put there is final, but you can see I underlined it for a reason. Resemblance. In the English translation, I underlined it for a reason. It means we can deliberate on it. We can contemplate, reflect on it. Why did God use the word like that? You see? So verse 158 is going to give us a clarity. Mohammed, you go down beneath, then scroll down a bit. So 158, look what it says. Then God says, in fact, he used the word bal to negate their claim. So he says, in fact, God raised him to him, for God is almighty and wise. So the question to the Christians, can God do this? Can he do that? Can he raise Jesus without actually being killed? Yes, he can do that.
Yes.
They gave birth to him spiritually because it wasn't based on sperm, right? And he was given birth. So you expect somebody who came in a spiritual birth and he should be buried here? God raised him. He's gone. They should show us where the grave of Jesus is. Let's go and see it, where he was buried. Let's go and see if the body is there or the bones.
Brother, I just do want to also add one thing in regards to the crucifixion. God said they did not crucify him and they did not kill him. So you might hear some weird people trying to say that, no, he went up on the cross, but then he was lifted and he didn't actually die on the cross. But that's like
perception.
he would. But
that's
it's like
that's
saying
the thing that I held for a second, but it clearly says there, nor did they crucify him, which means being put on the cross. Yeah.
Because I can get shot and not die. So that God is saying like he was not shot and he was not killed. So he was not crucified and he was not killed. So that he did not touch that crucifix, sorry. All right,
SubhanAllah. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, brother.
This right here, though, just because being from Christianity, and it's great that you have it underlined because it is a verse that I think about a lot when it comes to the Prophet Isa.
Yeah.
So, and I just think it's amazing. And this is Allah's word. And
listen what God says in 157. He says, they have no knowledge about it. They only follow
assumption.
Thank you. So if you obey most of the people on the earth, this is how they will mislead you because everything they say is based on assumption. Tell me
So,
which
so
Christian.
Allah is also saying we have no knowledge about it. Like,
Yeah, because he
A
knows the
and
unseen.
B
So
too. Like, we have no knowledge on this subject. So like if I go and like ask like, okay, what is this resemblance? Is that one of those things that like I can like, should I leave it alone? Is it like part of that knowledge that I shouldn't go asking for? You see what I'm saying? Because
no, it says it was a resemblance for them. It doesn't say they even killed somebody. Did they say they killed somebody?
No, it doesn't actually.
The verse never said they killed somebody. You see, this is the simplicity of what I want people to understand from the words of God. The way God speaks to us is speaking to the simple mind. He doesn't want us to be thinking in complex ways. Look, let's take the example of the people of Moses when they were asked to slaughter a cow. From Quran chapter 2, verse maybe 65 downwards. They were making it complicated for themselves. When God says just slaughter a cow, they said, okay, go and ask which one. Fat or slim? Is it old or young? Is which color? You know, what is wrong with people? So when somebody is telling you, oh, they killed somebody in place of it, just ask them, where does the verse say somebody was killed? Even in the statement. There's no way it says somebody was killed in that verse.
Okay, so this is okay.
Okay, let me give you an example. I was sitting one day, I opened my wallet. I wanted to put a card in my wallet. I took my wallet, right? I took my wallet and I took the card. Later on, I realized I was looking for the card in the wallet. Now I cannot find the card. And guess what? I later on found the card in my drawer, but I thought I put it there. I thought I actually did it, but I didn't. But then when I was looking for it, I was telling my daughter, I put it in my wallet. Who took my wallet? You know, and then my son says, nobody touched your wallet. But like, you see what I was told? I was telling my daughter that I literally put it, I was telling her, I put it in my wallet, my purse. Now, where is it? But I didn't. So what was I doing? What do you think I was doing?
For lack of a better word, you were tripping. You were forgetting. You forgot.
I forgot, but why do I think I did it? I put the card in my wallet. Why do I think I did that?
Because you took it out. So you
But
naturally.
I don't remember ever doing that. If you get my point, I had a wallet. This card was very important. I took it and I wanted to put it back into the wallet so that I remember where I put it. So something else distracted me and I kept it in the drawer of my table. So now, later on, I was looking for the card. I never remembered that I put it in the drawer. So I kept thinking I put it in the wallet. I removed all the cards from my wallet and I didn't find it. So I started accusing my kids. So I went to my daughter. I said, who took my purse? Who took my wallet? Who took my card from the wallet? I was desperate. I was angry. And she said, nobody touched yours. And I was telling them, literally, I put it here. You know, I was emphasizing that I did it, but I didn't. Even though I didn't put it there, but I was emphasizing, telling them I put it literally in this wallet. And guess what? The card was just in my drawer. Now, this is just putting it in the contrast of the issue of Christians claiming Jesus was killed. When God says they did not kill him, for certainty, they did not kill him, they did not crucify him.
And sorry, just to add something for you as your guidance and what you need to do, especially for your day of judgment, you don't need to know what was resembled or how that event unfurled. All you need to know is he was not crucified and God's promise was fulfilled. What's God's promise? He will rescue his messenger and he will rescue the believers he chooses to rescue, and he will destroy everyone else or the people that needs to be destroyed. So Jesus, it's not fitting for God to allow Jesus to die that way on the cross.
Yeah. Thank you, brother, for your time. We appreciate
you.
Brother Powell.
Is there maybe time to just go a little further with it to help me clear my mind of one more thing?
Okay.
Just
Baba,
about
make it snappy.
Okay, so can you help me with then the fact that so then he's raised up. So again, I'm Muslim, I promise. I know that this could be like a Christian thing that you guys get. But then my mind is saying, okay, he's the only body in heaven right now. He's the only body up there. So you see, so I understand, but can you help me with this, please?
God says he's terminating his soul, like taking the soul away, like terminating it, dead.
Is that
Oh.
the word mutawafiyaka means I'm putting you to death, not killed. So there's two ways you reach death. Tawafi, which means you're fulfilled and you're dead, or qutila, which means you were killed.
Yes, taking the soul away. Okay, Mohammed, put 32:11 on the screen. He will see the word. Salam to you, is it Shuruluni? Salam to you, brother.
Thanks again for going a little further. Thank you so much.
Exactly. Chapter 32, verse 11. Let's you see the word. Yatawafak. Now, in this verse, it says, the angel of death who has been assigned with you will cause you to die. So let's not use the word to cause you to die. We can say he will take you away. That is your soul. That is, if we decide not to use the word die, he will take your soul away. The angel of death. That's what he is meant to do.
Okay. It has nothing to do with like going in a cycle or anything. And that is my ignorant trying to study the Arabic language a little bit. I thought the word had to do with like tawaf.
No.
Yeah, but no. That you see.
Oh, sorry.
That's a different letter.
You see, in Arabic, let me give you one hint here, brother. You see, in Arabic, you can take the word hakama.
Okay.
And you can take the word hikmah. And you can take the word hukmah. They are kind of, they look like they are the same, but they are not the same.
Okay.
So you need to understand how these words are, identify the way they are structured also. So it's not necessarily relatively to just saying, okay, because it sounds similar, so it means it's the same. No. You see, so that's why I gave a footnote there. Mohammed, can you go to 62:8 so that he can see the broader sense of that word again? 62:8.
Okay.
To verse 8.
Indeed, death.
Now it says, indeed, the death, the maut from which you are fleeing, it will indeed meet you. Then you will be what? Returned to the knower of the unseen and the testimony. Then he will inform you of what you have done. So that angel of death who had been assigned with you, he is the one to take that soul away from you and return it to the owner of the unseen. So literally, Jesus was in the same position, but he was taken with the soul away. So if somebody says, is the body, that means is the body alive, or is the soul which is caused to die? So what do you need the body? So somebody who has been born in a way that spirit was actually in the process of his birth. It wasn't like a sperm. Somebody has to sleep with the mom for her to. No. God never said that. So it's spirit. So do you expect somebody who came in a spiritual form to be buried on earth?
Actually, no.
Thank you. So God just terminated his time on earth. It's done. It's gone.
Subhanallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Mohammed,
so much.
can you bring one more mushrik? Powell, thank you very much. Maurice, I'm saving my last energy for one mushrik before we go. Thank you. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Peace.
Peace. Brother, do you mean that Muslim call me whatever guy?
Yes, bring him. I'm
telling you that the guy with the American flag in the back? No.
Oh, no, not him.
You mean Dawa Quest?
Oh, yeah, Dawa Quest. Bring Dawa Quest, please.
Yeah. Let's do Dawa Quest. because finally he decided to show
I
up.
would have loved you to bring Marun Khalif, but Marun Khalif, I think, is a brother. We are already connected with him already. So, Dawa Quest, you're welcome, brother.
Yeah. Your mic is muted. You're a little heated. Relax. So let's go with Ma Atakum Rasulu Khadu. Do you want to start with that one?
We cannot hear him, Mohammed. I think his voice.
I can't hear him, right? But he posted the same thing that the other gentleman said. Whatever
he didn't see it. He didn't see it when we were dealing with the other guy. So
no, because they come in and they just say the exact same words and then they
the same words. I know he's desperate. Let's have fun with him.
We're waiting. We can't hear you, brother. You need to fix your mic. So if you go into the settings here, if you go settings, audio, and make sure that the mic is selected. It might be selected to a different mic. Let me see now. So let's pull that verse up because I think he needs to see.
How's that doing?
All good.
Okay, cool. Okay, look. First things first. Let me just say, don't take any of my comments as personal attacks. Right?
Oh, right. We're not coconuts, right? that's not a personal attack.
It's a joke, right? Look, I'm a coconut too. Do you get what I mean?
That I agree.
So there's no offense. I'm a brown guy born in Africa who's a Muslim revert. So, no offense to you guys, brothers. I'm just trying to, protect my deen for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when I hear you guys talking, I feel you're truly misguided. So I'm
glad you're here to guide us.
I'm not here to guide you. I just want to understand your perspective. How about that?
Hello.
I love when you guys say that.
You already said we are misguided.
Let's go. I want to understand your full perspective.
But you already said we are
That
misguided.
makes no sense.
What is there to understand again?
Okay, look, from my perspective, the Islamic tradition is rich.
Let's save your perspective. We heard it off. Okay, can you please now tell me what this verse is supposed to be telling me?
You can, not this verse.
No. You posted this verse in the chat.
I posted another verse specifically.
But
I
no, without Surah An-Nur, without going to Surah An-Nur, you posted this in the chat, right? So what's this verse telling me to do?
Surah An-Nur, verse 62, right?
It's not Nur.
We're going to start with this one.
Yeah, but I requested after to put verse chapter 24, verse 62.
But are you following a protocol? Let's start with 59:7 first.
Sure, you can read it. You can read it.
Oh no, you read it for us. You say we are misguided.
About us reading us. You went into my chat. You went into my chat and you posted just this part, correct?
Mohammed,
and God is a witness. God is a witness.
Mohammed, he said we are misguided. So let him read it. He's going to help us.
Just a second. Let me bring up my translation.
No problem. Bring it.
Sure. Do you want me to put it in the screen? I can. It's not a problem. And then we can compare.
Where is my translation? Sorry.
Why you didn't come prepared?
Yeah, I got out of bed. So, it's 2:00 in the morning where I am.
Yeah.
Well, it's 4:00.
Okay, let's just read from here. So
thank you.
And
here I'll help you. And whatever the messenger gives you, then take it. And whatever he forbids you from, then refrain from it. This is what you posted in my chat. Correct?
So which verse is this?
Oh my God.
Brother, you posted this in my chat.
Yeah, just give me the verse and reference, please.
59:7. SubhanAllah. This is the first time you see this verse in its entirety.
59, 27.
59:7, bro. Listen, brother, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna be the one helping me to get guided, I'm not very confident so far.
We will remain on the way, on the road.
We'd be looking for the car key right now.
59:27, right?
No.
59:7, brother. This is
Okay,
what
here we go.
happens.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Brother, you literally posted this in my chat.
Okay. So I'm looking at Sahih International, right? That's the translation I have. So just compare that to yours.
Right. Tell us if we're deceiving the people.
Yeah.
So I don't speak the Arabic, but I learn the English. So
I understand.
So I don't think that's a problem. Sahih International is a sound translation, right? So
According to who?
According to the consensus of the scholars, that's why it's a mass-produced translation across the globe.
Yeah, I understand. Just out of curiosity, do you know who translated it?
There's several translators. I've got it here.
Yeah, but do you know who they are?
Mohammed,
I just want him to big up some
here
women.
forever.
I know, brother. He's just getting the car started. Wait, we might need a battery. We might need somebody to come jump the battery because he probably forgot the lights inside the car.
I might go to work sleeping today. Seriously.
But brother, you did post it in my chat. You see that, right? And you see the verse that you quoted and the way that you quoted it, right?
Yeah. So let's read your translation compared to the Sahih International translation.
Thank you. This lesson's there on the screen. Let's read
No
it.
problem. So you read it, and I've got the Sahih International translation here.
All right, it's saying whatever the messenger gives you, then take it, and whatever he forbids you from, then refrain from it. Is it good? Are we good? Are we good?
59:7, right?
Oh my God, yes, brother.
Yeah, but that's not what it says in Sahih International.
What's the difference?
Well, the translation starts off with, "As for gains granted by Allah to..."
Brother, brother, listen. You posted only a small section of the verse.
Hey, I'm done.
The verse is quite long, and you see, look at the screen. You see where it says your name, Dawah Quest, and whatever so the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he forbids you from, abstain from it.
You have to look at the whole context of the ayah, right?
Then why do you just... Brother,
you only have a
literally
limited amount of
posted the
space.
verse in my chat, and now you're telling me to look at the whole context.
Yeah, but you
my
only
question
have a
is very
limited-
simple.
You only
My
have a
question is very
limited amount of.
simple.
You only have a limited amount of words.
Okay. Why did you post this? What is your intention of posting the message that you message? That small context that you sliver of a verse that you posted in my chat. Why?
Yeah, but you
What-
have to
what are you
read the
trying to
whole
say?
ayah in context, right? But still, whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he forbids for you, whatever he forbids you from, leave it. And fear
Yes. So what
Allah.
does
Surely
that mean?
Allah
Does
is
that mean
severe in
hadith? Does that mean
Surely Allah
hadith?
is severe in punishment. So
Correct. Does that mean hadith?
So if you take that verse literally, it tells you exactly what it's trying to tell you.
Yeah. Okay. So let me help you out. Okay. Let me help you out here. God talked about the war bounty, right? So there's war bounty to be distributed among people. And then God says, whatever the prophet, right, he gives you, take it. And whatever he stops you from, refrains you from, then don't take it. And God is severe in punishment.
Okay.
So what are you trying to tell me? That I need hadith books now?
Yeah, but where did the messenger share how to divide the war booty?
What?
It's literally in the context.
Explain it. How do you know how he explained?
You brought the verse as your argument. Why are we supposed to be explaining anything?
So you brought the verse to tell me that how the messenger was dividing the war booty along the people, because there isn't a single hadith in any of your hadith books saying on who gets what. But here's what happened, Dawah Quest. I understand this is new for you, the whole debate and the Dawah. But what you did is you went to another website, or you went to somebody, and they usually quote this verse to us. And you quoted it saying that whatever the prophet gives, you take it, and whatever and this means that there's things that the prophet told you to take and not take. So where do you find those things? And then you wanted to go back but you messed up the whole spiel. I'm helping you out. You messed up the script. You said the war bounty.
Brother Dawah, Dawah Quest, were you sleeping before you jump on our program or what?
I was almost asleep.
Oh my God! Please go back, please go back.
Okay, go to chapter 24. Go to chapter 24.
It's okay. Now, where?
Chapter 24, verse 62.
Yeah or no, bro?
Okay, let's
just I didn't want to put it.
That.
Okay,
but I'll let my brother, Mr. Shuiab here, deal with you.
Yeah, you go there. So what is it we are looking for here?
So when I read this ayah, it's very clear that we have to take the understanding from the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So our objective, where do we get that from? If all the information.
Wait. Listen, you made a claim that this verse is telling you to take. What's the verse? Read the verse.
The ayah is very clear. The true believers are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger. And when they are with him in a public matter, they do not leave without his permission. Indeed, those who ask your permission, O Prophet, are the ones who truly believe in Allah.
No, it doesn't say, O Prophet. Where does it say, O Prophet?
Yeah, but that's the subtext. It's talking to
it says, O Messenger. There's a difference.
Yeah. We're talking about the Messenger of Allah, right?
No, but there's a difference between a prophet and a messenger.
Truly believe in Allah and His Messenger.
Okay.
Who is His Messenger? The Prophet.
No, brother, there's a difference between. God would have said the Prophet. God is very precise with His words. He said the word Rasul here, not Nabi.
Okay, you're correct.
That doesn't say Ati'u Allah wa Ati'u Nabi. He says
You're right.
Allah wa Ati'u Rasul. But here, let me demonstrate to you.
You are right. You're right. I'm not going to argue with you.
I would like to demonstrate to you and the whole audience on what this verse is saying. Baba Shuaiba, let's assume you're the messenger. We're in a public discourse, and I have some things to attend to. May I please excuse myself to go to what I need to attend to, and I'll come back?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Go. Dawah Quest.
Yeah, my brother.
Do you get the idea?
No, I haven't got the idea. I would like you just to explain to me why you reject hadith. In a nutshell, you believe you're on the right path to reject hadith.
Brother, which hadith?
Just the whole hadith corpus.
Which hadith? Be specific.
Just all. Do you reject all hadith?
I don't reject all hadith because the Quran is the hadith.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, you want me to prove that?
Yeah, what do you mean when you say that the Quran is the hadith?
Oh, so you don't know the Quran is the hadith?
Explain it to me. I'm a layman.
Okay. Oh, you are a layman?
Sure.
Okay. In Quran chapter 39, let me put the verse for you on the screen to make matters easy for you. So I put this on the screen, chapter 39. Sorry. And then I go here. I share this tab. And 39, verse 23. Oh, sorry. Let's start with this. 45, verse 6. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
So I'm going to start from verse 6 and I'm going to read up to verse 8.
Sure.
It says, these are the verses of God which we recite to you in truth. So in which hadith, discourse, that is hadith, after God and his verses will they believe. Then verse 7, woe to every sinful liar. Verse 8, who hears the verses of God being recited to him, then insists arrogantly as if he had not heard them, therefore announce to him of a painful punishment. So God is asking you and I, brother Dawa Quest. He says, so in which hadith, after God and his verses, will they believe? So help me out. Which hadith should we believe?
So what do you limit the revelation to?
I
It's
never
not
limited
limiting
it
the
to anything.
revelation.
I never limited the revelation to anything.
Let me help you out. So we do believe, we do understand that the prophet, not the messenger, the prophet received revelation in his day to day and what he needs to do. But this isn't the message for mankind. The message for mankind, the mercy from the Lord, is the Quran. Therefore, everything else is not going to be used for our guidance in 2024. I'm going to follow the guidance and the signs that God has sent to us through the messenger. The messenger's message is the Quran. So all this other stuff is idol worship, idolatry. That's what the Jews did, that's what the Christians did, and this is what the Sunnis and the Shias do. But if you look at those books, they're very contradictory. They contradict the Quran. There's verses in the hadith books, they abrogate the Quran. But there's no verses in the Quran that abrogate the hadith, which is now very telling. So the whole concept is making people to talk about Prophet Muhammad constantly instead of talking about God and the verses of God. So my brother Baba Shuiab gave you a verse. Like, these are the verses of God. These are the signs of God. These are ayatullah. So in what hadith after do they believe in? Because it's not necessary for guidance.
So how do you extrapolate all the guidance that a person needs throughout their entire life from all aspects of living? So
brother, there's so many verses that the Quran is complete.
Okay, so as an example, right? As an example, are either of you married, by the way? Are you married?
Baba Shuiab was talking about his children.
So if when you're married, right, and you have intimacy with your wife, how do you know what you're supposed to do after intimacy? As an example, where do you get that information from?
You should wash up.
Do you need a verse to tell you that?
But that's not in the Quran, right?
I said, do you need a verse to tell you that?
Yes, actually, that is in the Quran, because it says when you're going to approach the prayer and you were jumban, like you just finished
but this is
like that, you go wash.
Yeah, but that's when you're going to pray.
Okay. Moment, let me hold him on this.
Like, how do you know when you're supposed to do
Dawa Quest. Are you aware that Prophet Muhammad was a human being? He was given birth by human beings, right?
By a what? A human being?
By human beings.
He was given birth by a human being. Is that
it
like
takes two? It takes two.
Question?
It takes two to give birth to Muhammad. Muhammad wasn't given birth by only one person's effort. So two people gave birth to him. It's a connection. Just understand my simple analogy here.
I'm understanding your analogy.
Thank you. So his father and mother slept with each other before they gave birth to him.
Okay.
Correct?
What does that have to do with my question?
Now I'm coming back to your answer. So now, tell me. You are literally telling us that how I have to take a shower after sleeping with my wife has to be found in the hadith, according to your logic right now. Right?
Continue.
No, right?
I'm saying that the guidelines.
No, right? Right?
I'm telling you the guidelines of how a man should prepare himself.
Yes, answer so that I move on. Right?
In the hadith.
He agrees.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, are you going to tell me just because of that, Prophet Muhammad's father and mother did not know how to take a shower?
What does that have to do with his...
Wait. Because at that time, there was no Quran and there was no hadith. These hadith books you are claiming. Both of them don't. Both of these they were not present. So tell me, what is the issue? So are you telling me they didn't know how to take a bath after copulating?
I didn't say that. What
But
does that have to do with
what
my
are you
question?
insinuating with your question now?
The Prophet
Then-
Sallallahu
then
Alaihi Wasallam, the Prophet
let me
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam
bring it
came
closer
as
to
a-
him, Baba, if you don't mind. Let me bring it closer to you.
No, just
So
one
Prophet
second.
Muhammad is a
From
very
my
honorable
understanding,
man.
look,
Wait. But Prophet
Allah-
Muhammad is a very honorable man, and he's been blessed a lot by God. His parents did not know these rules that you're talking about, and they were able to produce this entity without having those rules that you are claiming that are necessary. Do you understand me?
But that has nothing to do with my question.
Oh my God.
No, but your question is a no question. You're telling me how do you deal with yourself after the times of intimacy? People dealt with themselves after the time of intimacy prior to the Quran and prior to the messenger. So your question is irrelevant. This is what idol worship is.
But were they
Because you're
doing
saying
it
that the
correctly?
prophet's telling you how to wipe your butt, the prophet is telling you how to pee,
but
the
were
prophet
they-
is telling you how to drink the water, and the prophet is telling you how to wash after you bust the.
So you
Kinda
agree
weird.
that the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam
No.
gave us guidance on how to do all of those things, right?
Oh my God. Prophet doesn't have his own guidance, for God's sake.
No.
How does he give you guidance? Does he have guidance himself, by himself?
No, everything that he gave to us as guidance of how to live our lives optimally came through him as an example.
Is it from God?
Yes.
Okay, where do we find it?
In his hadith.
Oh my God.
So the hadith is from God?
From his sunnah, yes.
Wait.
Everything he did.
What did God give him?
He gave him the guidance, the revelation on how.
Okay,
to
what
do
is it?
everything.
You're saying it, but without saying it. What did he give him?
He gave him the revelation of how
Which
to
is
do
what?
everything.
What
And
is the
made-
revelation?
And made him an example for us to follow. And
Brother,
the only way you learn that
you're going through the script. We've heard the script many times.
No.
Let me get.
The only way you know the example is through the hadith.
Instead
Otherwise,
of
you're
giving you, I'm
Listen,
gonna
otherwise you're
spoon feed you the
blind.
answers, brother.
You don't
The
know.
revelation is the Quran,
Listen.
correct?
Listen, do you wash your ass after you go to the toilet?
I didn't need the prophet to tell me.
Do you make istinja?
And the prophet didn't teach me to do istintaj. Like for me to wash my butt, I could do that without the prophet.
Yeah, but in
But
England,
the prophet,
they
one
don't-
second, let's get this straight,
Listen,
Dawah
does-
Quest.
does your
The
neighbor
prophet
do-
to you,
does your
the
na-
prophet to you is teaching you how to wipe your ass
Wait a
and
minute.
how to
Wait
take
a
a
minute.
shower.
Does your
Are we
neighbor?
monkeys?
Does your neighbor wash the way you wash?
I don't wash him. I don't see him how he washes his ass, my friend.
But does he? Or does he just use toilet paper?
I don't bring those conversations up. I don't ask people how they wash their asses
So you
for
see,
me
that's
to
why
confirm my religion.
That's why we have an Islamic way of doing things,
Brother
which
Dawa.
comes
No, brother.
from the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Dawa-
And the
Dawa
both
Quest.
of you, the both of you are quite simply lost without that information.
Thank you.
Brother,
Thank
I
you.
know how to wash my
It's
ass.
okay. It's okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
so look, let me ask you a question. When you stand up in Salah, where do you put your hands? Do you put them up here? Do you put them on the side?
I do this. See that? That's
Yeah.
what I do.
But then you're not praying like the Prophet.
Oh well, then this is where you have no idea.
When
You
you
have no
start,
idea.
when you make takbir before, before you start salat, do you raise your hands to your ears and say Allahu Akbar?
I don't really do that. No.
Oh, so you don't pray like the Prophet? So
No, I don't pray like you.
No. I pray like the Prophet.
No, you pray like how they told you to pray.
No, I pray like the Prophet. The Prophet's tradition.
So question,
So wait a
Dawah
minute,
Quest.
wait a
I'm gonna
minute.
take you.
Listen,
So
listen,
hold on. One second.
When we have arguments with Christians,
Let me ask you a question. This is important. So when the Prophet, when he used to, like right before he's gonna end the prayer, and he's on his knees, would he say, peace and blessings to you, O God, and peace upon me? Right? Because you say, Tahiyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa salamu alayka ayyuhan nabi.
Yes.
So you're sending, yeah. But the Prophet used to say that as well?
I would assume so. This is how we pray.
Nice to assume in religion.
Yes, we pray exactly like the Prophet does.
But no, brother, there's no hadith that has those phrases in it, by the way. So you're told what daddy in the mosque is telling you. So when God in the Quran says, follow what God has brought down, which is the Quran, you say, no, I'll follow what daddy in the mosque is telling me to do. Well, I'm going to follow what my forefathers are doing, because it's been 1400 years after the prophet. The Jews and the Christians, they got deluded 100 years after Moses and Jesus. You guys got deluded too.
Listen, you're avoiding the question. We have clear narrations of how the prophet prayed.
Dawa
We know
quest.
how he sat, how he prostrated, how he
Dawa
put his
quest.
feet, how he wagged his finger.
Dawa
So
quest.
are you rejecting all of these
Dawa
because
quest.
you want to pray how you want to pray?
Dawa quest.
Do you not think that the messenger was capable of guiding us on how to pray?
Dawa quest.
Do you think Allah didn't preserve his religion
Dawa
through
quest.
the Prophet ﷺ on how to pray?
Dawa quest.
Brother, the car did not ignite.
Dawa quest.
How can it ignite? You have no argument. You're rejecting the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ.
Dawa quest.
It's almost arrogant of you.
Dawa quest.
You have no idea what you're saying.
I have full idea. I can see it in your eyes. It's just arrogant.
Brother, you have no idea what. Okay, so when I put my hand by the side, this is not how the prophet prayed, right?
No, there is a narration that he sometimes stood like this. Yes.
then why'd you say that's not how the prophet prayed?
Because there's different methodologies. But do you say Allahu Akbar before you start?
Oh, well, I don't do that. No.
But how do you even know to say Allahu Akbar before you start your salah?
وَكَبِّرُ اللَّهُ تَكْبِيرًا.
So then what do you do after? Do you go into ruku?
Brother, I wish you watch our other content, because if you think you're the first person who asked us how do you pray or take what the prophet has given you, we still didn't get to obey God and obey the messenger. And you're running the same script that we've answered many, many times. But Baba is trying to ask you a question that, like, are you content that now we're misguided and there's nothing left for you to do? Your mission is done?
No, I mean, I'm absolutely certain. I'm absolutely certain you're misguided. Yeah, this is.
I'm absolutely certain you
not be. It's just I'm trying to understand how you got to this stage.
Okay, question for you.
I'm trying
to
have
sex?
How you got to this
just
stage.
a question, just an easy question. Can you have sex with 70 women in one night?
70 women in one night.
70 in one night.
Can
you, a human being, can you have sex 70 times in one night?
Probably not, because
how many times?
How many
times can you? Because we talked about what do you do after sex. I want to know how many times you can have a sex in one night.
We know from the seerah of the Prophet he would visit all his wives in one night.
Yeah, but that's 10 or 11, brother. The Prophet, that hadith is 9 or 11.
I'm only limited to 4 wives. So if I had 4,
okay, but no, that's not my question. One second. I don't.
Maybe I could for my 4 wives. If I had 4 wives,
give me one moment. In
sure.
12 hours, if you're gonna have sex with 70 ladies and ejaculate, that means you're having sex at 8 minutes per pop.
Yeah,
okay. Every 8 minutes you're ejaculating. So this is not scientifically possible. But your hadith books say that this is what Solomon did.
Yeah, but I don't understand what this argument has to do with anything. Why would I have?
It means it's bullshit.
Yeah,
this is Bukhari.
Yeah, but you show the narration. Bring up the
narration. You want me to pull up the narration?
Yeah, put it up.
I guess you don't know.
Moment, please.
I haven't read the 40s.
There's another guy that we can try to.
Dawa quest. Thank you.
Bro.
You said we are misguided. We have nothing to offer to you, right?
I'm trying to understand how you got to this stage.
No, but you said we are misguided. Do we have anything to offer to you?
I believe if you reject the Sunnah and you don't follow the guidance by the Prophet ﷺ that came from Allah through him to us, then you are misguided. Yes.
Muhammad, give me Quran chapter 2 verse 272.
In fact, you would even be at the stage where you are out of the fold of Islam.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Dawa quest.
Yeah,
don't
for
worry.
sure.
Let me give you.
I'm not qualified to make that judgment, but from what
Dawa
I've seen,
Dawa quest. Just hold on a minute. Can you see the
He doesn't
screen?
know what the Quran says, brother.
That request. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, which chapter, which verse?
Chapter 2, verse 272. Chapter 2. Now
Okay.
look at the verse, please, if you can see it. If you like, take any translation you have with you.
Sure.
This is talking to the prophet in this verse. God is telling him their guidance is not upon you, meaning it is not his duty, the people's guidance.
Correct.
Thank you. Then God guides whomever he wills.
Yes.
How does God guide?
Doesn't this contradict what you are just saying?
Yes, but he guides whoever he wills to the straight path and keeps them on the straight path.
How? Okay, how does he do that?
By his believers who submit. When we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep us on the straight path 17 times a day, right? And we submit to the revelation and we submit to the guidance of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he keeps us on the straight path.
You contradicted yourself again.
When we say we reject scholarship, right? We reject the Sunnah, we reject the followers, we reject the Sahaba, the people who live.
Brother, one second. Before you carry on with your emotional rhetoric, there's a verse here in the Quran. There's a verse in the Quran here that tells you you're wrong, because we said we want to get to the straight path, right?
Chapter what? Chapter what?
One second. Listen.
Chapter what and verse?
Listen.
Sure.
We asked you, how do we get to the straight path? You said the Quran and the example of the Prophet. Okay, but now I'm going to use the words of God and I'm going to find out how I get to the straight path. Okay, it says, there has come to you from God a light and a clear book, single book, right? By which God guides those whom follow his approvals to the way of peace and brings them out of darknesses into the light by his permission and guides them to a straight path. So with the book, the Quran, I get guided to the straight path. God didn't say with the book and Sunnah. So you're idolizing the Prophet. You're being like the Jews. You're being like the Christians.
So are you saying that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, lied about his Sunnah? And that we should follow it? And that we should follow it?
You lied.
You see, look, so this is the part that's confusing, right?
You're saying Jesus lied, and he said that he's not the Son of God?
The very people who gave you the Quran in the preserved text that you have today.
Sir, we have a lot of content on our channels explaining the exact same books that you said. So I think this is a very good spot for you to turn off the car and
let me shut him down first with just one question before we throw him away, because he's damaged already. He doesn't need factory reset. So
there's no factory resetting.
So I'm just going to ask him question now. He's talking. He doesn't even know he's muted. This guy is tired. He's tired. He doesn't know we muted him. Okay. Finally, Dawa Quest.
Yeah.
Please. You just said the Prophet says he's given us his Sunnah, so that why do we need a Sunnah?
Why do you think?
Why are you asking me a question back again?
Do you have a role model in your life?
So you left my question unanswered?
It's linked to your question. You can connect the dots. A role model.
No. Sorry. We don't answer
you
questions like that. I don't need to teach you that academically, please.
Well,
But you don't answer a question like that. Assuming if you want to answer,
with the rhetorical stance of the role model.
Wait. If you want to answer somebody's question with a question, just first of all, you have to tell them, I want to answer your question, but please answer this question. Then I can answer your question. Then I can tolerate that.
Okay.
But I'm asking you a question. You brush out my question, and you're asking me a question that is disrespectful. Do you know that?
Actually, I answered the question with
you didn't. I'm just asking right now, literally.
Okay, ask again.
The reason why you are saying we should follow the Sunnah of the Prophet, is it because so that we can be guided?
So that every Muslim who submits to the will of Allah has clear guidance on how to handle every aspect of their life in every situation.
Thank you. So which one is the book
Through
of
the
guidance?
through the role model of his final prophet, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam,
No problem.
who was a guidance and a mercy for all of mankind. So every question
Wait.
we have is
You say
answered through his sunnah
he's a what? He's a guidance
and a mercy to all of mankind.
Can you give me the
Bring your
evidence
proof.
where
Bring
it
your
says
proof.
he's the guidance?
Let's continue. I can find it. Continue.
No, we are not
You're
continuing. No
preaching,
continuation.
brother. You're
No
preaching. But
continuation.
when God
Show
says that they
me
make a claim, bring the proof from
where it
God's
says
word
he's
that
the
he's the guidance.
guidance. Yes, where it says he's the guidance.
Because it seems like you submitted to Muhammad, you didn't submit to God, or you submitted to what they wrote about Muhammad, you didn't submit to God, because God is the one who's deciding. God says he brought down the book for us to judge with it. You're not judging with the book, you're just judging off what Daddy in the mosque keeps telling you.
Muhammad, he's going to give us that where he says Muhammad is the guidance. So let's wait for that. And if he doesn't answer that, then we move to the next person.
Okay. So, but if he doesn't find a verse where it's saying that he is the guide, right? Then
He even said guidance. He says Muhammad is a guidance. It's
Okay, so
yeah.
so chapter 42, verse 52.
Okay.
And verily, you, O Muhammad, are indeed
Wait,
guiding
wait.
mankind
It has a context. Wait,
to the straight
please.
path.
Oh, please. It has a context. So this is the verse. And thus we have inspired a spirit of our command to you. You did not know what was the book or the faith. That is in the first place. He didn't know what was the book. Remember, the book is the guidance. The word guidance. Listen carefully. Guidance. Okay.
Okay.
So the book is the guidance. Chapter 2, verse 2. Do you agree?
Yes, the Quran is part of
Okay,
the
no,
guidance.
oh no, wait. I'm just asking you a simple question. I didn't say explain. I said, do you agree the Quran, it says in chapter 2, verse 2, that is the book wherein there is no doubt as guidance for the pious?
Yes.
Thank you.
I agree, 100%.
So now Muhammad never knew the book nor the faith in the beginning, before he was guided. He never knew that, right? So meaning Muhammad on his own doesn't have guidance. Muhammad on his own didn't guide himself. Someone guided him, and that is God. So let's see how he guided him. So then he says, but we have made it a light by which we guide whomever we will among our servants. So is it where Muhammad got his guidance?
You're asking me if whether
No,
we are
help me out.
guided
Just
Muhammad.
answer the question, then I'll finish the verse. Please, just answer. Is it where he got his guidance?
He got his guidance from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
But is it the means via the means of the book?
No, not entirely. Of course.
This is what So are you saying God is lying? God just said, but we have made it a light by which we guide whomever
Yes.
we will. So is it where he got the guidance?
He got the guidance from Allah.
But whose book? Of course, through something. Even though it's God, but what did God use to guide him?
How do you think Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala communicated to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
Well, I'm not talking about. Don't deviate.
I'm not deviating.
I said
the Quran is revelation that came from Allah.
Let's
And
talk about
Allah
this verse.
guided him
Please.
in all matters and affairs.
For the sake of God, I'm talking about this verse. I'm not asking you to elaborate or explain anything. I said, God is telling us in this verse, Muhammad never knew the book nor the faith. So then God says, this book we are talking about now, God says, but we have made it, is a masculine pronoun used in that verse, representing the book. We have made it a light by which we guide whomever we will among our servants.
Yes.
Okay, so now the book was used to guide even Muhammad himself.
Yes.
Okay, so now
he is a servant of God.
Do you believe after I've been guided by the book, I can also guide somebody?
Say that again.
after I've been guided by this book of God, I can also lead somebody to the guidance. So I can guide also. Do you believe that?
Whether you have the ability to guide after
No,
you've
no,
been
I
guided
didn't
by
say
the
I
book?
have the ability. Listen to the statement here. After after gaining the guidance from the book of God,
I can teach you the guidance. So if I learned the recipe, I can teach you the recipe if you're willing to learn, correct?
Do you agree?
So the prophet learned the guidance. Can he teach the guidance?
The Prophet ﷺ, yes.
But okay, where's the source of that guidance he's going to give you? Is it from another book or is it from this book?
It's from the book, which is the preserved text, the Quran, the Kitab, and it's also.
I didn't say you should explain. Please, we are not asking for explanation. Follow the terrain of our questioning. I said this book was used to guide Muhammad. True or false?
True.
Thank you. So now, after Muhammad has been guided, now he can use the same book to guide other people. True or false?
In what context?
The context is in front of us.
Yeah, but in what context? Guide them to worship
God.
Allah?
You are you're guiding
or
people to God.
believing in Allah, believing in Tawheed, following the Prophet, following the whole
No,
Islamic
brother,
tradition?
it's right here. The path
What are you
to
referring
one God, to whom belongs to whatever is in heaven and whatever on earth. So he's guiding to God.
To God.
No, listen. So many people read the Quran and they're not guided.
Yeah, I know. Trust me.
so, and you're evidence of that. The both of you.
Brother, no, actually, it's you. Because listen, this is useless.
clear.
But you said the prophet is the guide, right? He's the guidance. You said the word. The prophet is the guidance. Isn't that what we're discussing here?
Guidance comes from Allah. Very clear.
Bro, earlier in the stream, you said the prophet is the mercy and a guidance.
Yes, he will guide us.
So you said mercy and a guidance, right? So you're
but-
saying he's the guidance, correct?
Yes, he can show us the way.
Then what do you do about this verse?
But he can show us the way. There's a difference between showing
Brother,
you the
what
path.
about this verse? Did God not see the truth?
Muhammad, please don't change the verse. Don't go anywhere. Please don't go. Please. Let's make sure we get him on factory reset on this verse. These two. Yes. Because if it doesn't work, then we can format the hard disk. You know, if it doesn't work,
I did that to my computer today, but it's still running.
Oh, thank God. So you understand what we mean. Thank you. So now,
listen, no hard feelings, in the discussion. We're human beings. That's number one.
No, forget about the comments, and we are okay with you. But what you can see, we are not upset with you. We could have dropped you a long time if we are upset. But the point is, we want to meet you at a corner where we all get the logical sense in this.
Sure.
So now, I started above by telling you Muhammad never knew the book nor the faith. So now he has to be guided by someone. So the one who has to guide him guided him by a means. So God says, but we have made that book, it's a light by which we guide whomever we will among our servants. So by the book, God is going to guide whomever he wills. So you followed me correctly going forward. And then you say, yes, Muhammad was guided by the book. So now, then I ask you, after he has been guided, can he now guide other people to the same book? Then you said, yes, but then you followed with explanation. I don't need explanation. Let's deal with the verse.
Depends what you mean by that question.
But you see,
it's not a full question.
But okay, let me elaborate the question.
But I think he doesn't understand what it means to be guided by the book.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Yes. Let me explain that. Let me explain. Dawakas, please.
Sure.
You see, when we read Fatiha, chapter 1, verse 6, we say, guide us to the straight path. This is who are we telling God that? Is it God or Muhammad?
Yes.
Who are we telling that? God, right? So we are telling God to guide us to the straight path. So God is going to use a channel by which he is going to guide us. So that's the book. Because that's the book of guidance, right? Do you agree? You said Muhammad is the guidance. We never find a verse. Huh?
He is a mercy to all of mankind.
Is he a guidance?
He can show us the guidance.
Is he
and
a
the
guidance?
way of life? Yeah. That's what prophets are here to do. That's what prophets
is he a guidance?
He can show us the way.
Is he a guidance?
Guidance
So
comes
I'll
from
help you out, Dawah Quest. He's a guide to the guidance.
Correct.
Okay, but he's not the guidance.
No, he's not the guidance.
Okay.
Okay.
We corrected that error.
So now, what is the guidance?
But semantics, but
What is the guidance?
The guidance is the Book of Allah.
Thank you.
And the Prophet Sallam's explanation, the tafsir of the verses, and the Sunnah. Very simple. Obey Allah and obey His Messenger.
Dawah Quest, please go back to sleep. Good night.
Can I just ask? Can I ask a question?
No, I'm tired. So I'm sorry.
When did the
It's been 7 hours and 30 minutes.
When did the Prophet Muhammad receive his prophethood? At what age?
No. Please, you said we are misguided.
Okay, listen. Just really quick. Dawah Quest. Listen.
Give me a chance.
Let me summarize my position. I don't need to. I'm not going to let you talk. That's the reason why we believe what we believe, because we have from the Quran sufficient information for us to get guided to God. Knowing the names of the wives of the Prophet, or what age he was born, or how to wipe your butt, or all of this. This is not guidance from God. This is not needed for me to get to the day of judgment and have a relationship with my God. He's not going to ask me what year was the Prophet born in, or how did the Prophet pray, because I can't tell. God, I can tell only what the Quran gave me. You're putting a lot of credence on your scholars and all of this. I don't need to do that. I'm following the example of Abraham, and I'm free of what you associated to God and what you're also associating to the Prophet that the Prophet didn't say or do. You guys keep claiming it, but there's no proof other than so-and-so said so. So this is not proof on the day. Man, you guys are in trouble.
Do you love him?
We gotta go, brother.
It's okay.
I love God more than him. I love God more than him.
It's okay.
All right. Do you want?
Let's bring this this brother from the USA. Maybe he has
No,
something.
brother. No. He came last stream. He talked for an hour and a half. He just goes on and on. He's got issues, bro. If you want to put him on, just go.
It's okay. The Dawah Quest just damaged my brain. It's okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much, our audience. I wasn't expecting we will reach more than even almost 8 hours. I thought of going 2 hours with Muhammad, but I found it interesting along the way, so I stayed 7 hours. Well, that's a lot. Good luck to whoever is going to watch the replay, because I cannot tolerate watching Dawah Quest again.
Look at this, guys. I love Jesus as much as I love Muhammad. Is that true?
He thought we are running away from the question. It's not like we are running away from the question, but you keep going into circles. The circles you are going is mental gymnastics is stressful. You understand?
He says the word guidance. Muhammad is the guidance, and he goes, no, you know what? He guides to the guidance. You guys are playing semantics.
So we should have allowed him to go back to sleep, because he was literally on the bed before he jumped and came. So he was lost when he asked you chapter 59 verse 27. We are literally putting the verse on the screen saying verse 7. This guy 4 times asking, what chapter is it? What verse? So how can you, Muhammad, he's never easy.
Starting new on this, but yeah, you need to practice with other people.
The point is, I'm used to dealing with people, and I can comport but out of our stress on the time and everything, and I was looking for time in between where we can get a reasonable person to agree with, then I can walk out in peace. But it seems like the bozo brains are just too much to carry. So when God says wa'arid alil jahilin, turn away from the ignorant ones, this is the best example, because 1, he doesn't even understand Arabic. 2, the translation he's reading, he's not even aware of what he's reading. He doesn't know what. So based on the indoctrination they have been given, he came to advise us and tell us we are misguided. So I'm literally using the verses of God just to help him meet us along the way, to agree with us. the brain was not working. So Muhammad, we need to format the brain cells. So I would have loved to bring Brother Maroon. Maroon Khalif has maybe some nice words to say. Just bring Maroon before we go. He might say some nice things. Maroon Khalif.
All right.
Brother
Maroon Khalif.
Brother Maroon, are you there?
Brother Maroon Khalif. Yes. You muted, brother. You're still muted. Are you going to ask me how I pray?
No. He's a believer in the Quran. He follows the Quran.
You're muted, brother.
Maroon, your mic. Can you unmute? I think your mic is on mute. Can you unmute?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, brother.
How's the brothers doing?
We are not doing well at all.
Well, inshallah. It'll get better, inshallah.
Yeah, but it's only getting better. Maroon, let me tell you what, it will only get better when we go to sleep, because Dawa quest does damage our brains here.
I saw that. Factory reset.
Factory reset, yes. Oh my God.
I just wanted to be brief because I know you guys have been on here for a while.
Yeah.
Could you pull up Surah 7, ayat 50 to 52, inshallah?
Yeah, 750 to 52.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, from 50 to 52.
50
to 52.
Right.
Yeah.
And the companions of the fire will call out, the companions of the garden that pour from the water to us, or some of what God has provided you. They, the companions of paradise, will say, indeed, God has forbidden them both for the disbelievers, who took their religion as amusement and play, and the worldly life deluded them. So today we will forget them as they forgot the meaning of this day of theirs, and that they were rejecting our verses. And we have certainly brought them a book, which we have detailed by knowledge as guidance and mercy for people who believe. Are they waiting only its interpretation? The day its interpretation comes, those who forgot it before will say, the messengers of our Lord had brought the truth. So do we have any intercessors to intercede for us, or could we return to do other than what we used to do? They will have lost their souls, and what they used to do, fabricate, diverted from them.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, that's good.
I would like to point this out. Now, notice this is in the future.
Yes.
This, we know Sunni history, Shia history, all these Mushrikeen history, how they wrote the hadith books. But we notice here on the day of judgment, Allah gave people the Jahannam, the hellfire. Allah gave people the Jannah, the paradise. And then he follows up with what? We gave them a book. At that moment in time, we see right there Allah's mentioning that this book is guidance.
Yeah.
He didn't mention no other books. If at any point in time, any other books were to be mentioned, especially hadith books, it would be at this moment, at the day of judgment, when people have gotten punished. People, you do not have to fear to sticking to the Quran alone. What you need to fear is following those hadith books, which are bid'ah, innovation, and religion.
Yeah.
And the last thing I'll say to this is this. You see, people grow up as kids, right? People, excuse me if I'm yelling, I'm just a little passionate. People grow up as kids. We go to school, and you know how people are taught sometimes, Quran and Sunnah, Quran and Sunnah, Quran and Sunnah. And then the kid grows up and he starts to say, you know what? I want to go deeper in, religious studies. And then he goes to the madrasa eventually, and they tell him the same thing, Quran and Sunnah, Quran and Sunnah. So when did he ever have a chance to independently think? Never. Scholars are blind followers of what they were taught when they were kids, or they went to a higher school to get a deeper study and being brainwashed. You see? People keep talking about they're learned and learn and learn. They're learning what? The same brainwashing they got when they were children. They had no independent thoughts. They didn't never once start to question and say, following these hadith books, is that even deen? These other people that said some things about the prophet, is this even deen? Well, the clear answer is right there. You better fear the day of judgment. You better fear what book Allah linked with the day of judgment, and understand Allah doesn't forget. Allah is all knowing and all wise. The last thing I'll say, and I'll be done, brothers, is Surah 6.
No. I just wanted to point about something about the verse.
Okay,
so God is talking about, are they waiting only its interpretation, which is the interpretation of what? The book, right? So we brought down a book which we have detailed by knowledge as guidance and mercy for people who believe. Are they waiting only its interpretation? The day its interpretation comes, those who forgot it, right? Still about the book. Before, will say the messengers, plural, not messenger. So when God is saying obey God and obey the messenger, because on the day of judgment, they'll realize there were messengers that keep trying to tell them the book and to guide them to the book. And they'll call them all sorts of things. So we're here supporting not the messenger, the messengers. And when the messenger appears, we obey the messenger. So this is the actual truth of the Quran alone movement, because it's clear when God says obey God and obey the messenger. He doesn't say obey God and obey the prophet, because right here it says when the interpretation of this book, the Quran, they will say the messengers of our Lord have brought the truth. So that's where I just wanted to knock it out.
Alhamdulillah. And the last thing I'll add to that is this. Earlier, somebody said something about Sirat al-Mustaqim, the straight path. Well, the Sirat al-Mustaqim are rules that are found inside the book of Allah. So you don't need to go outside the book of Allah for the Sirat al-Mustaqim. The proof of that is Surah 6, ayat 151 to 153. Allah clearly, if you want to put that ayat up, you can. Allah clearly names off the rules of things that is haram for you, what you are to do, what you are not to do, and he ends it by, and this is the straight path. Do not follow any other way.
What verse?
Surah 6.
6151.
Surah 6, yeah, ayah 150 to 153.
Right. And then, yeah, at the end, God says this. No. And whoever, and moreover, this is my straight path, so follow it. And do not follow ways, then you will be separated from his way that he has advised you. Thereby, perhaps you will become pious. Right.
Yes. If you start as ayat 50.
Right, but brother, I was the people who want to read it, they can read it. I don't. If you want, I can.
Okay.
But
It's okay. I mean,
close to
151. Excuse me. 151. Yeah.
Right. So say, come, I will recite what your Lord has sanctioned to you, that do not associate anything with him, and be good to you both parents, and do not kill your children out of abject poverty. We provide for you as well as for them, and do not approach obscenities, what is apparent thereof and what is hidden, and do not kill a soul which God has forbidden except by right, that he has advised you, except by the right, that he has advised you, thereby perhaps you will reason. And do not approach the property of an orphan except by that which is best, until he reaches his maturity and fulfill measure and the balance in justice. We do not charge a soul except by its capacity, and when you speak, then be just, even if it's of a relative, and fulfill the agreement of God, that he has advised you, thereby perhaps you will take heed. And moreover, this is my straight path, so follow it. And do not follow ways, then you will be separated from his way that he has advised you, thereby perhaps you will become pious.
That's the Surat al-Mustaqim that we asked for in our Fatiha, and then later on the revelation was sent, and that's your answer. That's the Surat al-Mustaqim. Has nothing to do with hadith books. All the rules are right there. That's the Surat al-Mustaqim. You follow it, alhamdulillah, you end up in paradise. Link that with the other ayat I gave y'all, and there it is, a book that has guidance in it. There's no other excuse to follow anything else.
Brother Maroon, we do have to sign off. It's been it's been a full work shift. But honestly, just so you know, because of how much we do love the Quran, if I ask Baba to, but I know he has a job, he has to feed his family as well. If I asked him to stay for another 5 hours, he would have no problem staying 5 hours because it's the verses of God that keeps us going. Even if we're like dead tired. Just maybe I'm speaking on behalf of Baba, but Baba can tell you. So.
Oh yeah,
No, I'm done. I'll just briefly here.
Yeah. You can see I was re-energized because I lost my energy. I drank some tea and then I got my energy back. But the Dawa Quest guy, I'll never forget that guy. He gave me headache. We should have allowed him to sleep instead of just letting him come over.
That's my
He
fault.
was, oh my God, Dawa Quest. I'll never forget that guy. I should have asked for his real name though. I'll never forget him. Anyways, Brother Maroon, thank you for your input. Also, it's right on spot to seal this issue at the end. But we know, regardless, mushriks, they don't get convinced by the Quran. It never convinces them. So you see, the guy, I was literally taking him to the verses of the Quran. He's trying to give us fatwa, and he's telling us you have to follow the sunnah of the Prophet, and so you do. Then he's asking us, how do you wipe your ass? And how do you take a shower after sleeping with your wife? Oh my God, seriously. But this is the factory reset I keep talking about. And he doesn't need factory reset. He need, to format. He need a new Windows installation. So thank you, brother. Thank you, Brother Maroon.
May Allah bless all of you. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Peace. I would have loved you to bring the brother. Muslims call me, but you just said he will waste our time.
Brother, do you wanna see? Do you wanna try?
No, okay, give him 5 minutes, please. Let him come. Just
Bro,
5 minutes.
I warned you, okay?
No problem. If
I'm gonna go
worry.
clean my house because you're about to see.
No problem. 5 minutes. I just want to see.
Allahu Akbar. Did I do it right? Did I put my hands up like my grandfather?
No, the mushriks, the sectarians, normally they want you to take
His
your
grandfather is Prophet Muhammad.
Who's your grandfather?
My grandfather is Muhammad, but Khadija he married into our family. So he has no seed. He married my grandmother. But I have a question. I don't want to talk about myself. I want to talk about what you guys are talking about. Can you bring up that ayah 52 again, where the book is a light, a guidance? Can you bring that up for her? I want to ask your opinion.
42:52. That we have already spoke about that. What do you need about it?
And then I want my question. So when you pull that up, the book, it is even written in a manner capitalized, is a light. So the book is not a Quran. It's a light. It's not a book that you read and open in pages. So that's like the guy said, how do I know how to do this? How do I know how to do that? Well, the spirit is light. The spirit itself is a light that guides. That is the guidance that you're getting is from the spirit.
Hey, sorry, just one question. Just really quick, one question. Who's the one who can teach the recitation of the Quran?
Who can teach you the proper recitation of the Quran? Because a lot of people.
Because nobody knows it,
a
right?
Recitation doesn't mean it's proper. You want to know the question you're asking is who can teach the proper recitation of the Quran?
You have it, right?
Yes, correct. In that manner.
Right. Can you recite it?
Prophet Muhammad only said the Mahdi can teach you the proper recitation of the Quran.
So the Prophet said the Mahdi, right? But the Prophet didn't give us hadith, right?
No, this is not about me, Muhammad. It's not about me. I want to ask Baba.
But you're the Mahdi.
Your interpretation. When you pull that ayah up and you read it, it is clearly written. It is a book that is a light. Now I want you to go and read something because my grandfather told you to read the Torah and the Injil as well. So I want you also to understand in a verse of the Injil itself, which are only the words of Isa, by the way, not of Paul or anybody else, only the words of Isa is the Injil. I want you to go to in a book of John where Jesus himself tells you, I am the light of the world. He's the manna that came down from heaven, which is the very word When you have a book, books are what? Words written ink on trees. So those are words that you're reading. But that book is a living thing. All of the books were never a book written with ink on a tree. Every prophet spoke. They never wrote a book. The Spirit came out of them. They spoke a message, and the people would hear the message. Then they'd follow or not follow. That's their choice. So
Okay,
when you tell me that the Quran is
brother,
a book of light, what light is it? What is it? A light? What kind of light? The
brother,
sun? Is it the sunlight?
can we leave this for the next program segment because I'm too exhausted to explain myself.
All right. All right. So I'll go back. I want to ask you this. You believe then, because the way that I was listening to you interpret this, you believe that Jesus, Yeshua, Isa, did not die at all, period? It only appeared as he did? Did he physically,
we spoke about that.
right
I
now,
said I literally told the guy that God took his soul away. He caused him to die. But
wait. Soul
nobody
doesn't
killed
mean,
him.
taking a soul doesn't mean death. Death means what? How do you die? If you die,
I've never died. What do you mean? How do I die?
okay, so when you're dead,
Baba.
the actual concept of what a sacrifice is, because a lamb is the sacrifice. So Allah has a lamb. That's the true meaning of Isa says.
No, that works too. Did you? Oh,
I thought Dawa Quest was worse.
no, I told you don't bring this. You know, last time he came up, he was like talking. I was cleaning my house. I just left the stream. I just left him. I left him by himself. He can go for hours, bro. He went for 45 minutes last time before he asked me a question. He asked me how many kids does Abraham have? How many sons does Abraham have? And another question.
No, you warned me. I just wanted to put him to the test.
Yeah,
That's all.
no,
I know, but
you're
sometimes
fair. You're fair because he does wait patiently there. So some people feel bad.
my God, I thought I've seen enough bozos on my TikTok, but Mohammed, you're seeing a lot of bozos.
Oh, you haven't got the guy that came like, hey, on October 5th, 2005, Satan raped your brain.
What?
Yeah, some guy came up and he was like, hey, in October 2005, Satan came and raped your brain. Excuse me.
Oh my God. I'm totally messed up right now.
He said
I'm
that
very tired.
and he was like, in September or October, the devil's gonna come offer you 32,851 or some other number.
$500. Oh my God. Hey, my God. Well, guys, thank you very much for the stream, for being with us. 8 hours is just crazy. It's just crazy. I thought I would just be here with Mohammed for 2 hours. I never knew I'll have the energy to be listening to some bozos making their point on here.
There was also some good brothers that came and they
were good ones. Yes, the good ones. There were people who are willing to be factory resetted, to have factory reset, but some of them don't need factory reset. They are already damaged. We need to throw the hard disk away.
I'll tell you something that's pretty sad. There's some people that were Sunni that came and had a very polite discussion with me, and then they get messages from their friends. The messages of their friends saying, "How dare you go up there and don't talk to them?" And they just sit there and just make them feel like terrible people.
Yeah, that's what they do. They hate us so much that they cannot stay away from us. That's the funniest part. And that's why they get upset when a person like Grayson gives us a platform, or subsequently when we go on other platforms, they are becoming infuriated because they want our message to stay in hibernation, like hidden. They don't want our message to come to the public because they know people will wake up eventually.
Right.
And
God said this perfectly. They want this thing with the word of God.
Look, they don't have any argument on the table. They don't have a better argument. It's just going around the circles. Always then they will say, okay, that is just your interpretation. Then if you ask them, what is your interpretation, then it becomes a problem.
Right.
You understand? They put a verse like look at the Dawa quest. He literally took the part of the verse, but when we are using the part of the verse to question him, he is now saying, where is the beginning of the verse? Like, what?
He didn't even know.
Yes, he didn't even know the beginning of the verse.
Yeah.
And so then he confessed, he says, okay, I don't understand Arabic. That's where in my head I say, okay, yeah, here we go again. Now, the people who don't know much, empty barrels make them most noise. They are the ones who want to keep, and the guy who came and quotes concerning the Qibla, and I was just helping him just to go with the verses because I know what he's intending, but I wanted to put him to the, test and see if he knows what he's saying. Then he kept going around and pointing fingers at us, and he says, we don't know what we are saying. You see, so it's an unending journey, and sometimes the reason why I want us to tolerate this kind of gibberish from people so that the audience can learn and see that it is never easy dealing with people like this. We sometimes, to be honest, when we do videos like this, and I watch the playback, I start laughing against myself. Who is this? The guided one? Who is that?
That's the guy. We just
oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
The Mahdi is promising us.
All this while, he's the guided one, right?
He's the Mahdi.
Well, Mahdi, so we are lost, brother. We are lost.
Yeah, we're misguided, and we have the Mahdi.
Yeah, Dawa Quest says we are misguided. The Mahdi says we are also lost, and
and all the people want to insult us. It's very nice to sit in the chat and say things. Hasbunallah. And with that said, thank you guys for coming by. 7 hours and
thank you all. Hannah Banana, Zuleika, Musa Khan, Sister Zainab, Kaisar, Ashley Pollock, Zen. Like, you guys stayed a long time with us here. It's never easy to stay 8 hours up. Islam Channel USA, props to the brother. Also, he shared my distance with Jason Brock. Grayson Brock. He shared it as well. So I love the support.
Abu Sulaiman.
And yes, Abu Sulaiman as well. Yes, brother has been here long time watching. It shows that people appreciate our efforts and our energy, what we presented. Mamadi Jarju, a lot of the people watching actually. Thank you all for your support.
Thank you for the moderators as well doing your part.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks to the moderators also. We appreciate. I have Ola Akim Bakari. Yes, I see you. Thank you very much. We are doing our best to actually defend the words of God against the mushriks, and this is what they hate us for, and they hate us so much that we are making sense, and it becomes offensive to them. So according to them, using your common sense is forbidden. So we are teaching the people how to use common sense and rationality and dealing with these bozos as we move forward. Right?
And Sister JS was here the whole time, and Sister Yara was here the whole time as well. So thank you guys.
Yes, JS was here all the time. Yes, thank you very much. And I've seen a lot of names that I forgot to mention. Even the Maroon Caliph was watching for a while, and a lot of people who came, they were reasonable, but some of them were out of coverage area. When I expected more of the mushriks to come though, but even though they were in the comment section, but sometimes they are scared to just, and they don't want to show their faces. They will come, they don't want to give their names. Like the Dawa quest, you can beg him to give his name, he will tell you it's irrelevant. You understand? So to them, it's like, okay, I want to come, hide my face, hide my name, but I want you to believe me. Believe what I'm saying. Like, how can I believe you if you don't even want to show your face? Show me your name. How can I believe your words? You see, then they will say it doesn't matter. I just want to explain this, and then they will tell you, "Oh, you are running away. You don't want to answer my question." So in my head, I'm like, "Oh my God, how am I running away from an imposter?" But here we go. So guys, thank you all. Somebody says I became a member in Baba's YouTube, but no option here. Oh, is Mohammed? Mohammed from guys on YouTube, right? We are streaming from his platform.
Right. He's talking about the members where you could sign up and send the super chats and stuff. I didn't want him to
Yeah. I think
monetize my channel.
Mohammed didn't put
No.
that on his channel.
No.
So
But if
yes.
you guys want to send some support, I will send a link. You can buy me some pizza.
Yeah,
I don't drink
there's
coffee.
buying a coffee. Mohammed has a link. I think he put it
Buy
down there
pizza.
somewhere. You buy him some
Yeah.
coffee. I think this brother also, Alpha Music Empire. I knew if you had that option, he will have given a gift because he's
God
always
bless.
like that to me. When he comes, he has to just show his support in a nice in that
I
kind
don't
of
know.
form.
For me, I think people have their reasons. There's nothing wrong with it. I just didn't want to go and deal with YouTube and their stuff. So,
No, I know people do have their reasons. Like sometimes I keep telling people, Baba Shuiab, I have a good livelihood. It's not like I'm struggling, but sometimes people want the need. They just feel good just to show their support. And guess what? Sometimes it helps us.
I saw the charities you give, like, subhanallah.
Exactly, and sometimes it's just the thing that I love about when people do us these favors is that it gives me the privilege to be able to help other people. You understand? So then it doesn't become more of a burden on me. So it's just like a circuit, the network, like electricity. You have the circuits connected, and the power is transferred to another power. Then you share it. So when through that support, when I'm able to touch other souls and help others, I feel a sense of relief. That of course I know we cannot help everybody, but we are doing our best when it comes to this.
Actually, with that said, I do want to bring everybody's attention to something that is ongoing. That we do have a brother that does need our help. Our brother in Nigeria. I'm gonna put a
Yes,
GoFundMe.
the one Ismail Isa Ohiare. Actually, he has been discharged from the hospital, but he's still going for checkup, and he has been grateful of what he lost his phone. We got him a new phone. We got him all the things he need, and we are still making him go for checkup and everything. And the guy is just wonderful. He's been amazing. I've been in touch with him for I think 2 years or so, or 3 years, but he's been a wonderful student also, following my lectures and everything. We even spoke today when I sent him some of the money that he has to do some things, and he was just shocked. He was like, "Oh my God." And I said, maybe this is the way God wants to bless your family, because sometimes we have some tragedy, how will I say, something, misfortune has to happen before you can get to enjoy what you deserve. But one way or the other in life, we need each other. This is all I can say. But thank you for all those who have donated so far. It's amazing. You don't know how much impact you have made to the family and the messages they send. And I know at the right time, let me see. It was a message.
Oh yeah, Grayson Brock also visited us today, which is awesome. That was nice from him to pop by.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he came when it was the flat Earth discussion, and he himself adheres to flat Earth mentality. So it was not a pleasant time, but it's truth. So I'm not.
See, with Grayson, actually talking of the devil, he just sent me a message now. Yeah,
Grayson?
literally sent me an email now. Yeah. So, Grayson is being responsive. I think he's on the right track. He's using his common sense and reasoning, and I know the mushriks will try to convince him otherwise. But this will actually shows our effort also. Since we are the soldiers of God, standing for God, we will also show the might that God has given us, and see what happens ahead, inshallah. I know we'll be victorious in this, God willing.
We already won, brother.
Yes. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, 8 hours. Wow, it's crazy. Thank you all for the support. Baba Shuiab, I only have 4 hours to sleep. I just go and get my prayers, and then 4 hours to sleep, and then I have to get up to a long day ahead. Oh my God. And my kids want to spend the night, so they wanted me to take them out after work. So yeah, I have a long day ahead. But thank you. Oh, this is worth it. You know.
Thank you, Zingo, for coming by. Appreciate your love. You've been here. Got your messages. I see you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, and Mohammed, thank you for the platform also.
Brother,
Yes,
it's
we
the honor.
will
It's
back
the honor.
channel each other, and I see the hardcore fans. I can see Zuleika. I can see Hannah Banana. Wow, Mohammed, you should activate. You know, you let me not talk much.
I understand.
Let me not talk much. So we keep in touch, brother. Peace be to you.
All right.
Until we yes, brother
Hey.
Sharif Karim, I see you. Thank you for the shout outs. Sharif Karim, I see you. Thank you. Somebody says, is there a way to contact this too? Midnight Rider. We do have our emails.
Yeah. Leave a comment. We usually see the comments. I have my email.
Nara Power, I see you. Nara Power, thank you. I saw your comments. Thank you, brother. Thank you. So Mohammed, this is where I say peace be to you. Stay safe. We keep in touch, inshallah.
God bless you, brother.
Yes.
Thank you for coming by.
Peace.
Salam. Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the 8-hour mark, so I don't think anyone is going to be. I wonder who's going to sit and watch 8 hours. But the whole point of the stream is to have people come by and talk. May God bless and increase Baba Shuaiba for also his support and being around. Thank you very much, guys, for dropping by, and thank you for everybody that came, and for anybody else that that wanted to come and insult. You guys clearly have a lot of hate in your hearts, but God bless you. Thank you.